like 50, 75% penetration rate by 2030. It's a little bit too aggressive. I think we're just coming back to reality from the hype we have. But the other thing is there's a lot of competition out there, right? The Chinese are really looking to, compete with the legacy automakers on cost, on technology. And, that brings up another question that I think investors have in their mind is this the right strategy for Ford to step back at this moment? Should they be doubling down, right? Investing more and really compete at a global level. So, so hopefully that answers your questions.
And you've written about, too, when it comes to Ford and the rising inventories, as well as the increasing price competition when it comes to a profitability headwind here. What do we know as far as what the rest of the year could look like when it comes to those earnings calls that executives have talked about?
Oh, there's a lot of risk in the second half. I think we're heading back to pre-COVID levels, with the supply chain smoothed out. They're ramping up. They have been ramping up production, and at the same time, interest rates are still high. Right? There are talks about cutting interest rates to help out the consumers, but we haven't seen that yet. And it probably needs more than a couple of cuts before we get to a point where a consumer gets more excited about buying a much more expensive vehicle today than it was 3 years ago. Average price for a vehicle is $50,000 now. It's not 35, it's not 40, it's 50,000. So, monthly cost is a lot higher for consumer. The cost of acquisition, the cost of ownership is much higher today than before.
All right, Steve Mann, thanks so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. Steve Mann, Global Autos Analyst at Ford Bloomberg Intelligence. He's down in Princeton, New Jersey. Appreciate getting a few minutes of his time there on Ford, kind of backing away to some degree from its EV ambitions. All right, let's switch gears to B. Riley & Company. B. Riley & Company, it is a boutique investment bank based in Los Angeles. The stock is down 75% year to date. I'm really not sure what's going on, but fortunately,
we've got someone who's going to walk us through here.
Jill Shaw joins us, Bloomberg Distressed Debt Reporter. That tells you all you need to go. Jill, thanks so much for joining us here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. Can you just explain to our listeners and viewers what's going on with this boutique investment bank, B. Riley?
Yeah, so B. Riley has been sort of caught up in a probe related to Vintage Capital and has basically been part of a widening regulatory probe in the transactions that it conducted with Brian Kahn, who was at this hedge fund. The other thing that's going on is that they invested in a company that used to be led by Brian Kahn called Franchise Group, and recently on that investment took a massive, massive loss. So, they had to take a quarterly loss of around, or are expecting to take a quarterly loss, I should say, around 330 to 370 million, which is huge to mark down an asset that much. And that's really sent the stock into a tailspin. And of course, the baby bonds that B. Riley has also issued.
And you were mentioning Brian Kahn. So as we know, Bryant Riley, so when we're talking about B. Riley here, so he built this sort of underdog investment firm into this multi-billion-dollar financial empire that obviously it does bear his name, of course. So he's also defended his close friend Brian Kahn and his business partners. So how do the dynamics make this really tricky when you have a close relationship like this?
Yeah, I mean, with friends like that, who needs enemies, right? I think, that's the tricky part. He came out sort of defending Brian when some of the allegations and the probe came out, and he tried to assure his shareholders that, that B. Riley had nothing to do with some of the wrongdoings that Brian Kahn was accused of. But, now with the probe widening, I think those assurances fall flat for shareholders, and that's what we're seeing in the stock.
So I guess what we all learned from the great financial crisis with the collapse of Lehman Brothers and Bear Stearns is that when a financial institution loses the confidence of the market and of counterparties, that almost spells the end of you. If you can't do trades, if nobody will trade with you, that's a real problem. Are we at that point with B. Riley?
I think that's the worry, that this is going to set off a death spiral. We don't know quite yet if that's going to happen. And as you may have seen, Bryant Riley made an offer to sort of take the company private. I think that offer right now is viewed with a little bit of skepticism because it doesn't come with too many details and is a little bit informal. But yeah, I think a death spiral is exactly what people are worried about. And, any sales of assets could potentially put the company on better footing. But, whether he can do that is the big question.
Yeah, and that earnings call that we had last week when they did report an estimated loss between $435 million to $475 million. What's next? How tricky is this in the shorter term? What kind of information could we potentially get out of this?
Yeah, I think the biggest question will be sort of, when they actually file more paperwork related to this offer, and also, what assets they really do have that can be monetized to get them out of this situation. So it's a little bit unsure right now, but what is clear is that the company is not in a great position and has gone from a stunning market cap of billions to nowhere close to that now.
Yep, I'm looking at the EV function on the Bloomberg terminal. That gives you the enterprise value. Market capitalization in stock market today, only $154 million. The bad news really is, if that's not bad enough, they have a total debt of $4.3 billion. Now, the good news mitigating that, someone has saved $3.2 billion in cash. So let's call it roughly $1.2 billion in net debt, plus $154 million in market cap, gives you an enterprise value of about $1.5 billion. So if Mr. Riley wants to come in and buy this company, he's got to start with a number that's $1.5 billion or up, and does he have the capital to do that? So this is just a fascinating story. B. Riley, boutique investment bank. A lot of companies depend upon these boutique investment banks to raise capital, to trade securities, so they're very important to the global Wall Street, but they're having some problems here with confidence. Jill Shaw, thank you so much for joining us. Jill Shaw, distressed debt reporter for Bloomberg News, joining us here in our studio.
Yeah.
So we'll follow up on that story.
Looking at that stock, RILY is the ticker symbol, down about 76% year to date.
Yeah, so it's a tough situation there. Marketplace, pretty much not much happening out there in the marketplace. We're going to call this a kind of a lazy Wednesday in late August. S&P up a whopping 12 points. The NASDAQ up 0.25%, about 44 points. With our news in New York City, here's Michael Barr.
Thank you very much, Paul. Jess, Charlie, Minnesota Governor and Democratic Vice Presidential nominee Tim Walz is the keynote speaker tonight at the Democratic National Convention in Chicago. Last night concluded with a speech by former President Barack Obama. He praised President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris while criticizing former President Donald Trump.
If we work like we've never worked before, if we hold firm to our convictions, we will elect Kamala Harris as the next president of the United States.
Former First Lady Michelle Obama also spoke, saying hope is making a comeback. Meanwhile, Donald Trump is testing out new messaging as Vice President Harris rises in the polls. Bloomberg's Ed Baxter has the story.
Trump is trying to change his strategy midstream, with the other side talking about unity and about him being a divisive figure participating in culture wars. So he is now saying he is not radical. Quote, "I'm just a common sense person that has been successful." Common sense. He's been in Michigan talking that regarding law enforcement.
This is a very dangerous time that we're in. It's dangerous in terms of crime and all, but it's very dangerous in terms of a possible World War III.
He also says about the party, conservative? Yeah, I guess conservative. It doesn't matter. Ed Baxter, Bloomberg Radio.
Italian divers today retrieved 4 bodies now from a sunken yacht off Sicily, where British tech entrepreneur Mike Lynch, Morgan Stanley International Chairman Jonathan Bloomer, and others were feared to have died earlier this week. Authorities say 6 people were likely trapped inside the yacht when it was hit by a waterspout. Global news, 24 hours a day, and whenever you want it, with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Michael Barr. This is Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day on Bloomberg Radio, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 11:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Stocks higher as traders look past a big downward revision of U.S. payrolls to focus on prospects for Fed rate cuts in the run-up to Jay Powell's speech on Friday. S&P right now at 5610, higher by 13 points, up 0.2%. Dow Industrials up 20, a gain of just about 0.1%, while NASDAQ is up 41, an advance of 0.2%. 10-year now yielding 3.78%, the 2-year 3.93%. Gold down $5 the ounce, 25.08, a drop of 0.2%, while West Texas Intermediate crude oil down 0.1%, 73.12 for a barrel of WTI. As we have been reporting, Ford is recalibrating its electrification strategy yet again, canceling plans for a fully electric SUV in a shift that may cost the car maker around $1.9 billion. Ford shares today, they're up by 1.5%. Some of the other stories that we are following: home mortgage applications now in the basement. With that story, here's Bloomberg's Vinny Del Giudice.
Housing has seen better days. New loan demand dropped last week to the lowest since February. A major reason, many families are priced out. That's even with a dip in the average rate on a 30-year fixed mortgage to 6.5%, the lowest in more than a year. The data from the Mortgage Bankers Association also show refinancing retreated. Vinny Del Giudice, Bloomberg Radio.
And while we're on housing, Toll Brothers after earnings up now by 6.4%. Recapping stocks higher, S&P up 13, up 0.3. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Jess Menton sitting in for Alex Steele today. I'm Paul Sweeney. We're live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. We're streaming live on YouTube as well. I tell you, we've been talking about this since Bloomberg News started doing these big take stories. These are just awesome. I don't know whose idea it was in Bloomberg News, but these are awesome. Every day,
it's amazing.
Bloomberg News come out with
That's
these
right.
super deeply reported, sourced
Deep dive
stories, deep dives, great graphics, great video in these things. And today is one of my favorite stories because it goes to a topic I love, which is just global trade, global logistics. I sit on the beach in the Jersey Shore and I see these huge tanker fleets coming into New York Harbor. I'm like, where did they come from? Where are they going? And there's an app for that, so I do track them.
Oh, really?
Brenda, yeah, I sit there and I say, that's coming from, usually they're going from New York to Norfolk. It's going up and down the coast. But they're all coming from China or Europe, and it's just amazing. Brendan Murray, he's a global trade editor for Bloomberg News. He is in London, and he joins us here to talk about the big take story. A $2 trillion reckoning looms as ports become pawns in geopolitics. Brendan, thanks so much for joining us. This is just a fantastic story. And folks, you can see these big take stories, Bloomberg.com/big take, or go to the Bloomberg terminal, NI/big take. Talk to us about the importance of these ports around the world, Brendan, because it seems like there's an arms race globally.
Yeah, exactly. So maritime ports have been kind of the forgotten cogs of the global economy. They allow countries to export, what they produce, and they allow usually developed economies to import lots of, cheap goods, ideally, like the U.S. does from China. But in a world where we're dealing with a lot of trade skirmishes going on around the world, that ports have become almost national security assets, where governments and the companies that do business around ports are investing a lot in making sure that they're efficient, that they're running smoothly, and that they're not victims of things like cyber attacks, which can really paralyze an economy. So we've seen ports over the past couple of years go through this transformation from kind of humdrum places where goods kind of go through turnstiles for trade to become real important assets for economic security.
And I'm glad you brought that up because economic security also when it comes to the economy. So Paul, if you remember back during the peak and the height of COVID and everything that it did on unprecedented impacts when it comes to global supply chains, ports and shipping. So I'm curious, Brendan, when it comes to sort of the economic outlook as we've pulled out, obviously coming a couple of years out of what happened with COVID here, what does this tell us about the direction when it comes to the U.S. and being a powerhouse economy compared to its counterparts globally?
Yeah, well, it's interesting that just this week, Lloyd's List published its top 100 list of ports, and the top 10, of the top 10, 7 were in China, and guess how many were in Europe or in the U.S.?
Zero,
None.
which blew me away.
Wow.
Exactly. So
you wouldn't expect that.
No, you would think that a big economy like the European Union or the U.S. would have have a couple in the top 10, but places like Los Angeles, Long Beach have just steadily fallen down the list. Rotterdam fell out of the top 10 for the first time in records going back a couple of decades. So it's China has been playing this game for a while, and when they are part of the global economy as playing by the rules, and there are no trade wars going on, that's just fine. But if China becomes a strategic rival and a geoeconomic rival of the West, then you're looking at the scales tilted heavily in their favor.
I tell you, so many cool parts of the story. And folks, if you're sitting on the beach, go read the story. If you've got a long commute today, go read this story. It is unbelievable. What really shocked me is a part of the story talking about in China how they had the BYD, which is the electric car maker. They have a plant there. They produce a gajillion of these cars, and they export them around the world. So what did they do? They built a port right there. And then they have their own, they develop their own car shipping
fascinating
vessel. And they crank out, just tens of thousands of these cars, and they export them around the world. Is this a concern for the U.S. government, Brendan, that perhaps, we're falling behind in global shipping and global trade?
Yeah, so this is the thing that China over the past couple of decades would have been the leader in kind of a low cost manufacturing. So and it's stuff that that American companies don't really want to make anymore. They've moved up the value chain, but now China is moving up the value chain itself, and like you said, making things like cars and solar panels, and a lot more less labor intensive, more technology-driven products. So, that's the stuff that American companies want to compete on. And so if you've got a flood of Chinese electric vehicles, say, like you mentioned, the BYD facility kind of linking up with that large port, that's a real threat to American and European car makers. So it's something that, has gone from, something that's not a direct rivalry to something that is now, in direct competition with America's and European car companies.
Beyond China, talk to us about India specifically and how it's aiming for a slice of this export pie.
Yeah, exactly. So India has a very old, not very well developed port system. A lot of the big ships can't even pull into India's ports, so they pull into a place like Singapore or somewhere else nearby, put it on a smaller ship so they can get into India's ports. But India, about a couple hours north of Mumbai, is building a $9 billion deep water container port that is going to help fix some of those issues. And in the Made in India, program under the Modi government, we'll get a big lift from a port like that. So there are new ports in this story that we talk about, and there are old ones that are being overhauled. But this one in India in particular was an interesting case study to focus on.
Hey, Brendan, great stuff. Really, really good. Brendan Murray, Global Trade Editor, Bloomberg News from London. Folks, this Bloomberg Big Take story, they have, within this story, they have examples from China, from India, from Europe, and we have separate reporters in each of those parts of the world reporting on those individual stories within this big story. So that's the type of resources that Bloomberg News has. We have people on the ground that can give you really what's happening in these ports in India and China. It's just amazing. And then we've got editors around the world putting it all together, making this fantastic story. So again, check it out. $2 trillion bill looms as ports become political pawns. You can read this big take story and all big take stuff on the Bloomberg terminal and at bloomberg.com/big takes. We love highlighting those big take stories. I'm going to print this out and have it for my commute home today.
Nice.
That's some good stuff here. S&P 500 up 9 points. The Dow off 12. The NASDAQ up 32. We await Fed minutes, 2 p.m. Wall Street time today. We'll have more coming up. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
Your company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet, coal producer. Consol Energy has agreed to merge with Arch Resources in a $2.3 billion deal as the transition to greener fuels threatens the industry's long-term outlook. The companies did announce the transaction today, but the deal talks were reported earlier by Bloomberg. The combined company will be called Core Natural Resources. Shares of Consol up 3.6%, Arch up now by 1.5%. Homebuilder Toll Brothers shares are higher. Toll raised its expectations for profit margins for its full fiscal year as lower mortgage rates sparked demand for the company's luxury homes. John Lovallo is a home building analyst with UBS. He was interviewed this morning on Bloomberg Surveillance.
What's been so unique about this cycle is the builders have all adjusted, including Toll. Toll is now delivering 50% of units, 50%, that have been started on spec. So actually production has started before there's a buyer in place. That's a strategy that has historically been used by kind of lower end entry-level first-time buyers. And about 45% of their portfolio is geared toward what they call affordable luxury.
John Lovallo of UBS, and you can hear more of that conversation on the Surveillance podcast. You can download it wherever you get your podcasts. Toll Brothers shares up now by 5.9%. Among home building rivals, KB Home up by 2%, Lennar up now by 2.7%. Among retailers after earnings, Target up 12.5%, Macy's after earnings down 11.3%, and TJX after earnings up by 6%. And those are our top company stories at this hour. I'm Charlie Pelletan. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, looking at these markets here, not much happening. S&P up about 5 points. The Dow off 34 points. And Nasdaq up 30. Nasdaq's up 20 points. Bitcoin up about $300. Just under $60,000 per token. 10-year Treasury, we're sitting here right around 3.78% with our news in New York City. Here's Michael Barr.
Thank you very much, Paul. Yes, Charlie, the Democratic National Convention heads into day 3 with Minnesota Governor Tim Walz preparing to accept the nomination to be Kamala Harris's vice president. Former Obama Agriculture Secretary Tom Vilsack says he's just what the Democratic ticket needs.
Governor Walz is someone that you can put into any room in any community in any part of the country, and he would be able to relate to the people in that room, which means that he can be a very powerful spokesperson for rural America, for the small towns and rural places in the country that oftentimes don't get the level of attention that they deserve.
Former Agriculture Secretary, former Iowa Governor Tom Vilsack was a guest on Bloomberg Television. Walz's acceptance speech is set for 10:45 p.m. this evening, Wall Street time, broadcast live right here on Bloomberg. Former President Barack Obama and former First Lady Michelle Obama addressed the Democratic National Convention last night. Barack Obama's keynote speech wrapped up the evening, telling the crowd in Chicago, "No one needs a Trump presidency, part 2.
We do not need 4 more years of bluster and bumbling and chaos. We have seen that movie before, and we all know that the sequel is usually worse."
The Republicans are not taking a break while the Democrats hold their convention. Former President Donald Trump is out and about. Trump talked about crime and will continue to do so. Trump, speaking in Howell, Michigan yesterday, says there will be no defunding of police.
What we should be thinking about is the opposite of defunding, refunding, you call. We'll refund, but we want to help the police.
Today, he'll be out with his running mate, Senator J.D. Vance, focusing on national security. Divers searching the wreck of a super yacht that sank off Sicily found 4 bodies today as the search continued for 2 more missing passengers. Among those who were missing included British tech magnate Mike Lynch and his 18-year-old daughter. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Michael Barr, and this is Bloomberg. Paul, Jess, Charlie.
All right, Michael Barr, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Jess, we were talking about B. Riley Financial
That's right.
earlier. We got some news coming across the Bloomberg terminal here. Bloomberg's reporting that Oaktree Capital is in exclusive talks to acquire a majority stake in 2 businesses owned by B. Riley Financial, and that's according to people familiar with the matter. Oaktree is discussing buying a stake of 51 to 55% in B. Riley's appraisal and valuation services arm, as well as its retail, wholesale, and industrial solutions unit. These are entities formerly known as Great American Group, said one of the people who requested anonymity. A deal values the units at around $380 million, the person said.
When you're looking at this stock, RILY, up almost 5%, on pace for its best day since August 16th. But you and I were talking about the pounding that this stock has gone under, down over 70% year to date. Also, where you see where it was trading back in April when it was around $38.55. It's dropped. At one point, its worst decline was almost 87% drop. And now it's still off about 85% from where it had been trading in late April, Paul.
Los Angeles-based B. Riley said in February it hired Moelis & Company to assist on the review of strategic alternatives for the 2 businesses, which were known as Great American Group here. Last week, the company said it received a preliminary non-binding proposal to be taken private by its co-founder, Bryant Riley. Its shares are trading at their lowest level in 10 years after the company suspended its dividend, disclosed it may post its biggest ever quarterly loss, and said the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission is investigating the company. So tough times for B. Riley. But I point out, I've worked at bulge bracket firms most of my career, but the smaller regional firms play a big role for smaller companies in terms of raising capital, trading securities, providing research.
That's right. Wanted to point out that B. Riley shares triggered a volatility halt after quickly rising. So just to point that out after the jump we just saw.
Okay, very good. All right, that's it. Jess, thanks so much for sitting in for
Always.
Alex. We'll be back mañana. Balance of Power with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons is next. They are live from the Democratic National Convention in Chicago, Illinois.
Balance of Power. Live from the Democratic National Convention in Chicago.
From the Democratic National Convention in Chicago to our TV and radio audiences worldwide, welcome to Balance of Power alongside Kaylee Lyons. I'm Joe Matthew.
It's good to be home. It is good to be home, and I don't know about you, but I'm feeling fired up.
Sounds and sights from Chicago last night. Welcome to the Wednesday edition of Balance of Power, live from Chicago on Bloomberg TV and radio alongside Kaylee Lyons. I'm Joe Matthew, having heard from the former President Barack Obama, the former First Lady Michelle Obama. I think the room full of delegates still recovering from that night that we saw.
Yeah, of course, two of the most popular figures in Democratic politics, but that was not all. We also heard from the second gentleman, Doug Emhoff, who spoke about his wife, Kamala Harris, even though she herself was not present in the convention hall last night, having gone with Tim Walz to Milwaukee, Wisconsin, filling the Pfizer Forum where the RNC was held last month with 18,000 people. And of course, it will be Tim Walz in his turn in the spotlight tonight.
She made a brief appearance on the video screen.
Yeah.
People are getting a little bit of Kamala Harris before the big speech. This one, of course, day 3, a fight for our freedoms.
Yes.
The theme, Kaylee, if that matters to anyone, but of course, the headliner tonight is going to be her running mate, Tim Walz.
Yeah, we'll also hear from former President Bill Clinton, Speaker Emerita Nancy Pelosi, Governor Josh Shapiro of Pennsylvania. There is a very long list of speakers slotted for this evening. So let's get the latest now and a recap of last night with Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall, who has eyes on the United Center here in Chicago. Tyler.
Yeah, hey, Kaylee. Last night was actually the first time that we heard from former President Barack Obama since President Joe Biden decided to drop out of the 2024 race. His speech last night was largely seen as this transition moment here at the Democratic National Convention, from President Biden's speech on Monday night to now introducing voters to this new Democratic ticket. I want you to take a listen here to former President Obama last night on the convention floor, addressing everybody and signaling that this is a new era for the Democratic Party.
The torch has been passed. Now it is up to all of us to fight for the America we believe in, for all the incredible energy we've been able to generate over the last few weeks, for all the rallies and the memes. This will still be a tight race in a closely divided country.
Both the former president and former First Lady Michelle Obama, who also spoke, tried to emphasize the newfound energy Kamala Harris's groundbreaking candidacy as the first woman of color presidential nominee is bringing to voters. But as you heard, they also warned this is expected to be a very close race, using the moment to deliver pointed criticism of former President Donald Trump, too, as Harris tries to build this broad coalition of support in her relatively new campaign. This through line that we're watching is this desire to prevent a second Trump term, whether that's been from moderates, progressives, or even former Republicans that we've seen on stage at the Democratic National Convention. Now, Joe and Kaylee, looking ahead to tonight, we know that now Minnesota Governor Tim Walz will officially accept his vice presidential nomination when he takes the stage and introduces himself to voters here tonight.
It's going to be a big night. Of course, Tyler will bring us inside the hall a little bit later on and see how things are shaping up on the floor of the convention on day 3. Tyler Kendall, thank you so much, as always. Joining us now, Bloomberg Economics' Stephanie Flanders, to talk about what, of course, is the overriding issue in this campaign, and one that we haven't necessarily heard enough about, Kaylee, when it comes to details. Thanks for being with us. It's great to see you in Chicago.
Good to see you.
If that is true, if the economy is the #1 issue in this campaign, are these candidates saying enough?
Well, I mean, certainly this week is not a week. The convention week is never a great one for policy wonks.
I guess that's true.
And I think this one probably more than usual because there's so much focus on building up the vibes for Kamala Harris and also sort of fleshing out her vision, firing up the troops, all the usual things. But I do think you saw even last week in her speech in North Carolina, she's trying to do that slightly difficult pivot from the Biden-Harris ticket, where the perception was they were too often telling voters they ought to feel better about the economy than they actually were. There was a bit of that in her speech, but I think she was also trying to feel the pain of people who feel that their energy bills and their food bills are still too high, and propose some concrete things. I think what she talked about, she has focused on housing. That is a big issue for people. She has seem reasonably credible proposals on that. I think more populist, certainly less popular with economists. Yeah. Her talk of price gouging, having price controls on for groceries and other things, and following Donald Trump in this rather odd policy of exempting tips from tax. So I think we've seen hints of a pivot away, a focus on the unfinished business of the Biden administration economically, but as you say, a lot more to do, because that's one of the issues people were not really feeling it on.
Yeah. Well, and you key in on housing specifically. That's actually something that former President Obama addressed in his remarks last night. Here's a taste.
If we want to make it easier for more young people to buy a home, we need to build more units and clear away some of the outdated laws and regulations that made it harder to build homes for working people in this country. That is a priority, and she's put out a bold new plan to do just that.
But part of the plan she's put out, obviously, including the down payment assistance for first-time homebuyers, has been criticized, to your point, about potentially being something that could be deficit additive and therefore potentially cause more economic problems realistically than it solves. We've seen criticism in that regard, frankly, for both of these campaigns. Donald Trump for tax cuts that also could be added to the deficit, inflationary policy pursuits broadly. Is there a real difference in the outcome for the economy, no matter who wins, even if they get about it a different way?
I mean, one difference is there is a commitment. So far, Kamala Harris has signed up to the sort of Biden budget proposals for next year. Not that they ever mean very much, but there is a plan which involves the corporate tax increase, which supposedly is offsetting some of the spending increases. Doesn't offset these new spending proposals that she put forward last week. But I think most economists would say that the least sustainable path that we're seeing from the two candidates would be Donald Trump's, because he wants to make permanent that enormous tax cut in the past few years and has said nothing really concrete about spending reductions. But on the housing side, I think the key thing, there's always a challenge, right? It's for a chunk of a huge chunk of the voters, it's their main source of wealth. But for another big chunk, it's their main expense, the main thing they struggle with. And how do you bring down the cost without also feeling like you're hitting people's wealth? So that's why I think that two-sided approach she has actually does make some sense, a real focus on increasing the supply, the build, baby build, along with the sort of pushing to home.
Have they heard that? You need to send that to them. That's good material.
I don't think that's
Let me just ask you the same question slightly differently. Are we sitting here in Chicago making too much of a deal and too much of an assumption that the next president of the United States can actually have enough influence against the forces of the marketplace to control inflation?
Well, I think there's certainly
one person.
There's one concrete thing which a president can do to contribute to inflation, and that is impose a tariff on all imported goods.
So the prospect of making it worse is more likely than making it better.
But I think you make a good point that it is very much down to the Federal Reserve, and there have been some question marks about whether a Trump 2.0 would respect the independence of Jay Powell and the Federal Reserve, and that's something we're definitely watching.
Yeah, of course, as this convention week coincides with Jackson Hole, and we're all waiting to hear from Jerome Powell on Friday. Bloomberg's Stephanie Flanders, thank you so much for joining us. Now, while the markets await Chairman Powell and are paying close attention to every word spoken out of Jackson Hole, here in Chicago, Everyone was captivated last night by every word spoken by the former president, Barack Obama. Here's some more of what he said.
We believe that true freedom gives each of us the right to make decisions about our own life, how we worship, what our family looks like, how many kids we have, who we marry. And we believe that freedom requires us to recognize that other people have the freedom to make choices that are different than ours. That's okay. If a parent or grandparent occasionally says something that makes us cringe, we don't automatically assume they're bad people. We recognize that the world is moving fast, that they need time and maybe a little encouragement to catch up. Our fellow citizens deserve the same grace we hope they'll extend to us. The ties that bind us together are still there. We still coach Little League and look out for our elderly neighbors. We still feed the hungry in churches and mosques and synagogues and temples. We share the same pride when our Olympic athletes compete for the gold. Because the vast majority of us do not want to live in a country that's bitter and divided. We want something better.
Joining us now for more on what we heard last night and what we have yet to hear on this night, night 3, and of course, ultimately night 4 of the Democratic National Convention here in Chicago is Brad Howard. He is Corcoran Street Group founder and a Democratic strategist here with us on set. Always good to see you here on Bloomberg TV and radio, Brad. We heard from both of the Obamas yesterday what felt like a message, and not a veiled one, about the risk of complacency. This idea that this very much is still going to be a fight despite all of the enthusiasm about Harris's candidacy. How does the party turn the enthusiasm that's being felt here in Chicago into actual votes?
Yeah, I think the beauty of the Obama coalition was always that you may not agree with me 100% of the time on all of the issues, but there's a lot at stake. You've got to vote. And I think they're carrying that message through now to this newer generation who may not agree with 100% of everything that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz take a position on, but that doesn't mean you should stay at home. It doesn't mean you should sit on the couch. It means that you've got to look at the alternatives that are presented to you and which vision is more like the vision you want for the future of America. And I think they are so good at making that case to young voters in particular and voters of color who often feel disenfranchised by our politics. I think you are seeing a beautiful consolidation of the base of those two entities. You know, we've got protests here at the Chicago, but even last night, you've seen folks, Doug, reaching out to them and people mentioning the protests. Like, we welcome this dissenting voice within the Democratic Party because we are a Big Ten party. Take that energy, though, and put it into victory in November, because what's at stake is if you really care about the Palestinian people, Donald Trump is going to do no good. And so, you've got to really get on board here and come and unite and defeat Donald Trump in November.
Well, there was a bit of nostalgia in the room last night.
Oh, yeah, man.
Democrats remembered what it was like to live.
What it was like to really hear a speech.
Look, yeah, I think a lot of memories came back for some folks. It was not just Barack Obama. It was former First Lady Michelle Obama, who also spoke to the delegates. Let's listen.
A familiar feeling that's been buried too deep for far too long. You know what I'm talking about. It's the contagious power of hope.
Indeed, talking about being on the cusp of a brighter day. There were some reportedly in the Biden camp bristled a little bit, thinking that she was maybe lumping the Biden administration into the Trump, then just kind of 8 years of whatever that was, not noting the continuation of hope maybe that Joe Biden brought. It's pretty hard to project this new feeling of optimism without making a commentary on what's just passed.
Well, I think look, we are extremely grateful for Joe Biden for what he did in 2020 in defeating Donald Trump and bringing us out of one of the worst economic conditions this country had ever faced in a global pandemic. But at the same time, too, putting a period to Joe Biden's incredible legacy also feels like we're closing the chapter on Donald Trump, right? We're trying to do the same thing here. And so I think what she's saying is there are a lot of people that still feel like we haven't fully emerged from the pandemic, that there's still elements of that toxic politics, the conspiracy-driven agenda, that all the folks are still trying to blame various people on the pandemic when voters want to look to the future. And I think the case they're making last night is we are moving past this point. We're putting a period on that effort and those times, and we are looking to a bright new future. Donald Trump's going to send you back into that chaos of the past. We are now offering you an alternative, fresh, new vision for the future that's full of hope and unity, and not the divisive politics of one individual who's got a litany of cases he wants to bring as in terms of retaliatory measures.
Well, as we think about the attacks that Donald Trump has now lobbed at this new ticket of Harris and Walz, in part, especially when Walz was selected, it was a criticism that he is ultra-liberal, dangerously so, is their characterization, that he is incredibly progressive. How do you think, with that criticism in mind, he's going to present himself to America tonight? Is he going to try to bring back some of his progressive policies as governor of Minnesota, or focus on his career as a legislator, where he was more in the middle?
I think he's going to do both, because no matter what even though his positions may have changed a little bit over time, his values have not. And when Tim Walz is a pro-family Democrat, he was a pro-family member of Congress, he was a pro-family governor, he is going to be a pro-family vice president, and this is going to be one of the most pro-family tickets in the history of modern American politics. And so I think what you're going to see is just telling voters who he is. And I think once you understand Tim Walz, you understand his values. And his values are what's going to guide him in his vice presidency as he helps to enact Kamala Harris's vision. And these two together represent two, I think, very, uniquely American upbringings and pieces of society at the moment. A Midwestern dad who, really tried very hard to have a family, got his family, coached football, just what you would expect, flannel-wearing Midwestern dad, and a woman of color who clawed her way through adversity to come up and grew up in a place like California. These are two very different stories that coming together, showing Americans that you can be very different backgrounds and yet work together. And that's something we're going to see.
You mentioned the protesters, Brad. We haven't seen what many folks predicted, tens of thousands facing off with police. There was a bit of a skirmish last evening outside the city's Israeli consulate. We saw about a dozen protesters detained. Is that what you expected? How come this isn't coming to fruition?
Well, I think a couple of things. I think number one, Joe Biden's the one making the decisions. I think had he been the nominee, you probably would have had more of a pressure campaign to do so. But I think so, yeah. I think Kamala has shown an ability to tell these protesters that she's wants to hear from them, but also this is her time. Let her tell her story. We will have times to have these conversations, and I think Democrats are all united behind peace in the Middle East and about bringing the hostages home. There's differences on how we do that, and those are going to be played out. But also, too, Chicago PD, you got to give them credit. They know how to handle large crowds. They know how to handle protesters. They've done a wonderful job. There have been a few skirmishes and things that we could have done a little differently. But all in all, I think the protesters are feeling heard and acknowledged by the convention speakers, and I think that is critical, too.
And finally, we only have a minute left, Brad, but it's been a pretty stacked first 3 nights. It will be another stacked 3 nights. People that you would think maybe would introduce Kamala Harris have already spoken or are going to speak this evening. Who is worthy of introducing the nominee on Thursday?
Give us some news.
Yeah, well, we're going to see, but I'm excited tonight to hear from Bill Clinton. I'm from Arkansas, Arkansas boy. Bill Clinton is the best messenger Democrats have on the economy. I think you're going to see him talk about that tonight. I'm super excited to have him put into stark contrast, because right now I think the polling is showing that Trump has a slight lead on the economy, though Kamala's overtaking him. She's rolled out her economic plan last week. I think you're going to see a really strong pitch on the economy, and we're going to steal that away from the Republicans and win in November on it.
Great to see you in Chicago.
Thank you.
Meet you back home in D.C. Brad Howard, Corcoran Street Group, Democratic strategist, setting us up here for night 3. We thank you as always. I thought he was going to say Beyonce. It's no
Yeah, I'm trying to get the Beyonce news. I want to break that for you here on Bloomberg.
Straight ahead, San Francisco Mayor London Breed, Bloomberg TV and radio.
This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio, live from the Democratic National Convention in Chicago. It is day 3, turning into night 3. This is the evening when we will hear from the vice presidential nominee, Governor of Minnesota, Tim Walz, as he makes his formal acceptance of the nomination. We'll be hearing from a number of other high-profile speakers, including another former president, Bill Clinton, tonight, after we heard from former President Barack Obama last night, Jim.
They'll be upping the ante here as each night goes by, although I think for a lot of the delegates in the room, it's going to be tough to beat the Obama speeches, the First Lady and the former president last evening. But you know who else we're going to hear from tonight is Nancy Pelosi.
Yes.
Who played a pretty major role in the development of this campaign over the last several weeks, and her message is going to be pretty important for that room, too.
Yeah, especially whether or not she perhaps talks about the incumbent president, Joe Biden, given the behind-the-scenes role we understood she played in the actual pushing him out of his re-election campaign. She, of course, one of the still most powerful figures in Democratic politics.
As we seize upon the voice of San Francisco, not just Nancy Pelosi, but the mayor of San Francisco, London Breed, is in Chicago, part of this convention, and with us right now at the table. Mayor, it's great to see you. Thanks for joining.
Thank you.
You have known Kamala Harris for a long time. You've been friends for 20 years outside of politics. You know this candidate, this nominee, better than most people who we're going to talk with this week. And I understand that she's had wonderful advice for you over the years. I wonder what your advice is for her at this convention on Thursday night.
Wow. Me give Kamala Harris advice? I'm not used to that one.
As only a friend could.
Yeah, but the one thing I would say, when she is herself and giving it her all and speaking from the heart, there is nothing like it. She is strong, she is firm, she is committed to doing this work, but also she's a very compassionate person who deeply cares about justice and taking care of people, and she's proven that time and time again with the work that she's done over the years.
Well, certainly she's leaned into her past experience as a prosecutor. Of course, she was the DA of San Francisco before she became Attorney General of the state of California, and we've heard different iterations on the stage last night of this election being something of a prosecutor up against a felon. How hard do you expect her to lean into that image, knowing that for some segments of the Democratic coalition especially, it may actually be a bit problematic?
Well, I think it's important for her to talk about the work that she did. So not only did she prosecute people in San Francisco when we were dealing with the height of gun violence, I mean, she prosecuted people who committed murder. And it's important to make it clear that she was basically not holding any bars and doing that work. But at the same time, people who were in jail for small offenses, her Back on Track program provided a second chance at life as long as people were willing to put in the work to get through the program. So I think that you could support both. She wrote a book about it. She said it's not about being tough on crime. It's not about being soft on crime, but it's about being smart on crime and making sure that there's fairness, there's justice, and there's balance.
Well, to stick with that theme for a moment, you have something in common with this city of Chicago in that you are held up, San Francisco, Chicago, by Republicans on a regular basis as an example of what is wrong with progressive politics when it comes to crime. I know that you've tried to make strides in San Francisco, and how do you message that to people when you're hearing so much from the other side?
Well, we have made strides, and in fact, San Francisco has one of the lowest crime rates of any major city in the country. This is the lowest crime rate we've had in over a decade, and not to mention, we are on track to have even one of the lowest homicide rates we've had in the history of our city. So when you fact check and you look at the data and look at actually what's happening in San Francisco, people will be surprised. When I talk to other mayors, they're like, I wish I had those kind of small, big city problems. And the data doesn't lie. And I think if people look deep into what is going on in San Francisco, they'll see that it is one of the safest cities in the country.
Of course, it's not just about crime, though. It's about the wider issue of homelessness, too. You yourself have called for tough love when it comes to the notion of clearing out tent encampments, for example. Is that tough love working? What about progress on that front?
Yeah, it's been challenging, but since I've been in office, we've helped over 15,000 people exit homelessness. We've never even had a point-in-time account with, more than like 8,000 or so people. So it's been really a tough struggle, but we also have to make sure when people are rejecting what we're offering in terms of services, we are now no longer just leaving them out on the streets, and we're being a lot more aggressive. To a certain extent, it's working because more people are accepting help, but there are still a really tough group of people, mostly tragically because of drug use, that's having an impact. We're still struggling with that point, but we're still making progress. The streets look better, it looks cleaner. We have one neighborhood that continues to experience more challenges than others, but when you come to San Francisco and you drive around our city and you look around our city, people are always like, what is everyone talking about? So you gotta come see it for yourself and then check the facts in terms of the data as to what really is happening in San Francisco.
Well, if we can hold on to the issue of housing more broadly here, this is a big deal for this campaign and for this economy right now, and I know for a fact that that's not new for you. You've actually made this a major issue for you as a city official, as a commissioner, as mayor. Taking different ideas, experimental ideas, to see what can be done to create more housing. I know that there's an effort to get people to a point where they can afford a first-time home, but you need something to move into. You've suggested a lot of different ideas and tried them out, like converting empty public housing, for instance, city housing, city buildings, rather. What advice do you have for the campaign that could be a national model to create more housing in this country?
Well, our Kamala Harris said it on the stage to say getting rid of the red tape that makes it difficult to produce housing. And fortunately in California, that just happened with a bill that was passed by the state legislature led by Senator Scott Wiener from San Francisco. And that bill will allow housing to be as of right. If the zoning already allows for you to do 4, 6, 8 stories, why is there so many obstacles that are able to get in the way? And now that won't happen as long as you're following what the existing laws are.
Like parking requirements, for instance?
Yes,
You got to that in San Francisco.
Definitely. We could have those or not have those. We're making our city more of a transit-first city, as well as protected bike lanes, allowing different modes of transportation to thrive in our city. So it's all of the above, and bureaucratic red tape is at the heart of the challenges that exist. And I love the fact that our vice president, soon to be president, put that at the forefront of the conversation, and California is already leading the way.
Well, certainly she has to, at the forefront of the conversation, have these notions of the economy, knowing it ranks so highly consistently in polls as the top issue for voters. Another issue that ranks highly, though, is the border and migration. You hear frequently in the Republican camp that every state, every city is now effectively a border city. How do you view that issue when it comes not just to the city of San Francisco, but the state of California as a whole, and what the appropriate, if we're going with a tough love kind of message here, way is to deal with migration at the border?
Well, it's important for them to implement the plan that they're talking about to make sure that there's a significant level of accountability. But I also want to be very clear, because it's not just one thing. It's not just about people. It's also about substances. And in fact, the National Guard, the Drug Enforcement Agency, the U.S. Attorney's Office, who's working with us locally, and including our state representatives, the California Highway Patrol, the National Guard, they are all collaborating on using technology in a way that is, you know, making arrests at the border for the illegal fentanyl that continues to come into cities like San Francisco. And so that aggressive effort using technology can help us address those issues, in addition to the challenges with people who are coming over the border. I believe that Kamala Harris is the right person to implement a really tough strategy, but also a compassionate and understanding one, especially because it is so complicated in that we are a city, we are a country built on immigrants. And so we have to make sure that we're balancing that as well.
You say that she's the right person, and yet, and I'm sure you've heard this frequently in the last several weeks, Republicans argue she was put in charge of the border issue. Maybe not given the actual border czar title, but this was an issue she was supposed to own as vice president. She has been vice president for over 3.5 years. If she couldn't get control of it then, how are we supposed to believe she could get control of it when she's actually sitting in the Oval Office herself?
Well, here's the thing. Control means different things. And I go back to my experience of the control around illegal substances that are making it across the border. The number of arrests, the number of drugs that have been confiscated as a result of the efforts of the White House, of the federal partners that I mentioned earlier, has yielded significant results. And I believe that that component of what they're doing even now has been impactful and will continue to be more impactful. In terms of some of the other challenges, they have to continue to make sure that there's, a push. I mean, everyone's talking about a wall of this and a wall of that. A wall is not going to, continuously keep people out. The goal is to try and get a better control over the border and making sure that we're implementing the right policies and being fair and equitable in our strategies and developing better relationships with the countries, in order to help support them so that we don't experience this challenge of everyone trying to, flee from a particular location to get into the United States. That's a big part of it as well.
What would happen to California's workforce and economy if Donald Trump did become the next president and shut down the border, as he says? If you had no immigration in the workforce, could your economy sustain itself?
Well, I don't believe so. I think immigration is an important part of, how our society works, and we need to make sure that we're balancing that with the needs of the people that we're here to serve. And ultimately, we're seeing some incredible opportunities within the job markets all over the state of California, and our goal is to do everything we can to balance that. But going back to some of the illegal activities around the drugs. That is the thing that is harming our economy the most, and that is the thing that is important to focus on as we continue to move in this direction.
Well, if you listen to Donald Trump, he has said repeatedly that he actually thinks the economic problem with migration, in part, is that migrants are coming to this country and they're taking black jobs. He said this on multiple occasions, and it was certainly noted by the former First Lady, Michelle Obama, last night.
Who's going to tell him that the job he's currently seeking might just be one of those black jobs?
One of those moments I think we've all seen on social media a lot in the last 12 hours, certainly. But she, of course, was on that stage speaking as a black woman, and a powerful one at that, someone who was the First Lady of the United States, speaking on behalf of another woman of color who is now the Democratic nominee and will be formally accepting it on Thursday. You yourself are a woman of color as well. And I wonder, as we consider the historic nature of this candidate, how the appropriate way to talk about that is, especially in the face of language like we're hearing from Donald Trump. Do you address it head on or do you ignore it?
Well, I think you address it head on, and I think it has been addressed. For example, implying somehow that Kamala Harris is a DEI candidate. Yeah. And it's unbelievable when you look at her qualifications just look at her resume in comparison to his. There is no comparison. She wasn't born into privilege. She worked really hard to get a law degree on her own, to really fight for a number of positions that she ran for, and to push for the kinds of policies that have helped to support Americans and the rights of women, LGBTQ community, and so on and so forth. I can go on, but that's one of the challenges that sometimes, women and women of color have is, well, how did you get there? It must have been someone else. And, to be very clear, when the man goes through a same process, that doesn't get questioned. And I think that's kind of the frustrating part of this, which is why I love being a part of the Democratic Party, because you see people who are elevating women. You see many men who spoke last night at the DNC, highlighting Kamala Harris in such an extraordinary way. And I'm really proud, and it's no comparison. I think it's important for us to remind the American people, not just of her qualifications, but why is this a race in the first place in light of what Donald Trump has done to really, create a huge barrier in this country overall, with his policies, with his pushes, with his lies, with his disrespect and his divisiveness. There should not be a question, but we are going to continue to elevate Kamala Harris and do everything we can to ensure that she gets elected the next president of the United States.
Just lastly, we hear from Donald Trump and Republicans that Kamala Harris, you're the mayor of San Francisco, is just another San Francisco liberal. How do you respond to that?
Well, I would respond, the Republicans continue to point to San Francisco, but at the end of the day, oftentimes they are picking up their iPhone, which was introduced in San Francisco, calling their Ubers or Lyft, companies started and based in San Francisco, to go to their Airbnb company still and started in San Francisco, and then to go and tweet something nasty about our city, which again was a company until recently in San Francisco. $34 billion of venture capitalist investment last year alone, the AI capital of the world. That's what I will say. You can continue to try and put out a narrative, but the facts tell a different story. And we point to the facts and the economy and everything that San Francisco stands for on the world stage. Everything that everyone is using as far as technology, it starts right in San Francisco. And again, we're looking forward to making sure Kamala Harris gets elected, because then San Francisco will be on a whole nother national stage.
All right, San Francisco Mayor London Breed, great to have you here with us in Chicago. Maybe we'll see you in San Francisco sometime. We appreciate your time, Mayor. Thank you so much for joining us. Now, of course, as we're here in Chicago focusing on politics, we also have to keep check on the financial markets, especially as it's Jackson Hole Week in addition to Convention Week. Bloomberg's Abigail Doolittle has a look for us. Hey, Abigail.
Hey, Kaylee. Well, it may be that Jackson Hole wait-and-see period that has stocks basically treading water. We have the S&P 500 flipping between very small gains and losses. The Dow had been down moments ago. It's now slightly higher. The NASDAQ 100 also up just about 0.2%. Now, that said, for the S&P 500, even though today is a very low volume day, volume 30% below already anemic recent volume, it is the 10th up day out of the last 12 days. So we've had this big upswing after a downswing just a few weeks ago. And one of the factors, of course, is that Jackson Hole, but there's so many uncertainty factors around the Fed at Jackson Hole. Folks will want to hear about the commitment to cutting rates right now. 3 to 4 cuts are priced in for this year, depending on what source you look at. And because of that uncertainty, also the uncertainty of the yen carry trade unwind that we've been talking about, we have the VIX elevated. Now, what makes this interesting is we have the S&P 500 higher, and yet this VIX is higher for a second day in a row. Typically, this uncertainty index, some would even call it the fear index, it only goes higher if stocks are down. So this tells you some folks are just hedging a little bit. They're a little bit nervous about what they might hear out of Jackson Hole. But of course, it's not just Jackson Hole. It is also that yen. Yesterday, it had been higher, the actual yen, dollar yen down for a third day in a row, pointing to the idea that some of that cheap money was coming out, and that could really create a problem for risk assets. We're seeing that pause on the day. But the other piece of uncertainty, naturally, all of you know about it more than me, has to do, of course, with the DNC and election 2024 more so. If we take a look at the burgeoning Harris trade, which would be home builders that cater to early home first-time buyers, such as D.R. Horton, that stock's at a record high, up 3.4%. So some investors may be giving a nod of approval to the idea that there could be some sort of relief given for down payments. On the other hand, that other idea of capping grocery prices, well, Kroger's up 1.5% today. That would suggest some folks think that that's not going to happen. And then also interesting, this is not the Harris trade, it's the Trump trade, although I guess you could say it's the inverse of the Harris trade. We do have DJT up 11% today, the best day in more than a month. It's not entirely clear what's behind this, but one thing we do know is this stock had been down so much. A little bit of this could be a rebound. Something we'll be taking a look at, though, in the next hour, Joe, is the predicted odds. Interestingly, the betting odds are narrowing a little bit between Kamala Harris, VP Harris, and Donald Trump, but VP Harris still on top.
Bloomberg's Abigail Doolittle keeping us honest on the markets. Thank you so much, Abigail, for being part of our coverage. Live from Chicago as we assembled our panel now on day 3 of the Democratic National Convention alongside Kaylee Lines. Rick Davis is here, partner at Stone Court Capital, Republican strategist, and Jeannie Shanzano, Iona University political science professor, senior democracy fellow with the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress. Our signature panel back together, day 3. Want to see how everybody's feeling. It was a big night in the room with the Obamas talking. How do you top that? How'd you like to be Tim Walz now?
I have to tell you, I think it might have been the best one night, Rick, except for your convention, of a convention I have ever seen. The Democrats knocked it out of the park. You know, when you can make a roll call exciting and have Little John and DJ Cassidy, and I mean, I heard from people who said, I don't care about this convention, but boy, was that fun. From that to go into Michelle Obama's speech, which again may be one of the best speeches we've heard at a convention, and then poor Barack Obama having to follow her, but he married her, so that's his problem. It was a fabulous night. My concern is, what do they do the next 2 nights? It was an amazing night.
Well, yeah, certainly it's a tough act to follow if you are the vice presidential nominee and Governor Tim Walz, who is the headliner tonight. Just quickly, though, on the Obamas, Rick, I wonder if the reason it may have been so powerful in that room, if you can say that, is that we don't hear from him that frequently. We haven't over the last 2 years. And I wonder if it's actually scarcity that is the best way to use Obama, using him sporadically throughout this campaign, or does he need to be on the trail as much as he can for Harris in these final 3 months?
Well, I think 2 of those things go together, right? One of the reasons he is so popular today and effective is the scarcity, right? He hasn't sort of become commonplace. And now's the time to make him commonplace, right? So, use that elevated popularity to hit the campaign trail. And honestly, if they just carved out a couple of blue wall states and said, Barack Obama, you go here, Michelle Obama, you go there, I think that's a very powerful concept, as to how to use that family. I just want some of whatever Jeannie's drinking. I mean, like, she's got so much energy on the 3rd day of this convention. But she's right. You feed off of it at a convention. That's what gets you going. And I think this convention has an enormous amount of energy around it.
He didn't get on till after 11 o'clock, though.
11:02.
Is this still a problem, keeping the run of show together? Because we've got the big nights now. This is obviously the nominee, the running mate. You can't show up after prime time on the East Coast, can you?
Yeah, no, I mean, like, it's a dilemma that the Democrats have, and it was added dilemma yesterday because they had this sort of remote convention happening in Milwaukee with the nominee, and you can't shortchange her and the ticket out there. And so, I don't know, I mean, maybe they're just trying to do too much, right? I mean, sure, you've got a action-packed group last night, you wanted to maximize it, but you want to maximize it in prime time. You want to own that prime time. And the minute you start getting late in the East Coast, you're losing eyeballs. And granted, maybe people stay up to see Barack Obama and Michelle Obama. It's a great act to follow. But tonight, I think it's really going to be incumbent upon this convention to hit its marks, because America needs to get to know the vice presidential nominee Walz, and the only way they're going to get is this one speech.
Well, so high stakes then, if Rick is to be believed, that this is the moment for Tim Walz. It maybe makes it make or break. What message does he need to bring? Does he bring the idea that here I am as my own man and this is what I believe, or this is what I will do to support the beliefs of Kamala Harris? What is the role of the running mate this evening?
He is going to be Coach Walz. That is what Kamala Harris has been calling him. Forget anything else, Governor, anything else. He is Coach Walz, and that is who I think we're going to hear from tonight. I will give the DNC this. I stood here yesterday and questioned, what are they doing 2 nights? They filled 2 of these convention halls, 20,000 in one, 15,000 in another. The timing was impeccable. You went from California right to Kamala Harris. It was really well done. And so I think tonight they have a hard act to follow, but Coach Walz, I think, he's not only coach, he is cheerleader. I mean, you watch him out there. His hands are flailing. He is all about Kamala Harris. I think we're going to see that tonight. Everybody keeps saying he is the coach from Friday Night Lights. If he can capture that, he doesn't look like him necessarily, but he acts like him. If he can capture that, it's going to be great. But boy, was last night a hard act to follow. And I love, Kaylee, that you were saying 11:02, not 11.
That's correct.
Not that
2
we were
minutes late,
counting.
I think. I think a lot of people agree that you had one of the most successful vice presidential nominating speeches in the history of conventions. And with Sarah Palin, you had the element of surprise. I know things got complicated after that, Rick, but the less that is known about the candidate creates opportunity. Is that the case for Tim Walz?
This is exactly the case for Governor Walz, and he has a high bar, right? I mean, this is his moment to introduce himself, but he has a multiplicity of things he's got to do. Not only does he have to introduce himself, whether it's coach or governor or former congressman or staff sergeant or whatever his proper insignia was. He's got to tell his biography. He's got to fill in all these blank spots. He's got to attack Donald Trump. I mean, one of the things that I was surprised last night is Trump didn't have that bad a night last night at the Democratic convention. I mean, you know, there were some cutting remarks and some nice phrases that were used, but at the end of the day, nobody really took down Donald Trump. And so this is the job of the vice president. He's got to add that to his element. And then he's got to, like, say some really nice things about the nominee, because she, too, is introducing herself to the country in many ways. And so he's got to fill in some of that narrative. So I think it's actually even a bigger obstacle than Sarah Palin had, because all she really needed to do was talk about herself. And he's got a lot more jobs to do tonight than she did.
We did see some hits at Trump from Barack Obama, talking about what he called his weird obsession with crowd size. He called him stale at one point, suggested he's been whining for years. And we heard Michelle Obama take swings at Trump, too. What we heard from Barack Obama, though, that we didn't hear from the former First Lady was kind words about Joe Biden. Jeannie, and I wonder if last night was actually also revealing about the nature of the Biden family, Obama family relationship, now that we understand Obama did have a hand in pushing Biden out of this race.
You know, I know there's been a lot made of the fact that you know, former First Lady Michelle Obama didn't talk about Joe Biden or the First Lady. You know, from my perspective, we sat up here saying yesterday, as so many people did today, yesterday actually, today too, couldn't be about Joe Biden. It had to be about Kamala Harris. And I think that Michelle Obama hit that out of the park. She did take on Donald Trump, but she did it beautifully without using his name, which I think is the way to take him on. So, you know, I know a lot has been made of that tension, and I'm sure there are some hard feelings there. But on the other hand, this is about looking forward, and that's what the Obamas were able to do last night. And again, Michelle Obama, you know, she has the benefit of not being in politics, which makes it harder to be liked. But I heard one of my conservative friends say, thank God that woman never ran for office, because that would be the death knell of the Republican Party. I'm not sure it's that bad, Rick.
The
Don't
entire
get worried. But she is that good. So, you know, I think she did what she had to do, even though she didn't mention Joe Biden.
Yeah, I mean, betting markets still had odds on her becoming the Democratic nominee for a while there.
Yes, indeed,
and we definitely were paying attention, as were Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis, our signature political panel. Plenty more to come with these guys throughout the next hour here on Bloomberg TV and radio. But of course, there's other things that betting markets are focused on too, not just the outcome of the election, but also what the Federal Reserve is going to be doing over the course of the next several months. And a lot of that will depend on the trajectory for the economy. This is something we spoke about with a White House official from the National Economic Council of Advisors, Heather Boushey, yesterday.
We've actually seen wages now rising for 17 months for production and non-supervisory workers, the 80% of the workforce that are not managers or not professionals in the economy. So they are going to, whoever the president will inherit an economy that is really at that cruising altitude. You know, we keep talking about a soft landing, but this economy just keeps humming along and has been quite robust. At the same time, one of the really important things will be that because of the president's Invest in America agenda, we've seen investments all across the economy that are starting to take fruit. We've seen historic amounts of investment in the construction of new manufacturing facilities all across the country. That's been going on for 6 quarters now at a historic level, and that is taking shape in communities all across the country. I've had the opportunity to visit a lot of communities over the past year and a half, and seeing where jobs are being created and what those economies look like. That kind of, bringing communities along, that is what this next president, the kind of economy that they're going to inherit.
And as we think about the economy and how the feelings around it are affecting different demographic groups in the U.S. ahead of this election, joining us now here on set in Chicago is Joe Nguyen. He is Washington State Senator and CEO of the AAPI Victory Fund, a national political action committee focused on increasing Asian American and Pacific Islander representation in elected offices. Thank you so much for joining us, Joe. It's great to have you. We've had a lot of conversation about the way in which, when it was still Biden who was the candidate, Latino voters, Black voters were starting to turn away from him or away from the Democratic Party. We've heard a lot about those groups coming back. What are you seeing in the AAPI community?
Well, and I agree. We love Joe Biden. We think he's a fantastic president. But if you look at the 2020 elections to 2024, you saw a drift within the AA and HPI community. There was about a 14% drop in support from Democrats away from that, whether they drifted out or to Republicans, to be seen. But now the energy is tremendous. It's electric in terms of what we're seeing right now. I'm seeing elders in our communities who've never been politically involved before now active for Kamala Harris. And then that's what we're seeing today.
Why, the why is what we want to hear about. Is it more hope for the economy? Is it to be represented by someone who you have more in common with? What is the community saying?
All of the above. First off, the Asian community represents about 6% of the voting population in swing states, so about 1.6 million. So in every swing state, the Asian population is bigger than the margin of victory. When you see somebody who reflects your values, when you see somebody who has your experiences, somebody who was working class growing up, worked multiple jobs, immigrant family, it resonates with us. Because oftentimes when you're in public office, it isn't so much your policies, it's how you make some people feel.
Yeah.
So they know this is an auntie. This is somebody who will protect your communities. This is somebody that has a history of fighting for our communities, and we know she'll keep that.
So it's her story more than her policies.
It's her story, it's her policies, it's her history, it's her experience. You know, it's the fact that her mom had Tupperware that she used from recycled old goods that we did as well. It's the recipes that she has at home. Everything about it represents our values.
Well, as you bring up recipes, Kamala Harris in a kitchen with other people of Indian descent or wearing saris, for example, are images that we've seen circulated by Donald Trump in recent weeks as he suggests that she's flip-flopping her heritage or racial identity, that she was at first Indian American and now she's saying that she's black. Is she Indian or she's black? Is the question he's been asking. How does that sit with you and the people in your community you speak with?
One of my favorite congresswomen is Marilyn Strickland from Washington State, who is also half black and half Asian. I have a number of friends who are mixed race. My family is mixed race as well. So that is something that we've seen our entire lives. And that type of bullying is exactly what we faced growing up. So seeing that happen is not at all a surprise. It actually mobilizes us even more and galvanizes our support in her existence and her experiences because it reflects ours.
You were endorsed early on by Pramila Jayapal when you were running for the Senate.
That's right.
Which I'm sure was a big deal for your career. She represents a certain movement in Washington and represented a cadre of House members, progressive House members, who were not happy, and in many cases still are not, when it comes to the administration's policy surrounding Israel. How does Kamala Harris change the view?
You know, what's interesting is the AAPI Victory Fund, we visited Michigan before the switch, about 1 week before, and we did what was called the Uncommitted Listening Tour. And it was just, we wanted to come, say hello, introduce ourselves, talk to folks on the grounds, and there was a lot of frustration around what was happening, obviously. I think that switch was an acknowledgement of the anxiety that they were feeling. The fact that that happened, I think, is a testament to some of the advocacy that they have as well. Obviously, there's still some reserve in terms of what that actually looks like in practice. Pramila Jayapal is here with us this week, obviously. She supports the vice president, supports this ticket. You know, I think that you can be multiple things at one time. We love this country, we love this administration, and that gives us the right to criticize it as well when they're not doing the things that we want. So the fact that we come from an organizing perspective that allows us to have these conversations in earnest is much better than the alternative.
And I want to ask you finally about one other issue, given that your role in the state Senate, you also are specifically on the Energy and Technology and Environment
Committee. That's right.
How do you expect climate change issues to feature in this election when Joe Biden is very frequently heralding his climate accomplishments in terms of the Inflation Reduction Act? What do you expect a President Harris would do?
Well, first off, she would build upon that legacy. The IRA was one of the most transformative pieces of policies that we've ever seen since FDR. The investments that we're seeing, even in Washington state and nationally, are going to put us on the map when it comes to climate policies going forward. Climate change is more than just worrying about decarbonization and the existential threat. It's transmission lines, it's infrastructure, it's investments. People, even if they don't care about climate change, are going to see jobs because of it, and they will care about their pocketbooks, and they will care about the economy. So the continuation of Kamala Harris's plans around climate change will be transformative for us.
Glad you could come see us while we're in Chicago. Enjoy the rest of your convention. Joe Wynn, AAPI Victory Fund CEO, with us here speaking on behalf of his movement and the Harris campaign. And we're going to have a lot more ahead in the next hour of Balance of Power here on Bloomberg TV and radio. This is day 3 of the Democratic National Convention in Chicago. And as we work our way through the day, alongside Kaylee Lyons, we'll be joined by Florida Congresswoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz, Pat Dennis of American Bridge 21st Century, and of course our signature panel, Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, are with us for the balance of the week here in Chicago. It's the second to last night. Tim Walz will be in prime time later on, and we'll have much more ahead on what to look for. This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio.
politics to the world of business. This is Balance of Power. Live from the Democratic National Convention in Chicago.
Live from the Democratic National Convention in Chicago to our TV and radio audiences worldwide, welcome to Balance of Power. Alongside Joe Matthew, I'm Kaylee Lyons, and it is day 3. Tonight is the night that we will hear on the stage from the vice presidential nominee as he formally accepts that role. Minnesota Governor Tim Walz is the headliner tonight, a night in which, Joe, we will also be hearing from former President Bill Clinton, Speaker Emerita Nancy Pelosi, and the current House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries, and that is just the start of the list.
Yeah, they've got another big night lined up here. And of course, it follows a big night with the Obamas, former President, former First Lady Michelle Obama, captivating a crowd in a series of speeches that did run late again, Kaylee, due to be noted, but certainly landed well in the room. We've been talking with Democrats throughout the day here in Chicago who are clearly motivated by what they saw and heard last night.
Yeah, and of course, you will be there on the floor tonight as Tim Walz speaks to see the energy in person yourself. It's also worth pointing out, Joe is doing all of this work for us here in Chicago on his birthday. So happy birthday, Joe. Happy night 3 of the convention.
Thank you, indeed. We're going to spend some time with the coach later on when he speaks. But to Kaylee's point, there's going to be a much larger list of speakers here, and that's where we start our conversation with Bloomberg's Stephanie Lai, who's been living on the campaign trail for months, finding us here in Chicago now. Nice to bump into you again in the middle of America. That was a big night for the DNC. How do they continue the energy tonight?
Yeah, I mean, I think the Obamas set a pretty high bar. It was almost as if the energy and the message of hope that President Obama had in his 2008 campaign was brought back at this convention today. And that's what we're hearing from delegates across all the states right now. You know, I think what we're looking for is these speakers to come up on tonight and tomorrow to really just highlight Harris's message and to get that point across that they're not just taking for granted that they have 70-something days left of this campaign and that people really have to go out and make the difference on a grassroots level.
Something else that was remarkable about last night wasn't just the speeches from the Obamas or even from the second gentleman. It was the fact that Kamala Harris herself wasn't there. She wasn't even in Chicago. She was in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, instead at the Pfizer Forum where the RNC was held last month, filling it with thousands of people, knowing that Donald Trump has an issue with this crowd size competition, if you will. How did that play, not just for the Harris-Walz campaign, but do you have any reaction from the Trump-Vance campaign?
I haven't seen any reaction just yet, but it is notable that she managed to fill 2 massive arenas with supporters. That's just, you know, almost unheard of. And so the energy that we're seeing from her campaign is still moving forward. And, you know, we know that they're going to keep barnstorming all of these battleground states. So I guess time will tell.
Meanwhile, we look to Asheboro, North Carolina to find the other campaign. Donald Trump and J.D. Vance holding a rally there later. They've been very deliberate about counter-programming this convention every day this week.
Every single day. They have allies here in Chicago that are talking to members of the press. President Trump has been doing many more interviews with journalists, putting his name out there, getting his face in front of voters. And every single day has had a specific theme. So, you know, he's spoken about economy, about safety and crime, and we're expecting him to go to the border on Thursday to talk about immigration. These are all talking points that his campaign has made a very big push for, and they believe that those are the vulnerabilities that Vice President Harris has moving into November.
I wonder as well, knowing that they had already made the decision to go to the swing states, how the nature of the message may be different in North Carolina, given the way in which we have seen polling there change from the New York Times Siena poll this past weekend that showed Harris actually leading Trump in North Carolina to yesterday, Sabato's crystal ball, switching it from lean Republican to a toss-up. Is this a state we should expect that they're going to be paying more attention to than maybe they would have, say, 4 weeks ago?
Well, I mean, we've already seen him go into North Carolina a couple times since Harris has entered the race, and we're also noticing that they're putting more money into these states. What's particularly interesting is that this is the state that the RNC chairman Michael Whatley and the co-chair Laura Trump hail from, and so they're really going on an offensive right now because it seemed like North Carolina was just going to be an easy win, but it really does seem like there's been some shift and that it might be a state that they have to defend.
Bring us behind the scenes scenes a bit at this convention because people see the speeches in prime time, but there's a lot more going on around here. And a reporter like yourself is pretty busy shuttling around to different events, news conferences, fundraisers. Tell us about what isn't happening on the stage that a lot of people don't get a chance to see.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of discussion among delegates. We're seeing a lot of electeds going to these events. I was actually in Chinatown yesterday with the AAPI Victory Fund, where a lot of our AAPI elected officials were speaking to the folks that are here and to try to energize the base and make clear that, you know, Democrats are really interested in reaching people of color, and they're not taking these votes for granted. And so I think what we're seeing behind the scenes is just a lot of energy and trying to get the delegates to be excited for what's to come.
I think something we thought, or at least we're bracing ourselves to see, thought we'd see more of, is protests over the ongoing war in Gaza between Israel and Hamas. Certainly there has been some. There have been some altercations with the police, though nothing has gotten incredibly violent. But are the people you've been talking with surprised that it hasn't been more of a force here in Chicago?
Yeah, I think you bring up a really interesting point. I mean, they did breach the barricade. I think that was yesterday, right? But their presence hasn't been as noticeable. And perhaps it's because this is such a large city. These events are taking place across the town. So, you know, we're shuttling from one stop and then taking the metro for another 3 miles. So it's really hard to have that presence when, you know, all these events are not consolidated in one spot.
Yeah, you just wonder, though, if maybe not as many people showed up because of the change at the top of the ticket, or if there was a little bit of bluster here. I mean, that wouldn't be unusual. Predictions of tens of thousands of protesters simply haven't come true, have they?
No, I don't think so. I haven't been keeping close tabs, though, but I mean, I've seen a couple of protests here and there, but they do seem very isolated, maybe a couple hundred people tops. The first night that I was here on Sunday, there was a couple folks walking down Michigan Avenue, but as far as I can tell, I haven't really seen a huge presence.
Yeah, I did have great difficulty getting through traffic.
There were
when I arrived
400
on
people
Sunday.
coming down Michigan
Yes.
Avenue that night. That's right. That's one of the largest collections that we've seen so far.
And it was more the street closures and the barricades around that just made navigation a little bit more difficult than it otherwise would have been. Stephanie Lai navigating this entire city of Chicago for us. Thank you so much for joining us in what is a very busy week. And of course, a week, as we mentioned, in which we saw, which is a rare occurrence these days, former President Barack Obama on the stage, as well as the former First Lady, his wife, Michelle Obama, who had a message for voters about the need to turn out in November.
Yes, Kamala and Tim are doing great now. We're loving it. They're packing arenas across the country. Folks are energized. We are feeling good. But remember, there are still so many people who are desperate for a different outcome, who are ready to question and criticize every move Kamala makes, who are eager to spread those lies, who don't want to vote for a woman, who will continue to prioritize building their wealth over ensuring that everyone has enough. So no matter how good we feel tonight or tomorrow or the next day, this is going to be an uphill battle. So folks, we cannot be our own worst enemies. No. See, because the minute something goes wrong, the minute a lie takes hold, folks, we cannot start wringing our hands. We cannot get a Goldilocks complex about whether everything is just right. And we cannot indulge our anxieties about whether this country will elect someone like Kamala instead of doing everything we can to get someone like Kamala elected.
And of course, for someone like Kamala or anyone to be elected, you have to win the Electoral College. You got to get those 270 Electoral College votes. And the map, as we understand it, includes, Joe, about 7 swing states. But there have been conversations, at least when Biden was still in the race, as to whether or not a state like Virginia could be up for grabs for a Republican. And even still, there does seem to be a suggestion that maybe even a state like Florida could be one up for grab for the Democrats.
Depends who you ask.
Yeah.
Like our next guest.
Indeed. And on that note, we go now to a congresswoman from Florida. Democrat Debbie Wasserman Schultz is here with us on set in Chicago. Great to see you.
Great to see you both.
Congresswoman, if we could just begin, knowing that you just had a decisive victory in your primary in Florida last night as well. What are you seeing on the ground in Florida? Do you think it would be wise for the Harris campaign to be investing resources in the state, knowing the many, many media markets it has. It's a very expensive state to be competitive in. But if she made the decision to, could she actually be competitive?
I'm telling everybody, as are most political folks in Florida, don't sleep on our state. We have some metrics that are emerging. Remember, for most election cycles in this century, we have been a purple state. We've been hyper competitive. Barack Obama won Florida both times that he ran. And I'll give you an example from just yesterday's primary. The enthusiasm among Democratic voters is off the charts. I mean, just to give you an idea, I won my primary, but it's not the win, it's the difference in the voter turnout between Democrats and Republicans. 34,000 people voted I got 34,000 votes. The primary winner on the Republican side got 13,000 votes. So just in terms of enthusiasm, you can see the difference. But polling last week, both national polls that came out that polled Florida had the race within 3 and 5. And then if you look at the volunteer organization on the ground, 22,000 people signed up to volunteer to elect Kamala Harris President of the United States. So with the resources, and also the Republicans have continued to distort their advantage. They say they have 1 million more registered voters in Florida. They don't. What they did was that they suppressed the voters who haven't voted in 2 elections and now show them as inactive, even though they're still registered. So there aren't 1 million more Republicans registered to vote. We have huge enthusiasm. We beat almost every Moms for Liberty candidate that Ron DeSantis endorsed for school board races last night, about almost 24 that he endorsed, and he only won 6 of them. So the momentum is in our direction. No one should sleep on Florida.
Well, interesting. And looking more broadly, Florida and across the country, and not just the swing states, Congresswoman, our listeners and viewers should be reminded that you were chair of the DNC during Barack Obama's second convention.
Yes.
As President of the United States. Will you seek to duplicate his map?
Well, what we're seeking to do is make sure that we can capitalize on the enthusiasm and the contrast between the momentum that we have under Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, because hope and optimism, like we had during the Obama years, and joy is what is pushing people forward, because they want a president who is going to fight for them to reduce prescription drug prices.
But you were talking about more states than you were when Joe Biden was at the top of the ticket.
There is no question right now that we have different math in multiple different directions than we had just five or 6 weeks ago. And so what we can't do is just, move forward without pivoting and making the kind of adjustments that we need to and being nimble. And that's what our campaign operations are doing right now. And they're doing some recalculations so they can be ready for any opportunity.
Well, and I wonder how those recalculations are factoring into the likelihood of not just getting the majority in the House, but how large you think your majority could potentially be with Harris at the top of the ticket. You obviously are a member of House leadership. Has the goalposts moved? Initially, it was like, you just got to get those 4 seats. But what's the target now?
Well, we have to net 4 seats, and we have a very clear advantage in the fundraising. We have consistently outraised the NRCC, the Republican campaign finance operation, every single quarter of this election cycle. But it's not just that. Our incumbent frontline marginal members, they've outraised their opposition. Our red to blue candidates, they have a recruitment problem. They've got right-wing extremists all over the map. So the contrast is clear all the way down the ticket, from the White House pair of candidates down to legislative races. And voters are going to come out to the polls, elect our candidates, because they want someone who's thinking about moving forward, not a MAGA extremist Republican who's buried in the past, who's morose and brooding and unhappy. We've got to make sure that we have a positive, forward-thinking government so that we can ensure that this booming economy, 15 million plus jobs, making sure that we continue to bring prescription drug prices down, that we make sure that we have a plan like Kamala Harris does to make home ownership affordable and child tax credit reinstated. So many things that are important on the kitchen table, not a president like Donald Trump was, who cared only about making sure that the wealthy and the profitable businesses are able to do even better.
I want to ask you about an issue I know is very important to you and a lot of progressive Democrats, and that's our policy in Israel right now. It's
Yes.
the reason why we've been talking about protesters that in some cases have not materialized here in Chicago. Congresswoman, there are reports today that U.S. and Israeli officials think that this proposal for a bridge ceasefire deal is on the verge of collapsing. We heard from Secretary of State Antony Blinken in Doha. Here's what he said.
Our message is simple, it's clear, and it's urgent. We need to get the ceasefire and hostage agreement over the finish line, and we need to do it now. Time is of the essence.
How important will it be for a ceasefire to be struck to find unity among progressives in the Democratic Party?
What's important is that Hamas release the hostages. What's important is that Israel not be expected, like any other nation shouldn't be expected, to live with a terrorist threat sworn on their destruction and the killing of all Jews on their doorstep. What's important is making sure that the terror threat that Palestinians in Gaza live with is ended, so that they can free Gaza from Hamas. And that, when we reach a ceasefire deal that releases those hostages, that ensures that we can have governance in Gaza that is peaceful and non-threatening, that is absolutely essential. The time that's running out is that we have 109 hostages still there, at least 8 that are American, that need to be freed. I mean, we have to make sure, and thanks to the Biden-Harris administration for staying at the table, pushing the negotiations forward, but Hamas needs to take this deal. That is the bottom line.
Well, and we'll wait to see if they do so and on what time frame, knowing that they also could be considering that it will be a different government come January if they drag this out long enough. You just mentioned what the Biden-Harris administration has done. Do you expect that there would be a serious departure from this administration's policy if it were instead a Harris-Walz administration? How does she differ from the incumbent president?
She doesn't differ. She's made very clear that she is right alongside President Biden. She's been a part of those discussions, the negotiations. Kamala Harris supports making sure that we have a ceasefire deal that brings the hostages home, that ends the terrorist threat on Israel's doorstep, that ensures that we can get humanitarian assistance and relief to the Palestinians who are victimized by Hamas themselves, and also continuing the strong U.S. aid to Israel. She said very clearly she's not for an arms embargo. We have the strongest plank in the Democratic Party platform, strongest pro-Israel plank of any party in decades. And the Republicans come nowhere near the commitments and the specificity in the Democratic Party platform that we have, and that's because the Democratic Party is the one that has solidly and consistently stood with Israel, not just in words, but in actions.
What happens to Gaza if Donald Trump is elected?
You know, when it comes to how foreign policy is dealt with in general, I'm very fearful about what happens, because Donald Trump doesn't actually care about how to make sure that Gaza is governed in the aftermath and how you end the terrorist threat and ensure that the security apparatus that needs to be in place for Israel is put in place in a way that allows a peaceful transition, and the negotiation over an Arab-forward governing coalition. He reacts only emotionally and not with thought or commitment. And I'm very fearful, because of Project 2025, of who he's going to put in place in these important State Department positions to ensure that we have real professionals who are able to do things like Joe Biden has, getting these negotiations together and making sure that we have a diplomatic apparatus that has the experience and the commitment they need.
Thanks for coming to see us.
Thank you so much.
Good luck the rest of this convention.
Thank
It's Congresswoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz of Florida, former chair of the DNC. We're live in Chicago on Balance of Power, Bloomberg TV and radio.
connection lost.
Welcome back to Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. We are live from Chicago, the city hosting the Democratic National Convention, which of course is getting ready for its third night. We'll see, Joe, if things run a little bit more on schedule this evening, as twice in a row, the headliners, first President Biden, then former President Barack Obama, ran a little past prime time.
That's true.
On the East Coast.
We have the benefit, at least, of being an hour earlier here. It
Yeah.
was past 11 p.m. when Barack Obama finally got on the stage, remembering Joe Biden's midnight appointment on Monday. It's going to be more important, I think, for convention organizers to make sure the running mate gets on a friendlier hour.
Yeah, because this is the first time for many in the country that they will be hearing directly from Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, who wasn't necessarily a well-known figure in Democratic politics until Kamala Harris became the presumptive nominee, and he coined the phrase weird in describing Donald Trump and J.D. Vance.
Here we are tonight. I think we'll hear that word with us now. Our political panel, Rick Davis, partner at Stone Court Capital, Republican strategist alongside Jeannie Shenzano, Iona University, political science professor, senior fellow, democracy with the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress. Great to see you both. Axios reporting that Tim Walz has never used a teleprompter before. Rick, the stakes here, and not just the speech itself, but the logistics around it. How do you prepare a candidate for a moment like that?
Well, certainly in this case, if he's never used a teleprompter, you get him a lot of work on a teleprompter because, of course, using a teleprompter at press conference is one thing. Using it in front of 50,000 people and in a big night like this, they're tricky to use. And so I think getting him comfortable with that, and comfort matters, is probably one of their number one situations. Two, getting him comfortable with the speech. Remember, these people haven't been the nominees very long. I mean, he just emerged 10 days ago. And so the reality for him is he's had to get comfortable quickly with probably the most important speech he'll ever give in his entire life. And so at this stage, he's probably sequestered with his age, running through the speech over and over and again, doing some tweaking. But now it's also controlling your nerves because this is a nervous moment when you walk out and that crowd goes crazy. And you can get really emotional if you don't have control of your senses.
Amazing.
Yeah, a bit higher stakes than, you know, a locker room pep talk for the team or something like that for Coach Walz, Jeannie, as we've often heard him described. But on that note, they have leaned into this image of he was a football coach and a teacher. He's America's dad. He's a, everyday guy. Don't people also need to see on that stage, though, someone who could assume the office of the presidency if something were to happen to Kamala Harris? Is there such a thing as too much of the nice guy thing?
Never too much nice guy. No, I do think, because most Americans, to your point, 3 weeks ago, outside of his own home state, had never heard of him, didn't know who he was, so he is going to have to introduce himself. My one concern about the timing is, don't we know that Bill Clinton has a part of this tonight? Yes. And who goes longer than Bill Clinton? So
in conclusion,
going to have to pull him in. If he hasn't used the teleprompter and spoken at a convention, gosh, my advice would be, speed it up, folks. I say this in deference to my students. They think we all talk very slow because they listen to everything on top speed except for you guys. And so speed up the speech and ride the applause. You're speaking to people at home, not people in the room. So that is, he didn't ask for my advice. That would be my advice. I do think we're going to hear a lot about the coach. I do think we're going to hear a lot about his partner, Kamala Harris. I think we're going to hear less about policy. But I do think he has to make the case to the American people. God forbid something happens to Kamala Harris if they're elected, he is ready to assume that office. So, people keep telling me Kyle Chandler. I don't know who's going to introduce him, but that is the coach from Friday Night Lights. That's who he's going after, Kaylee.
You're just mapping all this out. I love this.
Listen, I got a lot of time here in Chicago, Joe.
Well, okay, is he going to address the elephant in the room here, the questions of stolen valor and his military experience, or does he just fly over it?
He might fly high, right, as you say. He has something to say about that. Obviously, he's proud of his service career, and he's made it clear he doesn't think that should be part of a campaign. And he's actually complimented J.D. Vance's career in the military. So I would actually think that he would use that device of making the point that we honor everybody's service, no matter how or why they do it. And so that's a great shout out to every veteran in America. And that's how the line of attack should be. It should not be me versus you. It should be we're all in this together.
Well, we've heard not a lot of attack lines from Democrats here in Chicago, more so just lines of praise for both Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, including from the Secretary of Agriculture, Secretary Vilsack. Tom Vilsack joined Bloomberg earlier today in his personal capacity, but he had this to say about Governor Walz.
Governor Walz is someone that you could put into any room in any community in any part of the country, and he would be able to relate to the people in that room, which means that he can be a very powerful spokesperson for rural America, for the small towns and rural places in the country that oftentimes don't get the level of attention that they deserve. He understands that. I think that's why he's been successful.
So on this idea of rural America, as we consider the kinds of populations and demographics they're trying to draw out and make sure vote for them in November, what is the message that rural America needs to hear, not just from Tim Walz, but from Kamala Harris herself?
I think they need to hear that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz understand the challenges that they are facing. And I couldn't agree more with Tom Vilsack. As important as I thought last night was, and as good of a job as the DNC had a good night, the one criticism I had was the voters they need are these folks that he is talking about. And they are going to have to appeal to them with this message that Kamala Harris, we've heard her use, which is economic opportunity, sort of borrowing from an old style GOP where we are going to have opportunity for freedom, liberty, and success if you take it. So I think understanding their challenges and letting them know that they and their children and their grandchildren have a bright future ahead of them. And this is how, we won't get into the specifics, but those are the kind of messages that they're going to need to hear. And quite frankly, that's a danger the DNC runs here, is that if they are appealing to other folks on the coasts and not these people in the middle.
Well, so it's a battle for a rural between Tim Walz and J.D. Vance. How does Tim Walz win that argument without becoming too folksy and too cute in an address?
No, I don't think he does win that argument. Yeah. I think there's been a realignment. Donald Trump won 256 counties that Barack Obama won twice, and Joe Biden in 2020 only won a dozen of those back. Those are gone. Those are Republicans now. They're going to vote Republican. It's a much better use of the Democrats' time if you boil it down to run up the numbers in suburbs and urban areas to offset the losses they're going to take in those counties. Look, they're not talking about the economy. That's what these people care about. They haven't benefited from the increased economy in the Biden administration, and they say so loudly in every focus group and every poll that we take. Donald Trump continues to outpace both Joe Biden and Kamala Harris when it comes to who's best able to manage the economy. So I think they've got to go where they can find votes, and it's not going to be in the rural communities.
Just on the idea that those people are now Republicans, are they Republicans or are they populists? Because isn't that the common thread that you could pull between those who would vote for Obama in 2008 and 2012 and who shifted to vote for Donald Trump?
Well, there's a third group, and I'd call them MAGAs.
Okay, sure.
And so that's some combination of those two things, right? And yet they're signed up. I mean, that's what you saw on the floor of the convention in Milwaukee for Donald Trump. These are the people who fuel the MAGA. And everyone said, oh, where are the votes coming from? Well, former Democrats, you know, who used to be working class whites in rural areas without college education are now the base of the Republican Party.
And this is why we saw the roll call that we saw last night, right? If you're trying to get young people in the suburbs and in urban areas, you put a show like that together. We would not have seen that in Milwaukee.
We would not have. And, you know, it was like the Super Bowl of politics. I heard from so many people again who said, we don't watch this stuff, but that was fun. And so, but I do agree with Rick that, you know, they may have lost those rural areas already, but they can't bleed them anymore. When you're talking about states like Wisconsin and Michigan, and they're going to be so tight, and that was one thing we heard from Michelle Obama yesterday, they've got to fight for those and watch for this notion of economic opportunity, opportunity economy from Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, because that is the message they are trying to send. It's not going to be a winning message in those areas necessarily, but they want to stop bleeding there as they have been. Democrats have been for some time now.
Well, as we allude to this roll call, we should actually give our listeners and viewers a taste of what it was like in the United Center last night.
The proud great state of Alabama proudly cast 56 votes for the first black woman president of the United States of America.
Colorado proudly casts its votes for Kamala Harris. Get it out! Indiana delivers its 86 delegates.
Minnesota, we cast 10 votes present, and we deliver 81 votes for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz.
California, we proudly cast our 482 votes for the next president, Kamala Harris. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here tonight to officially nominate Kamala Harris for president. Five, get out, another round of shots. DNC, turn out for what?
That has been perpetually in my head on repeat since last night. I mean, that kind of energy, Rick, are Republicans now looking back on their convention in Milwaukee thinking, dang.
Oh, I don't think we could have pulled that off. You know, in conventions, you manage these things and you say, oh, this roll call is such a pain. You hate going through it. Nobody's interested. Nobody watches it. I cannot tell you how many phone calls and texts I've gotten today about why didn't we ever think of doing something fun like that in our roll call? It was a blast. Highlight of the convention as far as I'm concerned.
Wow, that's something. I mean, you had Kid Rock, right? I guess that would be the equivalent in Milwaukee.
But Lil Jon.
Lil Jon, though. So he actually rebuffed and asked for an endorsement by Donald Trump. You had to call him to come to Chicago.
You had to call him. He was on Celebrity Apprentice, and come on, you know, that is the kind of thing that you can just imagine has frustrated Donald Trump.
Was that the end of this whole narrative that young black men are drifting toward Donald Trump? Is that now something in the past?
I don't think so. I don't think it's the end. I don't think you're going to do as well as he wanted. But I do think Republicans have a argument there when it comes to the economy, but they've just got to talk about it. But Donald Trump wants to talk about other things like Taylor Swift and AI. So, you know, it's hard to keep him on track. But Lil Jon last night, that was a coup. And the DJ Wayne, is that it? He was amazing.
DJ Cassidy you're referring to,
yeah.
yes. And I did have to look, Kaylee.
Okay, well, there you go. As I think about finally what we're hearing from Donald Trump, he's going to be in North Carolina. He's there today with J.D. Vance, talking specifically, they say, about the issue of national security, though if we've learned our lesson from previous experiences, we may drift into other subject matter as well. But how should we think about his time spent in North Carolina now that we are seeing polling actually shifting in that swing state? Sabatos crystal ball moved it from lean czar to toss-up yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, we started this campaign saying there were going to be 7 key states that would decide this election, and probably a dozen counties in each one. And we're right back to where we started. And by the way, same ones from 2020. I mean, this reset of this election is looking eerily like 2020, and in all states, not just North Carolina. But I would point out, too, this is the first major rally outdoors that Donald Trump's done since he got shot. And so, you know, there's a little more mystique around this. And secondarily, he's been on message for a whole week now. I mean, he's really kind of taken the talking points that his campaign's given him to contrast nicely with the convention, even went out of his way to say nice things about Barack Obama last night or yesterday afternoon before the show. So there's something going on in the Trump campaign. And I think today is a very important turning point to see how his crowd is and how he handles it. He'll be in a bulletproof box on that stage. And a performer like Donald Trump, that could really have a salutary effect on his ability to turn that crowd on.
That's a really good point, Kaylee. We had seen reports earlier, and now we know for a fact the Secret Service has positioned ballistic glass around the country so they can have him protected on 3 sides, which does make the speech much more of a challenge.
Yeah, and I wonder how he will allude to the attempted assassination that we saw on the eve of the Republican convention as he counter-programs this Democratic one. We'll, of course, bring you anything noteworthy he says here on Bloomberg TV and radio and get analysis from our signature political panel, Rick Davis and Jeannie Sheehan Zaino. Thank you both. We'll see you later. And we're about to see now Abigail Doolittle up in New York with another check on the markets. How are we looking, Abigail?
Well, stocks are hanging on to their small gains at this point, Kaylee and Joe. Earlier, we had some flip-flopping to small losses, but we're looking at another low volume day. Really wait and see. And I think that the big thing that investors are looking for, they may be enjoying the DNC, but they're really waiting on the Fed and Jerome Powell, head of the Federal Reserve, his keynote speech in Jackson Hole on Friday. So right now we are looking at the S&P 500 slightly higher, but this comes after lots of volatility because we've had the S&P 500 over the last 12 days up 10 of those days, but over the last 30 days still down a little bit. And that has to do with that basic correction that we had into the month of August. So lots of uncertainty. A piece of this, of course, is that Fed liquidity, also having to do with the yen. We had the yen strengthening when stocks were going down. The yen stabilized a little bit, and now we are in this trend of stocks going higher. But I would say we are mainly in a period of volatility. And of course, election 2024 plays a big piece of this. The betting odds between Kamala Harris, VP Harris, and former President Donald Trump, well, they've narrowed. This is really interesting. So prior to Kamala Harris being the official pick, Donald Trump was somewhere at 70%. Kamala Harris was closer to 10%. And then she leapfrogged higher, but Donald Trump had still been bettering her. And then Kamala Harris pulled ahead of Donald Trump by nearly 20 percentage points now. And it's interesting that this is coming during DNC week. Now it's narrowed to about 8%. But the biggest takeaway from this is we don't know what's happening in November until November is over. Lots of uncertainty, different policies. So investors really, taking note of this. So if we check in on the Harris trade and also the Trump trade, the Harris trade for the most part is higher. D.R. Horton, that home builder who caters to first-time home builders at a record high, up about 3.8%. First Solar, we don't know that she's necessarily pro-green, but I'm assuming she'll probably be pro-green, up 1.3%. So that's positive, really supporting the Harris trade. On the other hand, it's interesting, Kroger, after falling for a couple days, really supporting the idea that her economic idea that maybe prices should be capped, that $1.7 trillion plan for all these different ideas. Today, we have Kroger bouncing back, investors saying not so much. And then it's really interesting, Joe, today, and again, during DNC week, we have Trump Media and Technology Group, DJT, surging up 14%, the best day in more than a month. So never a dull moment. Stay tuned. We'll be watching this news and what it means for the markets all week.
All right, Abigail, we thank you. Once again, Bloomberg's Abigail Doolittle with her eyes on the markets for us on Balance of Power. We're live in Chicago at the Democratic National Convention and keeping our focus as well on what's happening in Jackson Hole, where Bloomberg's Michael McKee is spending his week and joins us now with more, working our way up to the big speech on Friday. Michael, it's great to see you here. We're, of course, at the DNC, where a big part of the conversation has been turning the page, a new chapter as we work our way to the big speech from Kamala Harris on Thursday. You have your own version of that in Jackson Hole with Powell's speech on Friday. and another turning of a page. Will he open the new chapter when it comes to interest rate policy this week?
Well, I don't think he necessarily opens a new chapter, but he'll signal that it is coming, and it is probably coming in September. They have three more important reports, 2 inflation numbers and a jobs report before their next meeting on September 18th. So he may not want to lock the Fed into it at this point, but especially after today's number with the revisions downward to the non-farm payrolls report, it does suggest the economy is a little slower than the Fed had anticipated. That just adds weight to the idea that the Fed is ready to cut rates and probably will do so in September.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up, Mike. This is the biggest downward revision in payrolls we've seen since 2009, 818,000 lower in the 12 months through March. The thing is, this is backward-looking data, right? We're looking back through March. It's now August. They're making decisions about where they think we'll be in September. So how much does this really factor in?
Doesn't factor in all that much. It does suggest that the economy was creating fewer jobs. The labor market was a little less tight than the Fed had thought. But on average, we went from 242,000 jobs a month to 174,000. And 174,000 is still a solid number. It's above the number that the Fed would consider sort of neutral for job creation. So they still have a strong economy, just not as strong as they thought it was. Probably about 68,000 a month lower. But remember, this is all dependent on the next quarter's report, because this 818,000 will be revised again in January. And so the Fed is not going to put too much weight on it.
Michael, we spent some time yesterday with Heather Boucher, who's here in Chicago in her own personal capacity to act as a surrogate for Kamala Harris. And we asked her, what would be the state of the economy, no matter who wins, when the next president takes office next year? She spoke to strength. What does the Fed see?
I think the Fed sees essentially the same. We will get new economic projections from Fed officials once we get to that September 18th meeting. But at the moment, they see GDP growth of about 2.1%. We're running a little ahead of that. Unemployment at 4.1%. We've jumped over that. And now the question is, do they raise their unemployment forecasts as well? And inflation is still coming down. So overall, if you were to project out, you would say it's a relatively strong economy. One thing that today's revisions show, though, is that post-pandemic, it's really hard to get a read on the economy that you know is going to be accurate. So it's a matter of risk containment for the Fed as they go forward.
Finally, Michael McKee, as you're out there in Jackson Hole, we're here in Chicago, where we're asking a lot of people about the economic policies of these candidates, and also this notion that they may approach Fed independence differently. Donald Trump doubling down again and speaking to Bloomberg's Mark Niket this week on his suggestion that the president should at least be free to talk about monetary policy, even if the Fed doesn't necessarily heed that advice. Is that a conversation that's going to bleed into, if not the speeches in Jackson Hole, the dining room talk?
Not too much, because we've been through this before. Donald Trump was president, and Donald Trump did castigate the Fed, and Donald Trump did insult Jay Powell on a fairly regular basis for a while, and the Fed just went about its business and paid no attention. So I think that's what they'll do. And if we see that if Trump were to get elected, say, and there's some concern about it, the Fed would ramp up its behind-the-scenes lobbying. But Powell does a lot of that already, and I don't think the Fed's too worried that it would get through Congress unless there was some sort of huge Republican sweep.
All right, Bloomberg's Michael McKee coming to us live from a gorgeous Jackson Hole. Thank you so much. Of course, the weather's been pretty nice here in Chicago, too, but we don't.
Yeah, we've been blessed. I just wish you'd wear the 10-gallon hat next time you came on.
Yeah. Mike, next time, come on and say howdy. We'll look forward to that. Of course, as we're here in Chicago at the Democratic National Convention, it is worth pointing out that these conventions aren't just about the speeches. They also are about money, as they often serve as a fundraising push for the candidates. And Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall has been crunching those numbers and is joining us now with more. Tyler?
Yeah, hey, Kaylee, one way to quantify this newfound energy that we're talking about with the Democratic ticket is to look at the fundraising numbers. We know the Harris campaign says that they raised a record $200 million in her first week as presumptive nominee back in July. And this newfound energy and bringing new voters into the fold is something that Democrats are going to keep hoping that they can capitalize on. You actually spoke about it with one strategist last hour on Balance of Power.
Which vision is more like the vision you want for the future of America? And I think they are so good at making that case to young voters in particular and voters of color who often feel disenfranchised by our politics. I think you are seeing a beautiful consolidation of the base of those two entities.
According to the Federal Election Commission, the Harris campaign raised $310 million in July. That's compared to $139 million for the Trump campaign. It's important to note the total numbers you're seeing for the Democratic ticket here include money raised when President Biden was still the presumptive nominee. Even so, when we just dig into those July numbers with Harris at the top of the ticket, her campaign says 60% of those donors were women. A Bloomberg analysis of campaign finance data finds female donors consistently giving more to Democratic campaigns over Republicans, but they only topped the majority of donors recently in 2016 when Hillary Clinton was on the top of the ticket. Joe and Kaylee, the next question is whether or not Democrats can sustain this momentum. The most recent numbers show us that the Harris campaign currently has about $50 million more when it comes to cash on hand compared with the Trump campaign. But as you both know, that money can run out pretty fast.
Well, that's for sure, Tyler. And we also know things have evolved a lot since Kamala Harris went to the top of the ticket. The narrative over the course of the spring and summer was the big whales, the big Wall Street investors breaking for Trump, the Ackmans, the Schwartzmans. What has changed, if anything, since Kamala Harris took the top of the ticket?
Right, and as we were watching that conversation, you'll recall that former President Trump actually visited Washington. He had that private meeting at the Business Roundtable, meeting with CEOs, discussing some pledges when it came to the corporate tax rate. For example, Bloomberg News had learned that he had pledged in that meeting cutting it from 21% to 20%. And now during this convention, we're starting to hear other proposals from Kamala Harris the opposite way when it comes to raising the corporate tax rate. But like you said, former President Trump really trying to gain some of these bigger name donors, Blackstone, Steve Schwartzman. However, a lot of other big donors and Democratic donors in the past are starting to line up behind Kamala Harris. That includes many of those in Hollywood, for example, that are reaching into their deep pockets to give to her.
Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall just outside the United Center here in Chicago. We thank you. Tyler will bring us inside the convention hall on the floor a bit later on the late edition of Balance of Power. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons in Chicago. We're glad you're with us here on the Wednesday edition as we work our way up to night 3. And joining us now to continue the conversation, Pat Dennis, president of American Bridge 21st Century. Pat, welcome. It's good to see you here in Chicago. I hope your convention's going well. You've certainly been pulling in a lot of money. $200 million for American Bridge. And you're targeting 3 swing states that should not be a mystery to anybody who ever listens to this program.
Yes.
It's Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan, suggesting that this is still about the blue wall?
Yeah, they're incredibly important, and it's not just now. This isn't the last 2 weeks play. We've been in these states, you know, going back as far as 2020, 2022, and we've been focused there now. There are other states that are very important, you know, Arizona, Nevada, Georgia, now North Carolina. Yeah. But for us, you know, those 3 states are critical.
Well, and certainly we've seen a lot of time and energy and resources already invested in those states by the campaign. But we were joined earlier on this program by Congresswoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz of Florida, who said she's been telling everyone, don't sleep on Florida. She's suggesting that there actually is potentially a chance there. But if everybody's so focused on the other swing states, are we actually going to see the investment in a state like that from anyone, if not from American Bridge?
Well, for us, we're really focused on those 3 states, and we stay in our lane, and we don't change our plans at the last minute. But I don't think she's wrong about Florida. If you look at the Senate race in Florida, the polling average is closer there than it is for the swing state of Ohio in the Senate race. So that, you know, shouldn't be happening. So the numbers are all topsy-turvy, but for us, it is stay focused, keep your eye on the prize, win those 3 states.
Is part of the strategy as well to force the other campaign to continue spending more in those states?
Yes, and you see they're starting to run into dilemmas there. Like they're spending in North Carolina, and North Carolina is sliding away from them. They need to figure out where to deploy these resources, but for us, it's just like, you know, we're gonna be on the air here, we're gonna be running these extremely effective ads with like real people, and they need to find a way to respond.
You reserve time just to block out the other campaign?
We reserve time when it makes the most sense to do it. We're generally not trying to take away other spots from them. We're just doing it wherever it's most efficient.
Well, so what's the message you bring? It's one thing to buy the time, but then you have to do something with it. What's most effective in these states?
Yeah, so our ads are real people who are, you know, we find on the ground in the states, some of whom even voted for Trump, and basically telling their stories and what issues are important to them. Abortion is a very key one. Democracy in like a broad sense, not just January 6th, although we include January 6th, but just the importance of our institutions and freedom, which, you know, you see a lot of this convention as a major theme. Freedom, the ability to live the kind of life you want to live, have the kind of family you want to have. Like these messages are really resonating.
I'm fascinated by the anatomy of making a political ad. You just described your style. If you're going to be using real people as opposed to actors or archival tape, you could do so many different things these days with technology. How do you bring them to the point of being able to deliver that message? How do you coordinate that production?
It is a lot of work, and we don't write scripts. We don't
script them.
We don't tell them what to say. We go to their house, literally, and sit down and chat, sometimes for an hour, sometimes for 2 hours, and cut it together into an ad. Now, if you ever get into the business of making political ads, I tell you, this is the most expensive and hardest and most stressful way to do it, but it's also the most effective. You know, real people, and you got to go find them, you got to talk to them, they have to be bought in, so.
And then you add the music and all the other elements after you get that conversation.
Indeed, but the core of it is just face-to-face discussion.
So does that make it more about the issues than the actual personalities to a large extent? Because it seems that the ads we've seen thus far from the campaigns are all about Kamala Harris. From Donald Trump, it's attacks. From her, it's defining her. But they are about them as people by and large.
Yeah, and we're pretty focused on the issues. Abortion, you know, it is impossible to get away from. It is something that gets into people's lives. They have real stories. We have folks, you know, telling very difficult stories of starting their families on TV, and that is just a real issue that transcends personality in a lot of ways.
A lot of the ads we've seen from the Trump campaign have been pretty dark, and I mean that literally. They're darker images, grainy video, as he tries to paint the image of a nation in decline. How do those pull? Does that test well?
I think they like it. That's sort of their mood right now, especially you see his social media usage. He's in a dark place. In our world, like, it is not that effective. People see those and they say, oh, political ad, next. It's not compelling, it's negative, it turns people off. So that's how we see it, at least.
So are you going all in on just ads, or are you going to do, you know, door knocking efforts trying to turn out the vote? We've heard a lot, including from the Obamas last night, about how you got to channel enthusiasm, and certainly the only way to do that isn't just reaching people on their TV screens or on their phones.
For sure. For us, it is ads. We also do opposition research at American Bridge, but we work with partners across the ecosystem. We provide our research, we provide our polling, we work together, and some of those are doing incredibly effective work on the ground. So,
how do you spend your time while you're here at the convention? This is also, people see speeches on TV. This is a massive fundraiser this week, isn't it?
Yeah, and I'm going around, I'm talking to people. I am way overbooked. I'm very sleepy.
Thank you for sharing some of your time with us.
Exactly. Going to parties. It's, you know, it's a convention.
Well, and it feels kind of like a party. Everybody who's come in here on set has been in a great mood. Granted, people were in a pretty good mood in the Republican convention in Milwaukee also. Everybody was feeling really good about their candidate, just as we're sensing here.
Yeah.
It raises the question, though, of complacency, and I feel like we've heard this alluded to by the Obamas and others, this notion that you can't take it for granted that it's always going to be like this. Do you have that concern as you're talking to people here in Chicago, that maybe there's some rose-colored glass situations going on?
I thought Michelle Obama said it best, right? If you're scrolling on the phone, put it down and do something. People here, you know, the people who are in the convention hall are the most important people to do that message. The people who are going to be out there knocking on doors, you know, talking to their neighbors. And I think that message is really getting out there. You know, get off the phone, don't panic, do the work, win the election. It is not in the bag for us, but we have a path to win this thing, and we're going to do it.
Because we mentioned Michelle Obama, there have been some questions about the language she chose in what was a pretty poetic speech. I think we can agree. She talked about magic in the air, a familiar feeling that's been buried too deep for far too long, the contagious power of hope. What does that suggest has been going on the last 3 years?
Well, I mean, if you look at the 2020 election, it was completely different. You know, we were locked down in COVID. We were coming out of these dark Trump years, and Joe Biden came in and he talked about passing the torch to the next generation, being a bridge. He talked about why he got into the race, but we've been, you know, he's been dragging us out of those really dark Trump years, and I think it's been important work. Extremely thankful. You know, the legislation we passed, right? The CHIPS Act, bringing jobs back to the United States, high-tech jobs. You know, some of the climate work he did. It's all been incredible, but now you see we're in a bit of a happier place, and we can, you know, really start talking about hope again.
Or joy, in the words of Tim Walz. He's thanked Kamala Harris for, in his words, bringing that back. And of course, we're going to hear from Governor Walz tonight as he makes his acceptance speech. Pat Dennis of American Bridge 21st Century, making time for us in a very busy week. Thank you so much for joining us. It's always good to have you. And of course, it's been a busy week, certainly, for the ticket themselves, as Tim Walz and Harris were in Milwaukee, Wisconsin yesterday, came back late last night, and now Tim Walz is certainly, almost certainly, in high prep mode for his big speech.
Hunkered down with the speechwriters and rehearsing things. You'll, of course, see that hear it live on Bloomberg TV and radio. We've got some important news, by the way, for our Bloomberg radio audience in New England. It's a pleasure to tell you that starting September 3rd, you can listen to Bloomberg Radio in and around Boston on our new signal, our new home, 92.9 FM. Your news source for business news from the financial center of New England. Bloomberg Radio moving to 92.9 FM at noon. That's the day after Labor Day. And really great to do that, hearing from a lot of fun friends up in Boston today. Kaylee, with that news.
Yeah, it's very exciting. And of course, being the day after Labor Day, that also kind of represents that final sprint.
You said it.
Toward November. That's when election season really gets going. Of course, it's already going here in Chicago, and we'll have more coverage of that in the late edition of Balance of Power, live from the DNC. That's 5 p.m. Wall Street time. And we'll have some special guests coming up. We also have a conversation later this afternoon with Eric Adams, the mayor of New York City.
Yeah, much more to follow. Keep it right here on Bloomberg TV and radio.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek on Bloomberg Radio.
And a very good afternoon, everybody, live on radio, TV, YouTube, Bloomberg Originals. This is Bloomberg Business Week for this. Yeah, it's kind of a Fed Wednesday.
Yeah, I think it's fair to call it a Fed Wednesday, August 21st, 2024. We got the minutes from the latest Fed meeting. They are set to cross the Bloomberg terminal, Carol, in just about 20 seconds.
Yeah, watching very closely, and we'll break them down as soon as they cross. Having said that, we got a lot going on. It is an interesting week. We are so Fed-focused, if you will, because you've got Jackson Hole underway. Our Mike McKee is there, so we're going to head to him in just a moment. But you've got Jay Powell, Fed Chair Jay Powell, speaking on Friday. So we're all looking for clues about what we get in terms of rate moves come September. Having said that, we've seen rates, the U.S. Treasury curve, move lower today on expectations that indeed we are going to get that Fed cut.
All right, well, speaking of the Fed, here are the minutes. The Federal Reserve saying that several officials saw a case for cutting at a July meeting, though the vast majority saw September cut as likely appropriate. Almost all Fed officials wanted more inflation data, though, before cutting rates.
Yeah, and what's interesting is I'm looking just a little bit of a reaction, maybe the NASDAQ just ticking a few points higher. Let me move on over to what we're seeing in the Treasury curve and looking at rates actually dip just a hair lower, so not much reaction. So we'll continue to watch that. Having said that, we've got a lot going underway. We're going to also check in at the latest from the DNC in Chicago. We're going to talk about Ford's latest gear shift when it comes to EVs, and we're also going to get into the latest on the tech tycoon, his yacht that has sunk. Of course, we got that news just about 48 hours ago, so we'll get the latest on that.
Yeah, all that and more coming up over the next hour. Let's get to the minutes from the July FOMC meeting, because, as we mentioned, the vast majority saw a September rate cut as likely appropriate. Several officials saw the case for cutting at the July meeting. Officials, Carol, saw upside risks to inflation as diminished, and downside risks to employment were seen as increased.
All right, let's get to it with Bloomberg News international economics and policy correspondent. He is Michael McKee, not at the Fed as he often is, but rather at the Fed Ranch out west, you might say. It's also known as the annual Jackson Hole Economic Policy Symposium. Mike, good to have you here. So, Tim, just breaking down the headlines. I first want to ask you about several officials saw the case for cutting at the July meeting. Does that, I don't know, what does that tell you?
Not much, Carol, because that's something that Jay Powell had suggested in his press conference at that meeting. He didn't put a number on it, but he said there was a case made for cuts at that meeting. I don't think people pushed too hard for that, but you could imagine it was somebody like an Austin Goolsbee or even some of the others. But at this point, they all decided that maybe because Jay Powell and the majority were saying don't cut now, we will wait. But they do say in the minutes that the latest data they had gotten gave them more confidence that they were going to be moving down to the 2% level, and it would be soon appropriate to move rates.
Have any of the data that we've gotten since that July meeting of the Federal Reserve, Mike, shifted the way that you think any of these members of the Fed view the path forward?
Well, I don't think significantly shifted. What we have seen, though, is the weakness in the labor market report, and then today's downward revisions. You've got some people who were suggesting they wanted to wait, like Raphael Bostic, who has now said he's open to cutting rates in September. And in that case, it's probably going to be the August jobs report that we get at the beginning of next month that will make the decision for them of how much they cut. It does look like they are on track to cut.
All right, so it's interesting too, Mike. You know, I feel like investors, you got bond yields, you know, falling. We saw that earlier on that big downward revision of U.S. payrolls, which reinforced those prospects for Fed rate cuts in September. So again, in terms of 25 versus 50, can we pretty much say at this point, if nothing dramatic happens between now and the next Fed meeting, that we get that quarter point cut?
I think that's the base case. If we got a weak August payrolls print, then that might move them towards 50. And if we got a big drop in the inflation numbers, which doesn't seem likely, that could also give them an excuse to do that. The question is, do they feel like they're behind the curve? And everyone I have talked to in recent weeks says they don't think that's the case, that they believe at this point the economy is pretty strong and doesn't need cuts in a we are worried about recession kind of way.
Well, that's a perfect segue to bring up something that you brought up just moments ago, and that was the payroll downward revision that we got this morning from the Bureau of Labor Statistics preliminary benchmark revisions. 818,000 for the 12 months through March of this year. Does that change the idea of the Fed potentially being behind the curve at all, Mike, that we see increased weakness when it comes to payrolls?
Well, I would think they would say no for a couple of reasons. One is because that implies that we went from an average monthly job gain of 242,000 to 174,000 over those 12 months. And 174 is still a very strong number. You're looking at about 100,000 for kind of a neutral hiring level for the United States. So the Fed would say we're still seeing relatively strong job growth. And also this number, as you mentioned, just goes through March of this year. There will be another quarterly survey that will be incorporated into these revisions when they put out the next round in January. And that could see a rebound, or it could see an even bigger cut. So they know there's more data coming, so it doesn't really push them too hard one way or another. And finally, the third thing is, of course, the revisions we got today don't count undocumented workers because companies don't pay the Social Security, Medicare, and unemployment tax on them. And so they could be overstating how much the revisions are. And all that gets worked out between now and January.
Okay, yeah, Mike, talk a little bit more about the immigration factor here and the undocumented immigrant factor here, because I've seen this mentioned a few times in different write-ups that I've read of these data going into the number and then after we got the number this morning. What are some numbers being thrown about by around the impact about the impact of undocumented migrants on the labor force?
Well, you know, there are not a lot of specific numbers because people really don't know. I mean, we know there were several million who came in over the past year or two, higher than we had been seeing. And we have seen jumps in the labor force, and that's what people are thinking is the reason that the undocumented aliens have influenced hiring, that they were getting hired for jobs, particularly in certain low-wage categories that weren't being picked up because, again, the companies don't pay unemployment insurance if you're undocumented because they can't get unemployment insurance. But we did see a number of revisions lower in the food services and bars and drinking places area, and also in some of the healthcare services area, where people who are undocumented often get jobs. So it's hard to say exactly how many are involved, but I'm sure there are some. We just don't have a good handle on it.
All right, Mike, so now I'm thinking tick, 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 this long list that we've all been ticking off different things to get to the next Fed meeting, which is September 18th. As you well know, we've had a lot of data points. We still have, another jobs report. We've got a couple of inflation prints before we get to the next decision, but we also have Jackson Hole, where you are. So just remind us of kind of what happens, what kind of discussions will come up, and is it really just all about what Jay Powell has to say come Friday?
Well, for people on Wall Street, it's all about what Jay Powell has to say on Friday. They hope he will say, we're going to cut rates on September 18th, which he won't, but that's what they'd hope for. He may give a strong signal that that is coming. The rest of the conference is basically academic theories about economics. In this case, the subject matter is the transmission of monetary policy, and so there will be academic papers presented and discussed, but none of it revolves around the idea of where are we now and what should we be doing right now.
That would be too easy, right? Okay, all right, just good to know. Michael McKee, we know we'll be checking back with you, so appreciate you carving out some time for us to go through those Fed meeting minutes. That, of course, is Bloomberg News International economics and policy correspondent Michael McKee there in Jackson Hole.
He's got the latest on the U.S. economy and Fed Think, and of course, all things at Jackson Hole. The economy and the struggles of many Americans were talked about last night, though closer to home at the Democratic National Convention in Chicago last night. And that's where we go right now.
Yeah, it was the second night of speakers that included the DNC roll call with a DJ and a state-by-state playlist that, yes, you can, in fact, download. I know that. And the keynote speakers, former First Lady Michelle Obama, who was there with her husband, former President Barack Obama. The two really firing up the crowd, reminding us all that it will be a tough fight and offering up a big dose of optimism.
A familiar feeling that's been buried too deep for far too long. You know what I'm talking about. It's the contagious power of hope.
We will elect leaders up and down the ballot
who will fight for the hopeful, forward-looking America we all believe in. And together, we too will build a country that is more secure and more just, more equal, and more free. So let's get to work.
That, of course, Michelle and Barack Obama. I keep thinking about when the Kennedys were in Paris, and it was the man who escorted Jacqueline Kennedy to Paris, because it really felt like the man who escorted Michelle Obama to the DNC. Anyway, let's get to it with more on last night's happenings and what's to come this evening. With us is one of the co-hosts of Bloomberg Balance of Power, Kaylee Lines, from the Democrat National Convention in Chicago. All right, so Kaylee, last night, take us back there and what was really kind of the big takeaway. And was it all about the Obamas?
Yeah, it certainly was, Carol. I mean, these are two of the most popular figures in modern Democratic politics. Their approval ratings among Democrats are north of 90%. So they were always going to have a warm welcome, but certainly because we haven't seen much, especially of former President Barack Obama in recent years, there is a kind of scarcity element to his presence. It's not often that the nation hears from him these days, so perhaps it made his remarks a little bit more potent. Of course, he began his remarks by saying essentially that he shouldn't be trying to follow Michelle Obama. It was a tough act to follow. She gave a very vibrant speech of her own in which she spoke at length about Kamala Harris, who she sees as qualified for the job. She also took some swings at Donald Trump, specifically things he said, for example, about migrants stealing so-called black jobs in a kind of moment that's gone viral on social media. She asked who was going to tell Donald Trump that the job he's seeking might be one of those black jobs, again, given her husband, who was the first black president of the United States. But by and large, the message we heard from both of the Obama's guys was this notion that they shouldn't take the enthusiasm that's being felt here in Chicago for granted. Michelle Obama repeatedly calling on voters to go do something, essentially to make sure that they're actually getting engaged in the campaign, turning people out to vote. And we heard Barack Obama kind of coming back to some of those notions of complacency as well. Both of them essentially saying that, yes, everybody may be super excited and it feels like a party in Chicago when little John's on the floor talking about turnout for what, but that turning out actually is important, that this is still going to be a very, very close election and a fight for the Democrats.
Yeah, certainly the Georgia roll call, one to be remembered, I think, for a lot of people who are watching that. Kaylee, speaking of that, the RNC versus the DNC in terms of energy enthusiasm, you were at the RNC, you are at the DNC. Give us an idea of comparing and contrasting just the energy and what you're seeing in terms of vibes.
Yeah, we shouldn't discredit the RNC in Milwaukee because it too was really energetic. And it was a different race at that time. When we were sitting down with Republicans in Milwaukee, they were feeling really good about their chances because at that time, polling was suggesting that it was Donald Trump's race effectively to lose. Yes, it was going to be close, but he was performing significantly better than Joe Biden, especially in the swing states that ultimately would decide the election. So they were feeling good about their chances. They were energized in that way. I think it's hard to know the extent to which the fact that there was an attempted assassination on Donald Trump just days before the start of the convention may have sombered at least the initial days of the convention more so than it would have been otherwise, because we certainly were seeing not really any somberness among Democrats necessarily, except for on Monday night when Joe Biden, of course, was giving what was effectively a farewell address to the Democrats gathered in the United Center. But I would say it does feel similar. And of course, this is politics, and everybody's going to be, rooting for their own team here, saying that we feel good, everything is great. But you are getting similar notions. It just does feel like, at the very least, the Democrats we are speaking to now do feel different than what kind of conversations we were having when it was still Biden at the top of the ticket. This is certainly a reinvigorated party.
Yeah, and listen, and I'm so glad to kind of make the comparison, because it's very easy to get caught up in 1 week, right, whether it's the RNC or DNC, when you're so focused on it, right, to think, oh my God, like, look at all this energy, look at what they're doing on either side of the political aisle. Having said that, you do eat, drink, sleep these conventions. Having said that, are we getting a clearer idea, Kaylee, when we think about what a second Trump White House would look like, what a Harris White House would look like?
Yeah, I mean, we're starting to get more clues, I would say, actually on the campaign trail than on the convention floor. I have been warned by pretty much every Democratic strategist we've spoken with that this isn't going to be super policy centric, that we shouldn't expect that to hear that from Kamala Harris when she gives her acceptance speech tomorrow night, or really, frankly, for that matter, from Tim Walz when he speaks as the headliner this evening on this third night of the convention. What we get instead is kind of on the rollout, if you will, North Carolina last week for Kamala Harris, when she outlined some of her ideas around housing policy, for example, not just trying to create more supply with incentives for builders builders, but also this notion of a $25,000 in down payment assistance for first-time home buyers. Also, of course, trying to target price gouging, something that has been heavily criticized by many economic minds we speak with here at Bloomberg. While there's been plenty of criticism for the policies Donald Trump is suggesting as well when it comes to tariffs and that kind of thing. But that is kind of being more contained to campaign ads and to campaign speeches than necessarily convention speeches. If any policy wonks out there are looking for real answers as to what this presidency will look like if indeed Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are elected in November, you probably aren't going to get those very specific answers that you are looking for this
All right, well, you mentioned Tim Walz, so that's exactly where we got to go now, Kaylee, because tonight is certainly his moment on the stage at the Democratic National Convention. What are you expecting? What are you hearing from sources about the way that he wants to introduce himself? Somebody who is certainly familiar to people who live in Minnesota, but not necessarily familiar to many on the national stage, at least over the last couple of weeks. That has changed a little bit.
Yeah, it's changed a little bit, Tim, but it was a big change that is needed. This is someone who had very little name recognition, according to polling, before he was essentially plucked out of Minnesota. And the weird moment where he described Trump and Vance as weird went viral, and that made him a little bit more well-known, at the very least on social media. But for many in the country, he is an unknown figure. He has lower appeal, or not necessarily appeal, but lower visibility than some of the other candidates that we were speaking about who could have joined Kamala Harris on the ticket. So this is very much for him a chance for him to introduce himself on perhaps the biggest stage, the biggest moment he will get to do so that will see this entire cycle, because it's not just about the tens of thousands of delegates and media and others that will be gathered in the United Center this evening, but those who will be watching at home. For that reason, we have heard from many people that the DNC is probably going to be much more stringent on scheduling and the run of show tonight, as we have seen both President Biden's speech on Monday and former President Obama's speech last night bleed into outside of primetime hours. It was very late on the East Coast by the time these guys were done. And if you're the vice presidential candidate in Tim Walz, you want to try to reach that maximum audience possible, which likely means starting a little bit earlier. As for the messaging he could bring, it's going to be a bit of a dance for him. He's been attacked by Republicans for being ultra progressive, dangerously liberal, they suggest. And so it's going to be a question of how much he leans on some of the more progressive policies that he has instated as governor of Minnesota versus his experience in the House of Representatives, where he is seen as more of a centrist, and whether or not he's going to want to lean in to this America's dad, Coach Walz kind of image, or show himself as someone who could be presidential should he ever actually have to take the place of Kamala Harris.
Really important question, key question. 20 seconds. Got a favorite song from the DNC roll call playlist last night?
Oh, well, the turnout for what? And VP Harris to the walls. I mean, it just, Lil Jon wins it for me.
I hear you. I hear you. All right, great stuff. And in just about 60 minutes time, be sure to catch up with the Balance of Power team, because they're going to be sitting down with New York City Mayor Eric Adams. We'll be carrying it live right here on Bloomberg.
Hey, taking a look at markets, we're seeing a bit of green across the screen. The S&P 500 up 0.4%. The NASDAQ Composite up 0.5 percentage point. And yes, the Dow is in the green, but up less than 0.1%.
All right, attention all you New England listeners. Bloomberg 106.1 and 1330 moving to 92.9 FM. That's starting September 3rd. Listen to Bloomberg Radio in and around Boston on 92.9 FM. It is your news source for business news from the financial center of New England, Bloomberg Radio. We are moving to 92.9 FM the day after Labor Day, so be sure to catch us there.
Coming up next on Bloomberg Business Week, it's one of the most read stories on the Bloomberg terminal, and indeed it has been at the top for the last 3 days. A deep dive on how Mike Lynch's luxury yacht sank within minutes off of Sicily.
All right, and our thanks, of course, to Kaylee Lyons, co-host of Bloomberg Balance of Power. We'll catch her in the next hour as well. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
It's 2:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ 100 index, all advancing. Stocks and bonds pushed higher after the latest Federal Reserve minutes, and a big downward revision of U.S. payrolls reinforce bets that officials will be cutting rates in September. S&P 500 coming closer to its record right now at 56.18. That record on the S&P 56.67, up 21 points right now, higher by 0.4%. The Dow up 21 right now, little changed, up just under 0.1%, while NASDAQ is up 89, up by 0.5%. The Russell 2000 outperforming today. We got the Russell 2000 index up by 1.1%. 10-year 3.76%, with a 2-year that's yielding 3.90%. Gold now higher by $4 the ounce, a little change. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 2.2%, $71.59 a barrel on WTI. Ford Motor is recalibrating its electrification strategy yet again, canceling plans for a fully electric SUV in a shift that may cost the car maker around $1.9 billion. Ford shares up today by 1.3%, rivals GM up 1.2%, Stellantis up by 1.6%. Again, recapping, the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all higher. S&P right now up 0.4%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Carol Master along with Tim Stanovic live here on Bloomberg Business Week. Well, this next story, both troubling and sparking still many questions. It is among our most read on the Bloomberg terminal today. It is, of course, about the sinking of the yacht belonging to tech tycoon and former co-founder and CEO of Autonomy, Mike Lynch.
As our team notes, the ship was built to withstand so much and yet quickly disappeared into the Mediterranean. With more is Bloomberg News technology reporter Olivia Solon, who joins us from London. Olivia, officials are still trying to piece together what happened. What do we know about the evening, the timetable, and what happened to the yacht and those who were on the sailing vessel?
So in the very early hours of Monday morning, this 56-meter sailing yacht called the Bayesian sank in a very violent storm that included a type of tornado, a kind of waterbound tornado known as a waterspout. And this took place off the coast of Sicily. The boat had been anchored about half a mile away from the coast at the time, and passengers were sleeping when it happened.
All right. And so, of course, we're trying to figure it all out, especially when you've got a boat that was nearby, right? That is, there were no problems or no issues. They obviously had to deal with a storm. So how are they kind of trying to piece together and figure out what happened? Because they're still trying to access the yacht, correct? Which is at the bottom of the floor, pretty deep water, it sounds like. And that's not an easy process either.
That's right. So I spoke to the captain of the ship that was actually right next door to the Bayesian when it sank. And he said he was up at about 3 a.m. trying to make sure that his own vessel was secure. They knew the storm was coming. They needed to put their engines on, keep the anchor down, and it took quite a lot of effort to keep their ship stable. He said he was right next to the Bayesian, and they were trying to maneuver to make sure they didn't bump into it. And then they turned around and suddenly the ship was gone. And he said his first mate said to him, "Oh, it sank." And he was like, "That's absolute nonsense. It's an enormous ship. There's no way it went down that quickly." But it turned out it did. And I think a lot of the questions about what happened are centered around how it was able to take on so much water. The main question is, were there any hatches open that would have led it to have sunk so quickly? What it did have was this very big mast. It was a beautiful sailing yacht, like a very unusually large mast. Obviously, the sails would have been down, but that would have picked up the wind anyway. And that could have kicked it off balance, they believe. But we understand that wouldn't have been enough to sink it. So to sink it, it would have needed to take in a lot of water, either from damaging the hull or from having some kind of opening. But the captain that I spoke to said that was one of the first questions he asked the crew, who he was first on the scene and picked up 15 of the survivors, and said that the crew from the Bayesian, from the sunken yacht, said that everything had been closed. But we don't yet know for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I'm someone who spends a fair amount of time actually on the water in a sailboat. And yeah, you never want to take on water. It's not a good thing. But the other thing is, I guess, as they start to look at what's underneath the water, is there any idea whether or not it was struck either through lightning or through, you mentioned the water spout, that somehow it actually cracked the hull? Because that would certainly be something that would cause a ship to sink really, really quickly. Because a lot of times when there's problems with a boat, it takes a while sometimes for them to sink.
Yeah, well, we've been in regular contact with the Coast Guard and the other emergency services who are surveying the vessel. They've had divers down there for several days, or a couple of days now. And as we understand it, the hull was not breached in any obvious way. And I don't know about the lightning. We do know that there was this water spout that they believe hit the boat. That could have tipped it off balance, but that still doesn't really explain why it sunk within a matter of minutes.
Olivia, your story mentions questions about the keel on the boat. What do we know about it, and what are some people questioning with regard to the keel?
Right, well, I will not pretend to be a yachtswoman, but this vessel apparently had something called a retractable keel that could be lifted up under certain conditions. And if that was indeed lifted up at the time, that would have made it less stable than if it had the keel in the down position. But again, I don't think that's something that's been determined yet.
Yeah, from someone who does, retractable keels, basically, a lot of boats have it so that you can get into shallower water. So you can actually lift part of the keel. And then when you're out in water and out in heavy winds, especially for a sailboat, you have the keel down because that's what's the counterbalance so that the boat doesn't necessarily go over as the sails fill with wind. So it does seem like so many questions. The difficulty in terms of how deep the water is, how are they progressing? I thought I saw something about maybe robotics getting involved to help in the search, if you will. What do we know about that?
Yeah, so the vessel's about 50 meters underwater. So for the divers, it's pretty deep for divers to be going under. It means they can only spend sort of short stretches of time. We've heard anywhere from 8 to 12 minutes at a time before they have to go back to the surface to sort of decompress. They have had robotic underwater vehicles surveying the vessel underwater. I think that one of the key problems was actually getting into the boat under the water, breaking into it. In the end, there was lots of debris, lots of furniture, kind of blocking the entryways. So they took quite a long time to get in, but they managed to get in today and have retrieved. I think they've retrieved 4 out of the 6 missing 4 bodies. There are 6 people missing, and I believe they've found one more body that they're in the process of retrieving from the vessel.
You mentioned earlier about, I think it was a crew member or something that said the hatches were closed. I feel like what's going to be key to kind of understanding what happened potentially is talking to those people that were on the boat. Are we hearing anything more? I can only imagine the shock, the trauma. Certainly for folks who lost family members or really good friends. But are we hearing anything more in terms of the people who are actually on that boat?
So we haven't spoken, I don't believe, to any of the crew who were on the boat yet. So the person that I interviewed was the captain of the vessel next door. That vessel was the first to respond to the scene. They sent a tender out. They went up and found the life raft with 15 people, including this 1-year-old baby, brought them all onto his schooner, and they gave them, there was 4 injured people we've heard, and they did ask them some questions about what they felt happened, but what I was told, and obviously this is secondhand, was that the team on the vessel were just as surprised at how quickly it sank as everyone else has been.
Yeah.
Olivia, remind everyone about Mike Lynch.
So Mike Lynch, founder of Autonomy, which was sold to HP for about $11 billion in, I believe it was 2011. He's one of the UK's most prominent tech entrepreneurs. His reputation was somewhat dragged through the mud by a fraud case in the US that he was recently cleared of allegations of fraud relating to that purchase of his company, and he was about to start this new life of sort of rebuilding that reputation. He has this venture capital firm called Invoke. He has a number of startups, including cybersecurity firm Darktrace, that were born out of that. But really, this cruise was a celebration of his legal victory with some close family, friends, and some of his legal and financial advisors.
You know, one of the things I think about a lot, I track, you know, a lot of people who sail around the world, and they have tons of different programs in terms of weather and what's happening so that they don't go certain places or they get off their boat when they need to. Is there anything that we're hearing about, obviously hindsight is 20/20, but I just do wonder if we're hearing anything from officials that say, this could have maybe been avoided or that they could have maybe foreseen that something was going to happen, or is it just too soon to really tell?
I think everyone we've spoken to said that the weather had been bad. The water temperature has been particularly warm in the Mediterranean this year, and that has apparently contributed to a lot more of these water spouts, these tornadoes over the water. And so there have been these intense storms. I think from what we've heard, it does seem to be quite unlucky if you have a direct hit by one of these water spouts. But yeah, there was bad weather in the area, and there have been a bunch of these water spouts recently. And, as I said, the captain I spoke to said they got up early, they knew the weather was coming, they were preparing the ship for when it hit, and it hit between sort of 4 and 5 a.m. in the morning, but they were kind of ready for it, although they did say it was a very difficult storm to kind of stabilize their vessel in.
All right, yeah, well, very, very difficult. So appreciate being able to get the latest from you on this situation. Olivia, thank you so much. Bloomberg News technology reporter Olivia Solon joining us from London.
Hey, in just a couple of minutes, we're going to head on to Detroit and talk to Keith Naughton about Ford taking its foot off the gas yet again when it comes to EVs. Before that, though, a check on the latest world and national news. So we got Amy Morris in the Bloomberg 99.1 Newsroom in Washington, D.C. Hey, Amy.
Hi, Tim. And you were just talking about this. More bodies of the 6 missing passengers presumed dead have been found in the hull of that super yacht you were talking about that sank off the coast of Sicily. The luxury yacht sank in bad weather, possibly the waterspout, leaving British tech entrepreneur Michael Lynch, Morgan Stanley International chairman Jonathan Bloomer, attorney Chris Morvillo, and 3 others missing. Investigators are still looking at whether one of the yacht's hatches had been left open during that storm. The Democratic National Convention heads into day 3 with Minnesota Governor Tim Walz preparing to accept the nomination to be Kamala Harris's vice president. Former Obama Agriculture Secretary Tom Vilsack says he may be just what the Democratic ticket needs.
Governor Walz is someone that you can put into any room in any community in any part of the country, and he would be able to relate to the people in that room, which means that he can be a very powerful spokesperson for rural America, for the small towns and rural places in the country that oftentimes don't get the level of attention that they deserve.
That's former Agriculture Secretary and former Iowa Governor Tom Vilsack. He was a guest on Bloomberg Television. Walz's acceptance speech is set for 10:45 tonight, Wall Street time. Listen on Bloomberg Radio, watch on Bloomberg Television, or the Bloomberg Podcast's YouTube page. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris, and this is Bloomberg.
It's 2:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all pushing higher after the latest Federal Reserve minutes and a big downward revision of U.S. payrolls reinforce bets that officials will be cutting rates in September. We got the S&P advancing now by 21 points. The S&P at 56.18, a gain today of 0.4%. The Dow up 0.1%. Dow Industrials up 35 right now, while NASDAQ is up 91. NASDAQ higher by 0.5%. Russell 2000 index, the outperformer right now, up by 1.1%. 10-year 3.77%, the 2-year 3.91%. Gold up $2.50 the ounce to $25.16, up 0.1%. And West Texas Intermediate crude tumbling 1.5%, $72.10 a barrel on WTI. Coal producer Consol Energy has agreed to merge with Arch Resources in a $2.3 billion deal as the transition to greener fuels threatens the industry's long-term outlook. Shares of both companies are higher. We've got Consol up now by 2.6%. Arch Energy just turning lower right now. Arch down by 0.1%. Again, recapping stocks higher. S&P now advancing 21 points, up 0.4%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thank you, Charlie Pellet. Tim, you know what's trading higher today?
Would it be shares of Ford?
Did you cheat? Did you cheat a little bit?
Yeah, I cheated a little bit. I knew we were talking about Ford.
It's up about 1.5%.
Some planning goes into this. I know it doesn't seem like it.
All smoke and mirrors, or like, seems so casual, not so much. Ford is trading higher. All it takes is, I guess, a company essentially saying, hey, folks, we're slowing our roll when it comes to EVs.
Yeah, and possibly taking a nearly $2 billion hit as a result. There's a lot to unpack because there's also a lot reshaping of the company's battery sourcing plans. On it all, and back with us is Bloomberg News auto reporter Keith Naughton, who joins us from Detroit. Keith, we'd already known that Ford was backing off its EV plans a little bit with the struggles that it's faced over the last 18 months and the changes to just what things look like in the United States when it comes to demand. What's this latest news?
Tim, really more of a major overhaul of its EV strategy, a real retrenchment. They're going to spend now just 30% of their CapEx on pure EVs as opposed to 40%. So they're really lowering their spend on EVs. They're also backing away from doing large SUV EVs. They just don't see a path to profitability with those. Bigger vehicles require bigger batteries. That's the most expensive component in an electric vehicle, and they just can't make that pencil. So the choice is to go with smaller EVs, smaller batteries, and really actually with their battery sourcing and their battery plants, try and leverage the Biden administration's IRA, Inflation Reduction Act, that gives manufacturing credits and consumer credits to U.S.-made batteries.
Hey, Keith, you know what? It also sounds to me, and I want to talk more about the battery stuff, but it also sounds to me that Ford is looking at what things are costing, or what things cost, rather, and saying, okay, wait a minute, like, how do we sell this, or what is it costing us? And really thinking that maybe this isn't how you build up this business.
Yeah, I mean, one of the biggest roadblocks to mainstream acceptance of electric vehicles is the price. People are refusing to pay a premium for an electric vehicle. There is also the issue of range anxiety and, just dealing with how you power your electric vehicle. But price is the first roadblock. And so Ford's goal is to try and get pricing of EVs on parity with traditional vehicles. And so they've had this, what they call a skunk works project out in California, developing this low-cost electric vehicle platform. And we're seeing the first fruits of that labor in this announcement today. They're going to come with a mid-sized pickup truck in 2027 that comes out of that skunk works project. It'll be powered by a lower-cost LFP battery that they'll build in Michigan, and it'll qualify for the $7,500 tax credit under the IRA.
Keith, help remind us what happened a couple of years ago, which was a couple of years into Jim Farley's tenure at Ford, with the ambitions that the company had for basically splitting in two different pieces and two different business units. One that was focused on EVs, that was the idea, was the future, and the other one, the internal combustion engines, the traditional stuff. Remind us what that vision was a few years ago.
Yeah, I mean, this was at the peak of the hype cycle for EVs. There was talk of even spinning off Ford's EV business as an independent company. That didn't happen, but they actually divided into three. They did the EV unit that they call Model E, that they now predict will lose $5.5 billion this year. They did the traditional internal combustion engine and hybrid vehicles unit, and they did a third one called Ford Pro, which is their commercial vehicle unit. It turns out Ford Pro, not glamorous, not sexy, ends up being the most profitable unit at Ford Motor Company because they sell a lot of work trucks.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I mean, so the vision was that EVs would be this juggernaut that was going to be funded by the traditional business, the internal combustion engine vehicles, the work trucks. But, you know, the price war took off in the EV market as acceptance slowed and profit margins just really went through the floor. And so, you know, it's very hard now to make a buck on EVs. Tesla is the only one that does, but they don't make as many bucks on their EVs as they used to.
Mm-hmm. Do we get to the point, Keith, does Ford get to the point where the entire business eventually is EVs?
That's not how they're viewing it anymore. And I know that's the way Mary Barra viewed it over at General Motors. Ford never went quite that far, but they certainly see hybrids playing a much larger role, including the new sorts of hybrids that we've discussed before, the extended range electric vehicle hybrids that actually just use the small internal combustion engine to recharge the battery. Those are very popular in China. It looks like that technology might be used on the three-row SUV that's been canceled as a full electric vehicle. That's something Ford says they're considering. And then, you know, they still see a long life for internal combustion engine vehicles. You know, big trucks need to be able to tow and carry heavy loads, and that's very hard to do as an EV because it depletes the battery so fast.
You know, I look at our story, your story. I say our story. Sorry, I
You
like
wish,
to like
Carol.
own. I know, I do. Your story, but the first line talks about Ford. It's a recalibration, and I feel like when I think about what you're saying, there's recalibrations, and then there are recalibrations. I mean, what does this say about kind of not just the Ford shift, but you know, once again, another story that it feels like the global auto industry is kind of rethinking the way forward with EVs.
Right, yeah, I talked to Ford CEO Jim Farley about this yesterday, and he described this as an enormous pivot, and that they wouldn't make this enormous pivot if they hadn't done their homework and come up with a plan that they think really works. He says he's very confident in it. But, you know, kind of the EV market's been a moving target, so it's hard to know if this actually will be the ultimate plan, or will it require more tweaking down the road. I don't think we know, you know, I don't think we've unlocked how to sell electric vehicles to mainstream buyers. EVs still in the first half of this year were less than 8% of the US market. So that means more than 9 out of 10 vehicles sold in America are traditional vehicles or hybrids. So EVs are still a niche and they're not really growing. The 7.8% market share they had in the first half of this year is the same as it was last year.
Yeah, it does sound like we're continuing to find our way through all of this. The battery change, though, for Ford, is that a pretty big deal? Just kind of trying to figure out a better way to do it, and just got about 30 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little in the weeds, but they're going to bring some battery supply that they've been building in Poland through their supplier LG to Michigan. They've got that other Michigan battery plant coming online, plants in Kentucky and Tennessee. So those will all qualify for the IRA, and that'll help lower the cost of their vehicles, their electric vehicles.
Well, I'm just going to tell you, being able to talk about E-Revs over the weekend, I felt very cool because I learned about it from you. And I really am like kind of still floored about them and where we go with that.
You're going to have to hold your breath if you want one, or go to China to get one.
I'm still waiting.
In the U.S., Carol.
I'd like to not be polluting. That's what I'd like not to be doing. All right, Keith Naughton, be well. Bloomberg News auto reporter Keith Naughton. Coming up, everybody, how much do you think it takes to be a wealthy American? Mark and Tim Stenovic.
Let's go ahead and say millions.
That story, one more thing, is coming up.
Your company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
From Bloomberg World headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. We begin with a developing story. Headline right off the Bloomberg Professional Service, RFK Jr. plans to end his presidential bid by the end of the week. This according to ABC News. ABC citing sources again repeating RFK Jr. plans to end his presidential bid by the end of the week. Sources tell Bloomberg Oaktree Capital is in exclusive talks to acquire a majority stake in two businesses owned by B. Riley Financial. Oaktree is said to be discussing buying a stake of 51 to 55% in B. Riley's appraisal and valuation services arm and its retail, wholesale, and industrial solutions unit, entities formerly known as Great American Group. A source says that deal could be announced as soon as next week. Riley shares today, they're advancing by 35.9%. Among the names scheduled to report after the close of trading today, we'll be hearing from Analog Devices and Synopsys. Target has ended a string of sales declines in the second quarter, citing improved discretionary spending. The Minneapolis-based retailer said comparable sales, a key gauge of retail success, rose 2% in the period, higher than the average analyst's estimate. We've got shares of Target up now by 12.2%. Also with earnings today, Macy's slightly missed analyst estimates for its quarterly revenue. It lowered its outlook for sales during the rest of the year. Macy's shares down by 11.2%. And TJX shares after earnings up by 5.5%. Its brands include TJ Maxx, HomeGoods, and Marshalls. And those are some of the top company stories at this hour. I'm Charlie Pellet, and this is Bloomberg.
listening to Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Messer and Tim Stenivek on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
It is Bloomberg Business Week. Let's get a check on the latest world and national news. We got Amy Morris in the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom in Washington, D.C. Hey, Amy.
Hi, Tim. The bodies of 4 of the 6 passengers presumed dead after the sinking of a super yacht off the coast of Sicily this week have been found. No word yet on who they are. They were in the ship's hull. The luxury yacht sank in bad weather, possibly a water spout, leaving British tech entrepreneur Michael Lynch, Morgan Stanley International Chairman Jonathan Bloomer, attorney Chris Morvillo, and 3 others missing. Investigators are still looking at whether one of the yacht's hatches had been left open during the storm. New Jersey Democratic Representative Bill Pascrell Jr., a 14-term incumbent, has died. His family says he'd been hospitalized with an illness recently. He was slated to run for a 15th term this fall. Representative Pascrell was 87 years old. Day 3 of the Democratic National Convention in Chicago will see Minnesota Governor Tim Walz officially accept the nomination for vice president. He is set to talk about his and Vice President Kamala Harris's vision for America. He'll accept the nomination after speeches from former President Bill Clinton, Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg, and former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. His acceptance speech is set for 10:45 this evening, Wall Street time. You can listen on Bloomberg Radio, watch on Bloomberg Television, or the Bloomberg Podcasts YouTube page. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris. Now back to Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek.
Hey, Amy, thanks so much for that update. Attention, New England listeners and viewers. Bloomberg 106.1 and 1330 are moving to 92.9 FM starting September 3rd. Listen to Bloomberg Radio in and around Boston on 92.9 FM. It's your new source for business news from the financial center of New England. Bloomberg Radio moving to 92.9 FM coming up the day after Labor Day.
Really cool. Really cool stuff, so looking forward to that. Having said that, then you'll be able to hear stories like this there. This one really caught our attention. Basically, it's a survey by Charles Schwab, Modern Wealth Survey, and they do it looks like, at least the last couple of years, and what it takes for Americans to consider themselves or consider somebody wealthy in 2024, Tim.
The number is 2.5 million. That's what Americans on average believe it takes net worth-wise to be considered wealthy in 2024. It's a 14% jump, Carol, from last year when the Charles Schwab Modern Wealth Survey found Americans thought it took $2.2 million to be rich. I guess it kind of makes sense, not with the rise of prices, but with the rise of stocks in that same period of time. I mean, we are higher than more than 14% in the S&P 500.
So you think it just bumps up?
I don't know.
Yeah, I love when you. I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, I think it could be one thing. If stocks had gone down, I bet that the number would be lower.
Here's something kind of cool, though. The older someone is, the higher their definition of wealth is. In the survey, baby boomers said being wealthy takes $2.8 million, while millennials peg it at $2.2 million, and overall, slightly more than 1 in 5 Americans, so 20%, said they were, quote, on track to be wealthy, and 10% said they were wealthy already. So, yeah.
Okay, so wealthy is one thing. What about, quote, financially comfortable?
Different number, right?
Yeah, different number. Americans said $778,000. It's actually a big drop from last year's results. It's on par with 2022 results. As inflation remained hot in 2023, the number rose to $1 million. That was the highest reading since the survey started back in 2017.
Yeah, and if you're part of the Gen X, many of them are now supporting children, maybe some aging parents. They cite the highest average net worth needed to be comfortable at $873,000. That's 12% higher than the answer for boomers and 20% above the estimate from millennials. So basically, like I said, a lot of the green stuff.
A lot of the green stuff. I think that's a good way to define it.
All right. For those who are watching on TV, the close is coming your way in just a minute. Tim and I are going to continue on Bloomberg Business Week. Lots to come, including, man, big drop of retail news today.
Yeah, our Bloomberg Intelligence team is going to give us what we need to know about Target, Macy's, TJX, and more. Also, live from the DNC, an interview with New York City Mayor Eric Adams.
Yeah, and we've got the CEO of Wyndham Hotels, so we're going to check in on that sector. See what I did? Check in. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Messer and Tim Stenivek. on Bloomberg Radio.
And a very good afternoon, everybody. We're just about 60 minutes away from the closing bell. Carol Massar, Tim Stenvik, live here on Bloomberg Business Week. Coming up, we are all in on retail, big time.
Yeah, Target, Macy's, TJX, Bloomberg Intelligence is here to give us what we need to know about these companies.
We're also going to head back to the DNC. Mayor Eric Adams will be speaking with the team, so looking forward to that one.
Have you seen those AI-generated photos of Elmo, Mickey Mouse, Pikachu with a gun?
No, yes, no, stop it, people.
All right, we're going to have our AI reporter tell us what's up with Grok.
I saw the Frozen girls, I think, smoking a joint. That is not okay. I'm just going to say.
I haven't seen that one, Carol.
It's a little freaky.
It is a little freaky.
We're also going to check in with the CEO of Wyndham Hotels and Resorts.
Elsa?
Talk about
Anna? Is that you?
Take it outdoors. All right, first up, let's get a check on the day's trade. Here is Charlie Pellet.
All right, I thank you very much. And here's what's going on. We got stocks higher, bond yields falling. The latest Federal Reserve minutes and a big downward revision of U.S. payrolls, reinforcing bets that officials will be cutting rates in September. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ solidly in the green here as we move into the final hour of trading. S&P right now up 21, 56.18. We got a gain right now of just about 0.4%. The Dow up 54, up 0.1%. NASDAQ, the composite index, higher now by just about 0.5%. 10-year 3.77%, the 2-year 3.92%. Gold up 0.1%, 25.15 for an ounce of the precious metal. Ford is recalibrating its electrification strategy yet again, canceling plans for a fully electric SUV in a shift that may cost the car maker around $1.9 billion. Ford shares up 1.7%. Rival GM also higher today, up 1.4%, and Stellantis up now by 1.7%. Recapping S&P at 56.16, up 0.4%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. Really do appreciate it. Well, shares of Target today are surging. Ticker TGT up right now by 12.3%. The company ended a string of sales declines in the second quarter, drawing in consumers buying more items on sale and discretionary products. We've got Jen Bartoshas with us, Senior Retail Staples and Packaged Food Analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence. She joins us from BI headquarters in Princeton, New Jersey. What has worked so well for Target since that big slump a couple of years ago, Jen?
Well, what Target has really done is they've honed their focus. They've listened to their customers. They've looked at ways to reduce prices and make things more affordable or offer more value to people. And they've mixed up their assortment. They've added new things. They've tried to make things fresh, new, to appeal to those customers. And for the first time in several quarters, we're seeing positive traffic both in stores and online. And that sets them up for a strong second half of the year.
So can we assume that they've kind of changed strategy, or is this just, whoa, we just got it right now? How do we guarantee that this continues, Jen? You know it's always like, all right, great, what are you going to do for me next quarter and the quarter after?
Yeah, I think this is where actually one of the interesting divergences is where you see where Target is versus Macy's, which is not doing as well today with their results. Where Target is pretty good at being quick to pivot and quick to implement strategy. And when you think about things more in the discretionary category, that takes a little bit of time to get the assortment in, get it designed, get it produced, get it in stores, and it's in stores now. And so, I think that what they've got in progress will last for at least another couple quarters. The question, as you said, Carol, is can they stay on top of whatever the consumer tastes change to over the course of that time?
Shrink. This was an issue over the last couple of years for the company. I remember them citing shrink for the reason to close stores in certain parts of the United States. There was some debate whether or not that was actually the reason they were closing these stores since other ones opened in similar places. Putting that aside, what did we learn about shrink in the most recent report?
Well, shrink is actually getting better.
Okay.
And so,
this is the idea of stuff getting stolen or just disappearing, right?
Exactly. It's things that are either lost to theft primarily or through damage in the store. And so there's been a combination of new technology implemented at the front end when you're checking out to help make sure that people are being upfront and honest when they're using self-checkout. But also it's that the consumer is a little less frantic. And that was leading to some of the theft issues that they were having. So a combination of those, they actually realized more benefit from a reduction in shrink this quarter than they expected. They should receive a little bit of benefit next quarter, but not nearly as much. So the benefits from that coming down is probably realized for the most part and will be less of a tailwind as we go through the rest of the year.
All right, so I think about Target, and I feel like for such a long time they stood out as a retailer, just, innovative, interesting, cool. Who is their customer? And I guess I'm curious about that because how much that is tied to what goes on in the economy.
Yeah, historically, Target's core customer has been sort of that middle-income consumer, and some of the higher part of the low-income consumer as well. And you certainly had higher-income households there, but the core was that middle income. And so, what we've seen is that when Target refocuses on things like value, that resonates with that core consumer. When they are, for example, for back to school, they were advertising $5 backpacks, school supplies, at a discount. Those are things that will help get their core customer excited and back in the store.
Okay, everything taken together, and we're going to talk a little bit later about Macy's and about TJX. But taken together, what do the results tell us about the American consumer, big picture?
So when you're looking at these retailers, whether it's Walmart from last week, Target today, these retailers that are serving that middle income, lower income household, what they're seeing is that consumers are still spending, but they're being cautious about what they're spending on. They're making very careful decisions. And so as you've seen some prices come down, for example, we are seeing food inflation easing, we are seeing shelf prices come down for some items. That gives consumers a little bit more flexibility to perhaps get back into some of the more discretionary items. And if you think about it, if you go to a fast food restaurant and a value meal is $15, and you could spend that $15, or you could spend $15 getting 2 T-shirts for your kids at Target, those are the kinds of decisions that consumers are making, especially in that income bracket.
Hey, one last question. Walmart, getting rid of its JD.com in China. Just real quickly, how do we need to think about that?
Well, I think this is a strategic exit for Walmart. They traditionally will go into partnerships, learn a lot from their partners, learn how to do things themselves operating in a foreign market, and then take over that execution themselves. I think when you're talking about China, a lot of retailers have become much more targeted in their strategy on how they're going to execute in that market. And to me, this exit from JD.com is really just an amplification of some of the policies and procedures and ideas that Walmart has had with their international business.
All right, great stuff as always. Jen, thank you so much. Jen Bartasha, she's Senior Retail Staples and Packaged Food Analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence, breaking down some of the day's retail news, but that ain't all.
It's not all. By the way, shares of JD, ADRs of JD, traded here in the U.S. down 4.8%. A little preview for one of my decliners, Carol.
Yeah, and pressure on the Chinese market from what I understand overall, so yeah.
Okay, so Target shares may be surging, JD not so much, Macy's not so much. Macy's shares sliding earlier, the most intraday in a year. This after the company cut its net sales guidance for the full year. It cited a more discriminating consumer and heightened promotional environment. Mary Ross Gilbert is Bloomberg Intelligence's Senior Retail Analyst. She joins us from Los Angeles. Okay, so we have known that Macy's has been facing struggles for years at this point. What did we learn that investors did not like so much in the most recent quarter?
Well, I think what investors didn't like so much is the fact they missed their top line estimate. So they were looking for a sales decline, just not to the magnitude that they experienced. So what that meant is that their comp sales, and we're really looking at just the go-forward store base because they are planning to shutter 150 locations, but those stores in their nameplate were down over 3% on a comp basis. And the reason, look, Macy's faces secular challenges as an operator. They're less convenient because they're large department stores, and they're facing the competition from more convenient and competitive shopping options. And this includes not only some of the specialty apparel retailers within the mall, but it also means that some of the more promotional or off-price operators, such as a TJ Maxx, some of those discount operators, including, even Burlington stores.
I thought you were going to say, Mary, I thought you were going to say competition from online, like Shein's and the like.
Yeah.
Well, that's also playing a factor too.
Okay.
Absolutely. So when you just think about the overall competitive marketplace, but also you should note that Macy's is also very promotional. Almost every day they're advertising a promotion. And if you click on Macy's online, and then you start to go away, it'll immediate flash, hell, we'll give you 25% off. They don't want you to leave. So they're doing what they can. But the one thing that we did see in their numbers is that this new initiative, which only began in the first quarter with the new CEO, Tony Spring, who came from Bloomingdale's and really right-sided that business. What we did see is that the 50 new stores that they've enhanced, what did they do? They brought back service. Service has been absent from department stores for many, many years. They brought it back in these 50 stores. They enhanced the assortment. So that meant that they brought in new brands like Karl Lagerfeld, Avec L'Ami, Donna Karan, and French Connection. And that is growing sales. So their comp sales lifted 1%. Outperforming the rest of the go-forward stores by 470 basis points. So that's huge. The other thing they did, those stores are brighter, they're cleaner, they have more modernized signing, and then, of course, they have salespeople in handbags, in shoes, in fitting rooms, and in ready-to-wear for both men's and women's. And that is really giving them the lift. The problem is they need to move faster, and they need to extend it across the rest of the go-forward stores in order to be successful. So I think what investors are not happy with, it's not moving fast enough.
So Mary, essentially bottom line, Macy's has figured out kind of the secret sauce of what they need to do. They just gotta kind of make up the batches and get it out to everybody. Is that essentially they just have to move quicker? Like they've figured it out? Is that fair?
Yeah, Carol, I think they do. I think that's definitely what we're seeing in the first and second quarters with those first 50 stores turning in positive comps. That's certainly what it looks like.
Yeah, because I always think about, I mean, it's the same thing I asked Jen Bartoshis about, you know, when it comes to Target, who is their customer? Like, who is Macy's customer?
Hold on. There's a cat in the video. Mary. Other side. Oh, who's this cat? I love this cat.
No, behind you, over your right shoulder.
I'm making you look, but there really is.
It's grabbing treats as we speak. No, just kidding. Just kidding. That's really funny.
It was really cute. Yeah, it was really cute.
It looks like a statue. It's not moving. Mary, who is the Macy's customer, though? Like, I do think about who's shopping at these places.
Yeah, so I would say about half their customer base, or more than half their customer base, is probably earning less than $75,000. So it's a household income that's being squeezed by inflation. And so that's leaving them with less discretionary income to spend on apparel. One thing that has turned out to be strong and is a good draw for them, of course, is cosmetics. And that's the reason why you've seen them expand the cosmetics presence in all of their stores. Every year it seems like it's been expanded.
Is that Blue? That's Blue Mercury, right?
And it's higher margin.
And that's Blue Mercury, correct?
Oh, yeah. Well, so, yeah, not all of the stores have Blue Mercury, but yes, that includes Blue Mercury. And of course, Blue Mercury, which is more upscale, is also, you know, it's a growing chain for them, and they delivered 2% positive comps in the quarter. So, yes.
Love my lotions and
from Blue Mercury
everywhere. Like, and I'm sure, you know, investors love the margins when it comes to anything, whether it's perfumes or cosmetics. It's pretty crazy. Hey, the other thing I do love, I'm Carol Massar, and I like going to TJ Maxx companies. I'm just going to put it out there, and it probably needs some interventions. But having said that, TJ Maxx, we also got some news from them. We got earnings, and they also are taking a stake in a Mideast brand. What do we need to know about this one?
Yeah, so because the company has really created this winning formula, and what that means is there's years and years of knowledge and expertise, plus they've made major investments in their people, so they have longevity with their employees. This includes training buyers. It takes 4 to 5 years, by the way, to train a new buyer, just to give you an idea. So with this expertise, and as they have grown up through the ranks, this gives them an opportunity to continue to grow internationally. They have always had an interest in Mexico. So of course we saw that news after the first quarter, in which they entered into a joint venture with Grupo AXA. So they're going to be able to use the secret sauce in helping those businesses grow, which will make their investments flourish. And so the same thing is going to happen with this latest investment, which is a Dubai-based company operating in the Middle East. that operates about 100 brands for less is the name of the store concept. In that market. And could we see more? Absolutely, because this is a good use of their cash investing in being able to capitalize on their own expertise and allowing for, some of these executives that they've groomed to be able to have a place to deploy their expertise. So yes, we're going to see more of that. And that just goes to show you that when you're looking at retail, off-price is winning, and TJX being the largest, it's a $56 billion global company, the only one that's global in off-price, and the only one that also has e-com. They appeal to a wide customer base.
I keep thinking it's amazing that nobody's been able to kind of mirror what they are doing on the scale that they are, that they really just own that. Hey, Mary, thank you so much. Mary Ross Gilbert, she's Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Retail Analyst, breaking down what we got from Macy's and TJX. There was a big drop of retail, both some gainers and some decliners, which you will hear later on when we head over to our TV folks. All right, right now, the Balance of Power team, Joe Matthew, Kelly Lyons, sitting down with New York City Mayor Eric Adams at the Democratic National Convention in Chicago, now on Bloomberg Radio and Bloomberg TV.
Thank you, and a pleasure to welcome Bloomberg's global TV and radio audiences here to Chicago, Illinois, indeed the site of the Democratic National Convention now in day 3. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons and a special guest as Democrats are still trickling into Chicago. One of them is the mayor of New York City, Eric Adams, joining us here at the table on our set in Chicago. Mr. Mayor, welcome. It's good to see you.
Thank you very much. Great to be here.
Well, you're joining the party here as to something that's been a pretty energetic rally so far in Chicago. And we've heard from New York's governor. We heard from Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. How come the mayor of the world's biggest city isn't speaking tonight?
Well, you have a real focus, and I think this campaign is doing something that's extremely smart. We feel strong in New York. We have very few other areas that we need to focus on. And the goal is not to get Eric Adams on the stage. The goal is to get VP Harris and the team elected. And they're putting together the right speakers, and we're just going to find out what is our role, and we're going to carry the ball based on that.
So you may not be a messenger on the stage at this convention, but that doesn't mean necessarily that there might not be a message you would advocate for, not just given your role as mayor of New York City at a time when Republicans are criticizing cities, including where we are now, Chicago, on issues like crime. But you're a mayor and a former cop. What is the winning message on crime for a former prosecutor as she campaigns for president of the United States?
And I think that's an amazing question, because this is what I've been talking about for so long. We have a great product in the Democratic Party. We're leading the voice around getting rid of assault rifles, about being proactive and not placing people on pathway of criminality. And we need to sell that. And unfortunately, we've allowed the belief that Democrats are soft on crime, and we're not. Crime is dropping in New York City and many of the cities where our mayors are located. I was speaking with the Atlanta mayor a few days ago. We're seeing a real focus on public safety. I say it all the time. It's the prerequisite to prosperity. And that's the leading message coming out. Affordability, public safety is crucial to this election.
We spoke earlier with the mayor of San Francisco, which has been held up as the poster child for crime in this country by Republicans criticizing progressive policies when it comes to crime and safety. Chicago, where we are now, he compares to Afghanistan. Donald Trump refers to New York City as a war zone. You're talking about crime statistics. Do you start putting up billboards? How do you get the facts delivered?
Oh, it's so important. And, one thing is when someone used an analogy of saying things are out of control in New York City, our subway system with 4.1 million riders, we have an average of 5 felonies a day. We want to get rid of them, but let's put it in perspective. Our robberies are at the lowest record in recorded history. And when you look at all the major crime categories are decreasing, our economy has come back. New York City is a real model of how a Democrat can turn around the city and move it in the right direction.
Well, of course, we don't just pay attention for New York City and the way in which crime is being handled, but migration also, considering you have had an influx of migrants that the city have had to deal with. You've actually been somewhat critical of this administration in that regard. Kamala Harris is part of this administration. She was charged in the early days with taking care of the issue of the border. This is something Republicans are placing a lot of blame specifically on her for. Does she deserve some of that blame? Has she not played a role in what has happened in New York City?
Well, first of all, we received over 212,000 migrants and asylum seekers, and I'm proud that not one child or family sleeping on the streets of the city of New York as we manage that. And I've been extremely clear about securing our borders. And I think that when we look at blame to be placed, it's the lack of real, true immigration reform. This is a country where immigrants have always participated in the American dream, and we need to ensure that we have a pathway in doing so. And I'm looking forward to sharing my ideas with the administration on some of the things we witnessed in New York, and as national immigrant leaders have looked at what we have done and a level of humanity that we've shown. The key here is employment. Put people to work, they can pursue the American dream. If you don't, we take away that dignity.
Mr. Mayor, federal prosecutors in New York served another round of grand jury subpoenas, this time directly to you in a corruption investigation that's been going on for the better part of a year now. You've made it clear that you're done talking about this, that you want the process to play out. Don't the people of New York deserve a little bit more of an explanation than that?
What the people of New York deserve is a very thorough review, and I feel confident when that review is done, they're going to see that I did nothing wrong. Former law enforcement officer, I know what it is to ensure that laws are enforced. You don't break them. And then it's important that the people of New York have a mayor that's disciplined and focused. My job is to fight on behalf of New Yorkers, bringing back the economy like we have, making sure our streets are safe like we have, build affordable housing like we are doing. That is my focus, and not to be distracted. Let the reviewers do their job. I'm going to do the job that the people elected me for, and that's to recover our city.
Well, Mr. Mayor, when Donald Trump was getting hit with all of these different indictments, some of the way in which Democrats were prosecuting the campaign against him was that he's too mired down in legal battles and he is distracted. And that's a lot to deal with even personally, let alone trying to be a leader. How are you navigating that personally? Why should New Yorkers not have doubt about your ability to do all these things at once?
Well, I think that, as you indicated, this was going on for several months. And look where our city is. You have a mayor that managed 212,000 migrants and asylum seekers. The economy has been revitalized, more jobs in the city history. Our subway systems are safe, 17,000 illegal guns removed off our streets. Our children are outpacing the state in reading and math. When you do an analysis of what I've done from tourism to safety to productivity to housing, you have to say to yourself, darn, that guy don't get distracted. He knows how to run a city, just as I was a person that knew how to keep the city safe as a police officer.
All right, Mr. Mayor, thank you so much for making time to us in the city of Chicago, not in your hometown today here on Bloomberg TV and radio. We appreciate it. That is the New York Mayor, Eric Adams, and we'll send it back to you.
All right, so appreciate it. Kaylee Lyons and Joe Matthew there, the Balance of Power team at the DNC in Chicago. And be sure to check out the team. They're coming back at 5 p.m. Wall Street time with Balance of Power, so continuing their coverage as they have throughout the week. All right, we're going to switch gears a little bit. No easy segue.
No easy segue, but I do want to take a quick look at the markets. The Dow down just fractionally right now. The S&P 500 up more than 0.1%. The NASDAQ higher by 0.2%.
All right, everybody, we spent a bunch of time, earlier talking about the retail space and what's going on in the health of the consumer. Macy's, Target, TJX, Walmart. And like these companies, they are a good proxy for how consumers are feeling. And so, too, if you think about it, what's going on in the restaurant space.
And that's where we turn now with Mike Halen, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Restaurant Analyst. He joins us from Bloomberg Intelligence headquarters in Princeton. Mike, help us understand the state of the U.S. restaurant industry right now. Certainly there are some winners. We've talked about Chipotle. That comes to mind. Overall, though, how's it doing? It's very segmented, mind you, but how would you describe how it's doing?
Yeah, we think because of the K-shaped recovery, we're seeing that divergence, right? A bigger spread between restaurant winners and losers right now. But overall, the industry's posting some pretty weak numbers. A lot of the companies that we cover lowered their annual same-store sales guidance for 2024 after their on their second quarter earnings calls. Right, and so the improvement that was expected in the second quarter hasn't really materialized. And even though year-over-year comparisons are getting easier, results are getting worse. July was pretty grim. The casual dining sector same-store sales were down 4.4%. Even quick service Same-store sales were down about 40 basis points during the month. And, as I said, what's most concerning is that the year-over-year comparisons are getting easier, and yet results are getting worse. So, low-income consumers are pulling back and have been pulling back for a year. But these numbers would suggest that some of the weakness is spreading potentially to the middle-income consumer.
Well, that's what I'm trying to wonder. Like, who's the consumer? Like, what's happening? Is it a case of just oversaturation within the marketplace? There's so much to choose from at this point. Or is it just a case of the consumer, a certain strata, if you will, is just finding, well, we've got to pull back somewhere?
Yeah, we think it's really customers reacting to the several years of inflation, which is obviously cumulative, several years of price increases at restaurants. A lot of the chains that we cover have been aggressive with their price increases, and so we think that's primarily it. The pandemic wiped out about 10% of full-service restaurants in the country, so we don't think that the supply-demand issue is as bad as it was pre-pandemic. It's really about consumer budgets.
Yeah, Carol and I have talked about this all the time when it comes to consumer budgets. I mean, you go to a restaurant right now, regardless of where kind of it is, as long as it's not fast food. And I think people still have sticker shock.
Yeah, I think so too. There are
Maybe it's just the New York. I don't know if it's just the New York City area. I don't know what And
I think
I don't get out much, to be fair.
I don't get out much either. No, but it's like sometimes, Mike, it's something like even just you order a couple of pizzas or something, or a fast casual place, and you're like, what? That's just a couple of sandwiches. Like, it is pretty amazing how much stuff is still, how much it costs. What do you hear from the various companies? Is it that their sources, the supply chain, the wholesale side of the business is still expensive?
Oh yeah, there's no doubt about it that it's still expensive. We're still seeing inflation in many items. Beef is one that continues to see some pretty steady inflation here. So yeah, and as I mentioned before, it's cumulative, right? And so they're not really getting a break on the expense side, right? And so it's just been a tough few years for the restaurant industry, right? It's like from the frying pan into the fire. First, it was like you weren't allowed to get people into your stores, and then you had about a good year or so, and then margins started getting squeezed, over the last couple of years. So it's just been a tough environment overall for companies in our industry, and we're seeing a trade down up and down the spectrum, right? High-income consumers are trading down into places like Chipotle, right? Middle-income and lower-income middle-income consumers are trading down. Low-income consumers are trading down into the grocery store. We're seeing, a pullback in spending in the restaurant space anyway. Maybe not at Walmart and Target, but in the restaurant space, we're seeing a pullback by, every strata of income.
Okay, what about an area of growth in the industry? Where are areas of strength, and where are you seeing innovation? Because I think and again, I'm sort of looking at this as somewhat of an outsider, Mike. I'm going to you as the expert, but I think chicken is still so hot right now. Like Raising Cane's, other sort of fried chicken concepts that are not quite fast food, but maybe fast casual. Those seem to be expanding.
Yeah, chicken remains hot. There's no doubt about that. In terms of the industry, who's taking share? The companies that I cover, over the last 5 years, Chipotle and Texas Roadhouse. And I think Wingstop is another one. We don't cover them, but that's another one that has taken a lot of share over the last 5 years. And how have they done it? A lot of it is value. The customers really see a lot of value on that plate at all of those three. And it's good running good restaurants, right? It's like providing the guests with a good experience, whether it's in the restaurant at Texas Roadhouse with the server and the food being, brought out in a timely manner, hot, or it's Wingstop and food being delivered to your door quickly and still hot. So it's good food, it's good service, it's a good overall experience in the restaurant. So it's not rocket science, but it's very difficult to execute.
Hey, I do wonder what you're thinking about, though, which was, the big story, and I feel like the last week or so, is Chipotle's Brian Niccol, who really righted the ship there, came in just before the
Connection
pandemic.
lost.
And they were still dealing with issues, right, from the food contamination that seemed to go on and on and on. Really beefed up their digital, but now headed for Starbucks starting, I believe,
Connection
later
lost.
this month. How are you thinking about some of those shifts there and what it means for those two companies?
Yeah, so in terms of Starbucks, well, we wrote that it was a no-brainer. He's probably
Connection lost.
best restaurant executive in the out of the publicly traded chains. He authored an incredible turnaround, to your point, at Chipotle. We wrote that it was a home run of a hire there. So
Connection
good
lost.
things, right? All good things for Starbucks. I think there's definitely a lot of work to be done there. But he's a great candidate to turn that around.
Connection lost.
Chipotle, what we think is that the interim CEO, COO, Scott Boatwright, is he's an excellent
Connection
executive. He's
lost.
an excellent choice, and we think he'd be a great choice for the permanent CEO role. Because I think what they need to do is continue to keep that culture intact.
Connection lost.
And continue running that company the way it was run under Brian Niccol, right? So I think if you keep Scott Boatwright in there, I think you have a better chance of keeping that culture alive and keeping things
Connection lost.
moving, in such a strong direction. I think probably the only concern would be that Brian Niccol takes away some of the
Connection
talent
lost.
from Chipotle and brings it with him at Starbucks.
Hey,
But,
one last thing, and I heard it with the surveillance team this morning. It was kind of fun, but
Connection
they
lost.
talked about starting Thursday, August 22nd, so this week, the pumpkin spice latte returns. I thought we'd get that when it gets a little chilly and we throw a little sweater
Connection
on.
It's cold this week in New York.
I know,
This
but
morning,
it's still
yesterday
summer.
morning.
It's like
It is still summer, but-
It's like we see the Christmas decorations and Halloween is barely over.
Have you heard though, Carol? The pumpkin spice latte comes earlier every year.
Connection lost.
Does this work? Does this move the needle in terms of juicing retail sales? And just quickly.
I honestly, I don't think it's going to really move the needle that much. They're hoping they can get, an extra week of a sales
Connection
boost, or an
lost.
extra couple of weeks of a sales boost. But yeah, we don't think it's going to move the needle all that much.
Yeah, I just think it's kind of wild. Listen, great stuff. Fun to go through the
Connection
space. It's certainly
lost.
one that we watch really, really closely. There's so much going on. Mike Halen, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Restaurant Analyst, joining us from BI headquarters in Princeton, New Jersey. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not into those drinks that have got a lot of stuff in there.
Connection lost.
Okay.
Yeah, a lot of people are. And that's where a lot of the money comes
Get a
from.
good cappuccino upstairs.
Hey, speaking of fall in New
Yes.
England is awesome. And attention, New England listeners, Bloomberg 106.1 and 1330 are moving to 92.9 FM starting September 3rd. Listen to
Connection
Bloomberg
lost.
Radio in and around Boston on 92.9 FM. It is your news source for business news from the financial center of New England. Bloomberg Radio moving to 92.9 FM the day after Labor Day.
You're going to want to check it out, man. There's going to be so much going on in the fall. I think about the September Fed meeting.
Connection
I think
lost.
about as we get closer to the November election.
You'll be there. I'll be there.
Where?
On
In the fall?
92.9.
I'll be there in the fall.
I'll be on 92.9.
Hey, listen, everybody. Let's head to D.C., get a check on world and national news. For that, we turn things over to Amy Morris. Amy, take it away.
All right, thank you,
Connection
Carol.
lost.
Italian divers have retrieved 4 bodies from that sunken yacht off Sicily. British tech entrepreneur Mike Lynch and Morgan Stanley International Chairman Jonathan Bloomer were among those feared to have died earlier this week. Now, Bloomberg's Olivia Solon has more on that search.
They've managed to get in today and have retrieved 4 bodies.
Connection
There are 6
lost.
people missing, and I believe they've found 1 more body that they're in the process of retrieving from the vessel.
Olivia Solon speaking with Bloomberg's Carol Masser and Tim Stenovic. The Democratic National Convention heads into day 3 today. Minnesota
Connection
Governor Tim
lost.
Walz preparing to accept the nomination to be Kamala Harris's vice president. Former Obama Agriculture Secretary Tom Vilsack says he may be just what the Democratic ticket needs.
Governor Walz is someone that you can put into any room
Connection
in
lost.
any community in any part of the country, and he would be able to relate to the people in that room. which means that he can be a very powerful spokesperson for rural America, for the small towns and rural places in the country that oftentimes don't get the level of attention that they deserve.
Connection lost.
That's former Agriculture Secretary and the former governor of Iowa, Tom Vilsack. He was a guest today on Bloomberg Television. Wall's acceptance speech is set for 10:45
Connection
tonight.
lost.
That's Wall Street time. Listen on Bloomberg Radio or watch on Bloomberg Television or the Bloomberg Podcasts YouTube page. New Jersey Democratic Representative Bill Pascrell Jr., a
Connection lost.
14-term incumbent, has died. His family said he'd been hospitalized with an illness recently. Pascrell was slated to run for a 15th term this fall.
Connection lost.
Representative Bill Pascrell was 87 years old. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris, and this is Bloomberg.
Connection lost. 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 Connection lost.
It's 3:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got stocks higher across the board. 20 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell. Right now, let's head over to the first word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call.
Connection
Here he
lost.
is, Bill Maloney.
And good afternoon, Charlie. U.S. stocks in the green, but quiet right now, with the Dow currently up 31 points. S&Ps are higher by 15, and NASDAQ rises by 0.4%. The U.S. 10-year yield falls to 3.78%. Gold is little changed. Oil is in the red, and Bitcoin, that's higher by 3%. Regarding the main 11 S&P sectors, leaders were consumer discretionary and materials. Only financials and telecom were in the red. And leaders to the upside in the Dow, 3M and McDonald's, while American Express fell 3% and led to the downside after a downgrade. In deal news, Arch Resources and Consol Energy to combine in an all-stock merger, and Oaktree is said near a deal for a majority stake in 2 B. Riley units. In the restaurant space, Cava rose 4.2% to an all-time high, and wrapping things up, Snowflake and Zoom Video report after the bell. Live from the first breaking news desk on Bill Maloney. Charlie?
Okay, we thank you very much, Bill Maloney, to hear live breaking news over your Bloomberg. Type SQUA, S-Q-U-A, on your
Connection
Bloomberg.
lost.
I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm driving in my car. I turn on the radio.
How about you let me drive? Connection lost.
Who's gonna drive you home? Honey, please, I'll do the driving. Drive on. Excuse me, I want to drive. It's the question that drives us.
This is the Drive to the Close
That funky music will drive us till the dawn.
on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody, just about 18 minutes left to go, but we do have some headlines crossing the Bloomberg.
Yeah, watching shares Apple now down about half a percentage point. The vice president in charge of the App Store leaving as the company reorganizes to respond to changes in global regulations. Our own Mark Gurman reporting that Matt Fisher, who's run the App Store business since 2010, is leaving Apple in October. That's according to people with knowledge of the matter who declined to be named, discussing unannounced moves. The App Store group is being split into 2 teams, one overseeing Apple's own store and another responsible for alternative app distribution.
Interesting. The story goes on. Phil Schiller, the Apple exec who is ultimately responsible for the App Store, is making the changes in response to regulators forcing Apple to allow alternative stores and payment methods for apps on the iPhone, iPad, and the company's other devices. So some different things going on there at Apple.
Just pulling up the when this news broke, if it did send shares lower. Yeah, we saw a spike lowered actually to its lows of the day after that news came out from Mark Gurman, recovering a little bit kind of back to where it was before the news broke.
Connection some good stuff going on. Hey, we're watching.
Speaking of stocks.
Apple.
I don't know.
Where you want to go?
I want to go
Was that
drive to
a
the
segue?
close. Yeah.
Let's talk about the markets. They're bouncing around. We have seen rates that move down today. Abby Roach is portfolio analyst for the Empiric LT Equity team at Allspring Global Investments. She joins us from Washington, D.C. Abby, good to have you here with us. Tell us,
Connection lost.
Tell us, like, kind of what's front and center and what you contribute to your team in terms of strategy and what you focus on as a result.
Yeah, so we've really been, I'm the consumer analyst for our team, and really consumer's been front and center this earnings season, just trying to get a handle on how the consumer is holding up. And I think we've been seeing some good prints recently from companies and good updates.
Connection
Walmart
lost.
last week, getting some encouraging data out. And then again today in terms of both the Target update as well as TJX. So keeping a close watch on the consumer, but thus far we're hearing that the lower income
Connection
consumer
lost.
continues to be a bit challenged, but outside of that, the rest of the consumers seem to be holding up relatively well.
What do you mean by a bit challenged?
Connection lost.
What we've been seeing from them is more pulling back in terms of spending based on really needs-based spending, of really watching their budgets pretty closely, and heard this starting in the earnings season with some of the consumer staples companies.
Connection
talking about
lost.
Mondelez was one that was talked a lot about them seeing really around $3 price points. Really sensitivity there in terms of the basket of pulling back in some items in order to meet the dollar budget total. So we've continued to hear more discerning behavior from the lower income consumer. But in terms of the middle and higher income consumer, what we've really heard is that they're being a bit judicious and being mindful of spending just given elevated pricing. But we really haven't seen a change in terms of behavior from those consumers based on needs.
Well, I think sadly the fact of the matter is the lower end consumer has been a bit challenged for years at this point. And, we hear that over and over again. We've heard it over and over again. I'm wondering if, in your view, that is giving you any signal, Abby, about the health of the overall consumer, and if the overall consumer in every segment is strained the same way.
Yeah, I think I would say I don't think that they're strained in the same way as the lower income consumer. I think we've seen the elevated pricing has been frustrating for consumers across the board. And I think what we've heard from customers, what we've heard from companies this earnings season is really that customers are being mindful, but in terms of those who are watching spending based on the needs, we're not really seeing that materialize for the middle and higher income consumers. Walmart called out those consumers as being healthy last week. I think Target called that out again today. I think the biggest thing is consumers across the board are seeking value and convenience, but the lower income consumers are seeking value based on needs.
All right, so let's go into some of the individual names that you are following and that you like. Home Depot is one of them. It's up about 7% on the year. Some disappointment when they first announced earnings back just about a week, a little bit over a week ago. And so we did see the stock under pressure after they cut their comp sales outlook. You like it. The stock has definitely trended higher, though, since then. So what's the story? What's the fundamental story for investors to think about investing in this one?
It's really two things. I think when you look shorter term, one of the things is just the rate environment. Is we're looking for a more accommodative rate environment. And we think we saw the Fed minutes released earlier today. We think getting a more supportive environment. Home Depot called out last week of financing sensitive projects being delayed. And we think as you get more supportive rate environment, you'll start to see some improvement in terms of that piece of spending from consumers. And then the other piece as it relates to Home Depot is with respect to their focus on the complex pro. They want to gain more share of the pro wallet, but especially projects around remodeling and reconstruction, those bigger projects. And they're focused on that two ways, both organically and inorganically. Organically through their complex pro initiative, where they're in 17 markets now. And then inorganically with the SRS distribution deal that closed earlier this summer. So a big focus there to gain more share of that wallet. And we think a couple different tailwinds for them near and longer term.
Okay, what about when it comes to Costco, another stock that is on your radar? As Carol reminds me, it's up 33% so far this year.
Yeah.
It is, and it's one of those stocks. Costco is exposed to higher income consumers relative to other retailers. And one of the most recent announcements from the company was with respect to the membership fee increase. And we see that as a huge benefit for them because when you look at their EBIT, the membership fee income makes up more than 50% of that. So we see a natural tailwind for them as member fees will increase. And they've also talked about really reinvesting in the value for members. So we think they'll continue to do both of those things while there might be some sensitivity in terms of the fee increase, we think there's so much value at Costco, and they're really focused on delivering that we think there will continue to be a benefit in terms of their EBIT.
Apparently, Carol hoards Costco paper products in the basement.
I don't. My husband
During the pandemic, I know that you never ran out of toilet paper.
We did run out. It was pretty sad.
What was it, 3 months in or something?
No.
Finally, the supplies dwindled.
It's not fun.
The basement full of toilet paper.
I'm from a large family, so growing up, my family, we had paper goods coming out of in our utility room. Costco boosting their annual membership fees. That's got to be a good thing, right?
Yes, about 8.5% for that.
Yeah.
And we think they continue to drive value for members. And while there will be some sensitivity to that, the
Connection
renewal
lost.
rates are higher than 90% for the company. And as consumers continue to seek value, Costco is synonymous with value for consumers. So we think that those membership renewal rates will continue to be high.
Connection lost.
25 seconds. Ulta. Warren Buffett, we know in their latest filings, has a position. I mean, we just talk about it all the time here. Everybody's buying cosmetics. I mean, it's kind of a big thing. Real quickly, 20 seconds here. Your thoughts?
Yeah, there's the
Connection
durability of
lost.
the beauty category, which we like here in an environment where a consumer might be more sensitive, but also in terms of Ulta relative to other beauty retailers,
Connection
they
lost.
sell across from mass to prestige pricing. So we think that really benefits them here for consumers who might be looking for cheaper alternatives that they can shop across the spectrum.
All right, good stuff. Abby, thank you so much. Abby Roach, portfolio analyst for the Empiric LT equity team over at Allspring Global Investments. Folks, we're counting down to the close. We like your cosmetics and beauty stuff.
I do. Yeah, I'm wearing a lot of makeup. That's how it works.
This is Bloomberg.
Connection lost. 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 Connection lost.
Now, your company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
From Bloomberg World headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Apple's vice
Connection
president in
lost.
charge of the App Store is leaving as the company reorganizes to respond to changes in global regulations. Now, sources tell
Connection
Bloomberg
lost.
Matt Fisher, who has run the App Store business since 2010, is leaving the iPhone maker in October. Apple shares lower, little change right now, down by about 0.1%. Just getting word from Delta that it will be
Connection
pausing
lost.
flights between JFK and Tel Aviv now now through October 31st. Sources tell Bloomberg Oaktree Capital is in exclusive talks to acquire a majority stake in two businesses owned by B. Riley Financial. Shares of B. Riley today, they are surging now by 42.2%. Coming up after the close of trading, among the names that we'll be reporting, we'll be hearing from Analog Devices. Also scheduled to report will be Synopsys. Both companies are trading higher. Toll also advancing after earnings. Toll Brothers, the home builder, up now by 5.2%. Housing, certainly a major campaign issue put forward by Democratic presidential candidate Kamala Harris, but can the housing industry respond? John Lovello is a home building analyst with Bloomberg Intelligence.
Even if the builders wanted to build a lot more, there's just capacity constraints. There's not enough construction labor. There's entitlement and sort of permitting delays at each municipal level that it's just, frankly, would be incredibly impossible to ramp production to the levels I think that would be needed to put that kind of supply into the market over the next 3 years to fill the gap, unless demand were to fall off a cliff and everyone just continued to build.
John Lovello with UBS. He was interviewed this morning on Bloomberg Surveillance. And those are some of our top company stories at this hour. I'm Charlie Pelletan. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Messer and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
All right, everybody, just under 5 minutes to go until we head over to our TV colleagues and count you down to the close on this Wednesday. Wednesday. What?
Cece sent this story that I want to talk about.
Okay.
About Harris supporting policies to expand the crypto industry. Up to now, you've heard a lot of the crypto industry come out in support of former President Trump.
Right.
He was at that crypto conference in Nashville, Tennessee, a few weeks ago. And on our crypto TV show, Bloomberg Crypto, we've had a lot of folks come on and say, he is somebody who has shown us that he will go easier on the crypto industry than the current administration. We haven't spoken to a lot of folks since Harris moved to the top of the ticket. And some people, some guests have actually said to us, we're still waiting to see what she does. And now it sounds like we're getting a little bit of information about that.
Yeah, here's a story in the Bloomberg. VP Kamala Harris will back measures to help grow digital assets, this is according to a policy advisor to her campaign, highlighting efforts to court an emergency cryptocurrency industry expanding its political influence. And so the quote is, this is Brian Nelson, he's a senior campaign advisor for policy to the campaign. He says she's going to support policies that ensure that emerging technologies in that sort of industry can continue to grow, because he was asked about his the VP's efforts to engage the crypto community. I mean, these are things, right? We're starting to get little bits and pieces about what would Harris White House look like, what would a second term by former President Donald Trump look like, and the devil's always in the details.
Yeah, and I think the difference is that the kind of came as a surprise to Vice President Harris that, you know, a month ago that she would be at the top of the ticket. So I would imagine, I don't know this, but I would imagine that they're kind of scrambling for communicating that platform. And they've been criticized for, like, you know, lack of details on economic policy. We saw that speech last Friday.
Right.
I wonder if we'll hear anything more tomorrow.
Yeah, I guess we'll wait and see, right? What does she lay down in terms of specificity? Also, I think, you know, as you get closer and closer to people pulling or, you know, placing their vote, sometimes you want to be careful about the specifics and not alienate a voting base. This is the tricky balance.
You were out, but Mark Gongoloff described this to us.
What did he say?
He said, remember, the election comes down to a football stadium size number of people in 3 states, basically.
Yeah, exactly. That's what it comes down to.
The number of people can fit in a football stadium, yeah.
All right, more to come on that. Folks, just a few minutes left in the trading day. Tim and I are going to head over to our TV colleagues. That's because the closing bell. It starts right now.
Now, right around session highs, big outperformance by the Russell 2000. A full breakdown coming up now, right here on Bloomberg.
The Closing Bell, Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage of the U.S. market close, starts right now.
And right now, we are 2 minutes away from the end of the trading day. Romaine Bostic alongside Scarlett Fu, taking you through the closing bell. It's a global simulcast. It starts right now. with Tim Stanovic joining us in the radio booth, Alex Steele taking a much-deserved day off, and Carol Masser, who I think has been off for the last 2 weeks, finally making a return. Great to see you, Carol Masser. You look tan, rested, and ready.
I don't know about that. I guess what I am, though, waiting, and I do feel like this whole week is about what we get out of Jackson Hole, most specifically what we get from Jay Powell at the end of the week. So I feel like, I know we saw rates move a little bit lower today, but I feel like that's what we're all waiting for.
Obviously important what we hear from Jay Powell, but really I think what investors are thinking about is what that September meeting looks like. Do we get a rate cut? And I guess they got some more evidence that potentially we will see a rate cut, given that the Federal Reserve minutes came out. We saw those, the downward revision of U.S. payrolls. So it looks like more and more evidence that a rate cut is on the table.
Yeah, we're marking time until Jay Powell says those magic words, anticipating that rate cut in September, whether it's 25 basis points or 50 basis points. And then after that, NVIDIA is going to obsess all of our, it's going to obsess us, it's going to dominate all of our attention, because this is the poster child for all the AI hype.
Yeah, and it kind of concludes the earnings season more or less here. Of course, we had a lot of retail earnings this week. Obviously, NVIDIA last week. And then for some reason, Tim, you made me sit at my desk at 10 a.m. this morning for something that apparently never came.
Yeah, well, it came at about 10:30.
Okay, well, I got to use the bathroom.
I was waiting for that, too. We don't know yet what happened, but we know it was delayed.
Aren't you just a good little business journalist, just sitting by, waiting for that to cross?
All right, well, we get the closing bells here in New York. A bit of a turnaround from what we saw yesterday. Volume still light, but again, the sentiment and more importantly, the momentum remains to the upside. The Dow Jones Industrial Average up about 55 points, or about 0.1%. The S&P 500 is going to close higher by about 24 points, right around that 56.21 mark as we wait for these numbers to settle. Remember, 56.67 and change is the last record high, a 0.4% gain on the day. The Nasdaq gaining about 0.6%. And take a look at the Russell 2000. Not only up about 1.3%, Carol, but that should, if my math is correct, going to be the best outperformance we've seen on the Russell versus the S&P all month long.
Yeah, pretty significant to see that stand out. I'm going to go back to the big caps, if I may. The S&P 500, most names, guys, higher today. 402 to the upside, Scarlett, and 100 losing ground, 1 unchanged.
Yeah, that's quite a ratio, that 4-to-1 ratio. All right, let's take a look at how the sector performances shape up when you split the S&P 500 into 11 groups. 2 are somewhat in the red, and I say somewhat because energy is little changed right now. Financials down ever so slightly because of Franklin Resources and American Express. On the upside, you have consumer discretionary due to a strange mix of retailers, which we can get into later on, materials and utilities. So some of those defensive names are doing better. Utilities and consumer staples, the 3rd and 4th best performing groups today.
As you guys know, a lot about retail today. We heard from a lot in the sector. So let's get to it. Target, number 2 gainer in the S&P 500, folks, up almost 16% at its highs, finishing the day with a 10% gain. The company ending a string of sales declines in the second quarter. The retailer also coming out reporting comparable sales, and adjusted EPS for the second quarter that topped analyst expectations. They've been struggling, but they certainly delivered today, and investors noticed. Another one, TJX Companies. This, of course, home to TJ Maxx, Home Goods, and others. This one finishing up with a more than 6% gain, hitting a record high. I think it may have closed at a record as well. Let me just pull it up here. And as we do, closed at a record, increasing its full-year projections for comp sales and profit following second quarter results that did top. Analysts encouraged by the outlook boost, and the CEO's comment that the third quarter is off to a strong start. The other thing, layer this on top of it, the company TJ Maxx acquiring a 35% stake in Dubai-based brands for less, so they continue to take their model and really pushing it out globally. And one more, not retail, but in the housing sector, Toll Brothers up about 5.6%. The home builder announced third quarter earnings late yesterday. Forecast diluted earnings per share for the full year that beat the average analyst estimate. So investors again noticing that one, sending it a lot higher, really outperformance in those names, Tim.
Okay, a couple retailers and a home builder for you. I got a retailer at the top of my list for decliners. Look no further than Macy's, down more than 12%, close to 13%. This after the company cut its net sales guidance for the full year. It cited a more discriminating consumer, heightened promotional environment. Mary Ross Gilbert reminded us that Macy's is always doing these promotions, but it's facing competition now from specialty apparel, off-price retailers like TJ Maxx, even online outlets these days, like Shein. She also talked about that specific customer segment getting squeezed. She's over there at Bloomberg Intelligence. And then Scarlett, you heard mentioned Franklin Resources, ticker BEN. Ben, it's on a percentage basis the worst performing stock in the S&P 500. It is the parent company of Western Asset Management. Shares falling the most since 2020, down more than 12% today. This after Western Asset Management said Ken Leach is on the leave of absence effective immediately. Leach faces a potential enforcement action from the SEC as part of a probe into whether some clients were favored over others in allocating gains and losses from derivatives trades. Just in the last hour, our team at Bloomberg News reported that federal prosecutors in New York are investigating whether a Western Asset Management executive allocated winning trades to favored accounts as part of a criminal probe into a practice known as, quote, cherry picking. And then finally, ADRs of JD.com falling today by more than 4%. This after Walmart sold its stake in JD, raising about $3.6 billion. Romaine, that stake sale marks the end of a partnership that started back in 2016. Walmart's still trying to figure out how it fits into the Chinese economy.
Yeah, let's take a look at yields here because that's where we saw some of the big moves here on the day. Treasury prices did push higher on the day, pushing yields lower about 5 basis points on the short end of the curve, more modest declines in yields on the longer end of the curve here. And of course, with that buying that we saw in the Treasury space started earlier in the session. Of course, it accelerated after those jobs numbers revisions mid-morning and then accelerated further when we got the Fed minutes around 2 p.m. Eastern time here, Carol and Tim.
All right, so let's get to some stories that caught our attention on this Wednesday. And this one has to do with what Americans think, what number, if you will, says that you are basically wealthy in 2024. And so Americans on average believe it takes a net worth of about $2.5 million to be considered wealthy this year. And that is a 14% jump from last year. This is according to Charles Schwab, their Modern Wealth Survey.
All right, let me just interrupt you for a moment here because Snowflake earnings just came out, and for the quarter that ended, second quarter revenue did beat analyst estimates, $868.8 million versus an expected $850.7 million. In terms of the outlook for the third quarter, it sees product revenue of $850 to $855 million. That is higher than the average analyst estimate of sub $850 million, and it also sees a third quarter adjusted operating margin of 3%. The second quarter adjusted EPS also beat analyst estimates, but the stock is down about 7%.
Zoom also out with its results. This is Zoom Video, ticker ZM. Revenue in the most recent quarter coming in a touch above Wall Street estimates, $1.16 billion. Adjusted EPS of $1.39, beating Street estimates of about $1.22. The company, here's your revenue guidance for the year. The company says $4.63 billion to $4.64. That's above its previous estimate that it got, and the lower end of that range is above the consensus on Wall Street. Those shares higher by 3% in after-hours trading.
All right, also popping in the aftermarket, shares of Urban Outfitters. Let's get to some of the numbers. Second quarter comp retail sales segment up 2% versus an estimate of 2.94, so that's light on that one. Second quarter Urban Outfitters segment comp sales down 9.3%. The estimate on the street was for a decline of a little bit less than that, 8.75% to the downside. And second quarter EPS of $1.24 a share, but you're seeing the stock up about 2.6% here in the aftermarket. So we'll look for some more in terms of some of the numbers there.
Okay, speaking of more, we're getting more earnings. Synopsys boosts its fiscal year adjusted earnings per share forecast. It beat estimates. The guidance beat the average analyst estimates. Sees adjusted EPS for $13.07 a share to $13.12. Beating estimates of $12.90 to $12.98. Shares not really going anywhere in the after hours.
Well, one of its competitors are seeing its shares down significantly. Wolfspeed down about 8% right now. Of course, this is the maker of semiconductor parts here. The company reporting an adjusted loss per share of about 89 cents. I'm not quite sure what the comparison is with street estimates, but you see the reaction there in the shares here. Revenue also coming in, looks like a little bit light at around $200 million for the quarter. The company also saying, though, that it is targeting a revenue range for the full year, for the first fiscal quarter of the new year of 185 to 215 million.
Kind of rough. I mean, this is a name, you know, it's about a nearly $1.7 billion market cap making of semiconductor products. But I mean, Wolfspeed's been down about 70% year to date. So now you're looking at what, Scarlett, another 12% drop here.
Yeah, pretty painful. And of course, this is all kind of at the very end, the tail end of earnings season, which for the most part has been decent complacent,
lost.
except for those companies that have a lot of exposure to the consumer, which we've been seeing from the likes of Target, the likes of Macy's.
What was your favorite earnings so far this year?
My favorite earnings.
Oh, it's so hard to choose, Romaine. We can't play favorites here. You know that.
We love them all equally,
That's
right?
right.
All of them.
We love them all, and now we're almost at another one, another earnings season.
Do you know what Tim said about you while you were gone, Carol?
I don't know what I said about her.
Stop causing problems.
Connection lost.
No. All right.
Of course she knows because she was listening and watching nonstop when she was out. What else?
Yeah.
How else do you spend vacation?
That was it. I love you guys, but that was
Connection lost.
All right, that's a wrap. Our cross-platform radio, TV, YouTube, Bloomberg Originals. We will see you again, same time, same place tomorrow, everybody.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Messer and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio.
Yeah, that's how
Connection
we
lost.
roll, right? We finish up one earnings season and just go to another one.
Yeah, that was ridiculous.
Were you like?
It's like Snowflake, Zoom, Synopsys, Urban Outfitters, Wolfspeed,
Connection
and then
lost.
NVIDIA on the 28th.
I know. It's
Hey, Carol showed me this really disturbing picture earlier today from
yeah.
Twitter.
I don't know if we have
Can
it
I
to
talk
show
about
everybody.
this?
That's
We don't
okay.
have it, but it's okay. We don't actually know
Connection
where it came
lost.
from because it was on Twitter.
Well, my little
/X.
brother Bill sent it to me.
Bill sent it to you?
Yeah, he always sends me
Okay.
things, and we just kind of like, share things back and forth.
Picture this.
Yes.
A couple Disney princesses, maybe, I think it's Ariel from The Little Mermaid and
Yes.
Elsa.
And Elsa from Frozen, who are such.
Are they lighting up a
Connection
cigarette
lost.
together?
I believe it's a joint.
A marijuana cigarette, you
I believe
say?
so.
Apparently.
It looks so real. I don't even
Okay.
know. Can I?
You can't show it. Don't show it.
Oh, I can't
Don't
show
show
it.
it. Don't
All right.
show it.
Why?
Because you don't
are
know where
kids
it came
watching?
from. You
Where
don't
did
know
it
where it
come
came from. I just want to protect
Well, this is the
lost.
problem, right?
a problem.
Somehow I
You
can't.
don't- yeah.
I can't believe that Disney Animation. Hey guys, can you get right
Connection
on this?
lost.
Can we get Ariel and Elsa
Yeah.
out there smoking a joint? I'm
Well-
sure they didn't do it.
All right, so it's not just Disney that has to be worried. Elmo, Mickey
Yeah.
Mouse, Pikachu. Have you seen these pictures wielding a
seen
gun
all of them.
online recently?
There's a lot of
Okay,
stuff
chances
that's
are it was
around.
made with grok.
Connection lost.
Not guaranteed. Chances are it was made with grok.
What has happened in the last couple of days? Because everybody is talking about grok.
I don't know.
All
I know
right.
somebody who does know the answer.
Rachel Metz, she's got to know, and she's going to fill us in and make us cool again. She's Bloomberg News AI reporter. She joins us from San
I
Francisco.
don't know if she can make us cool, but she can answer all our questions about AI.
That is so, yeah, that's
Hey,
not going to happen.
Grok, what will it take for me to be cool?
Cue crickets. No, just kidding. Hey, Rachel, good to have you here with us. She's joining us. Hey, so first of all, I am a little obsessed, and I've been like Googling a lot about grok. I haven't gotten onto it. I mean, I think you have to do a certain thing with X in order to have access. Help me out. Tell me what it is
Connection
and why
lost.
everybody's talking about it.
Well, you have to pay money.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah. So, which I did, or Bloomberg did for me this week. Paid for it, started using it. I mean, I use all these different kinds of tools all the time. But if it's one that has to be paid
Connection
for, you
lost.
want to, make sure you really want to try it. I thought it was really interesting last week that all these images started popping up that were like really pretty racy,
Connection
sometimes very
lost.
violent and disturbing, gory, looking like images of bodies, school shooting kind of things. I saw some of that sort of really terrible stuff. All clearly, to my view at least, AI generated, and they were made with grok, but they were not made by grok necessarily. Grok
Connection
is a
lost.
chatbot. They were made with image software, AI image generating software from a little brand new startup called Black Forest Labs, because grok,
Connection lost.
Elon Musk's XAI, which makes grok, is forming a partnership. They have a little partnership with them.
Is that how all of these image generators work? They outsource it? Like OpenAI has image generation. What's the one that everyone was playing with like 18 months ago, Rachel?
Connection
kind
lost.
of, so some of them you can license and use them.
Okay.
Some of them are open sourced. This new company, so Black Forest Labs, is really
Connection
interesting
lost.
because it was created by a bunch of the people that originally built Stable Diffusion, which was popularized by
Connection
Stability
lost.
AI. Originally, this was Stable Diffusion in its earliest days was actually a university research project. And some of these people, so they have, these very deep roots in AI image generation
Connection
and making
lost.
really good looking AI images. They have struck out on their own to build this new company, Black Forest Labs. And what's interesting also about Black Forest Labs, besides having this like deep expertise, is they just launched this month, and they have 3 different models that people can use, and they're available in different ways. So like the most powerful
Connection
one
lost.
is one that companies and people will have to pay for. That's what Grok is using. So it can produce really like very realistic looking images, and they have sort of a middle one that
Connection
people
lost.
can use, but it's not meant for commercial purposes. And then there's like a much more open source, like a more traditionally open source version that is much lighter weight, smaller, not quite as good, but anybody can use
Connection
that
lost.
for their own purposes or commercial uses or whatever.
So who owns, well, I know who owns Ariel and Elsa, Q Disney company. So like, can they say, wait a minute, no, you can't do this? Like, what are the rules on this? Or have we not really kind of done that yet or figured that
Connection
out?
lost.
That second part is a lot of it. It's kind of like a bunch of different things, right? There's a bunch of court cases right now that are ongoing related to this idea of what goes into and also what comes out of these systems, the training data and also the resulting images.
Connection lost.
I've talked to some AI and legal experts, and there's also like a tricky decision there if a company like Disney is interested
Connection
in
lost.
suing, for instance. Like some companies are more, or people are more or less litigious, right? Like Dr. Seuss's estate is known for being pretty litigious. So maybe they would sue over an output. But these companies with
Connection
famous
lost.
characters like Disney, they're trying to balance a bunch of things, right? They want people to be able to be fans and to do fan activities, which could include things like parody.
Connection
but they
lost.
also want to protect their IP. So it's like kind of a difficult decision, right? If you want to sue or you don't want to sue.
Yeah, exactly. But what about these companies actually putting in safeguards so they don't get to the point where people can actually prompt the generators to create these images in the first place?
Yeah, this is a good question,
Connection
and it's
lost.
kind of like, I feel like it's a little bit of a tricky dance that all the companies that have been building AI image generators and also those like X, if they're deploying them, they
Connection lost.
have to think about like, what do we want people to be able to do with this? Usually they have various types of guardrails, and often, as we've seen over the past few years, they kind of change over time. Like a company like Midjourney might say, hey, this
That's
big
the one I was
election is
thinking of.
coming
Thank
up.
you.
Yeah, like Midjourney might say, you know what, an election's coming up, and they did this, I think several months ago. They said we might make it so you can't create certain kinds of political content, or you might be able to not generate images of a politician for right now. So they can make rules like that. What I did notice
Connection lost.
with Grok and with making images through that is that, like last week, initially when the image generation became available, there were all kinds of crazy things. Just like totally wild stuff, like Kamala Harris and Donald Trump like shotgunning marijuana together, like things like that.
I'm going to tell you, when this came across X of Donald Trump and Elon Musk, grooving to Bee Gees "Staying Alive," like I had to watch it a million times.
Legit?
Like it was but it was just so like I couldn't turn my eyes away from it. It was so crazy. I think this was
Connection lost.
from Elon, right? I mean, his role in all of this, right? He's concerned about AI doing harm. I thought he was. And yet I'm wondering kind of his role in all of this. Just got about 45 seconds here, but his role in all of this.
It's a little bit hard to tell. I mean, it gets really muddy really fast, right? If you're offering people the opportunity to make all kinds of images, but you also say you're concerned about AI. I mean, it's tricky, basically, and I think it's going to
Connection lost.
continue to be tricky. But one thing that I did notice is that it looks like the guardrails may be changing. X didn't respond to me. Black Forest Labs also did not respond to me. But just putting in certain kinds of prompts
Connection lost.
that looked like they would have been okay, like last week, including some that I know other people ran. I couldn't get Grok to produce such images yesterday, for instance. So they are probably going to change their guidelines over time.
Crazy, crazy. Thank you so much. Now I know what this is all about. Rachel Metz, AI reporter, be well
Connection
over at
lost.
Bloomberg News. Quick headline, Walt Disney Company, we're talking about Disney naming James Gorman to lead its succession planning committee. So we'll get more on that on the other side. This
Connection
is
lost.
Bloomberg.
Connection lost. Connection lost. Connection lost. Connection lost. Connection lost. Connection lost. Connection lost.
It's 4:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. The Walt Disney Company has named James Gorman to chair its succession planning committee. Gorman, who joined the Disney board earlier this year, oversaw the recent succession process at Morgan Stanley, where he serves as executive chairman following several years as the firm's chairman and CEO. Work from home, darling. Zoom Video boosted its revenue guidance for the full year. The guidance did beat the average analyst estimate. And after ours, we got Zoom Video Communications up by 3.7%. Also reporting after the close of trading, Synopsys, it boosted its adjusted EPS guidance for the full year. That guidance did beat the average analyst estimate. After ours, Synopsys shares they're gaining now by about 1%. A lot of green on the screen today with the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all advancing. S&P up 23, finishing the Wednesday session at 56.20, up by about 0.4%. The Dow up 55, up 0.1%, while NASDAQ was higher by 102 points today, a gain of 0.6%. 10-year yield 3.79%, the 2-year 3.93%. Gold down $2 the ounce to $25.11, a drop of 0.1%, and West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.8%, 71.86 a barrel on WTI. Recapping stocks higher today, S&P up 0.4%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Well, Wyndham Hotels and Resorts is some 25 brands, 95 countries, 9,100 plus hotels, and it just opened up the Echo Suites Extended Stay by Wyndham Dallas in Plano, Frisco, Texas. It's the second extended stay Echo property to open in the U.S.
Yeah, here to talk about it and the hotel business and really what's up with leisure and business travelers. It's a great read on the economy. Is the president and CEO of Wyndham Hotels and Resorts, Jeff Bellotti. He joins us from Plano, Texas. Jeff, great to have you here. We have kind of a million questions.
I think he's in one of the rooms in Plano. Is that true, Jeff?
I am, Tim. I slept here last night. It was a great sleep. It's, for your viewers watching on YouTube who can see this beautiful room. This is the first hotel that a developer by the name of Ian McClure of Gulf Coast Hospitality is based here in Texas.
Connection lost.
Texas is a very important state for us. He's building 25 of these Echo Suites by Wyndham. The demand for this type of product is incredible. It's a very comfortable room. If you can see around, I won't give you a tour of my other unmade bed on the other side. But,
Connection lost.
Yeah, it was a great event we had yesterday, and it's our fastest growing brand because of the demand that's out there.
Well, tell us about that, why it is your fastest growing, and what is the demand specifically? Who wants to stay there? Who's demanding, like, hey, we need these kind of places?
Gosh, last month I was sleeping up out in Spartanburg, South Carolina, where
Connection lost.
Spartanburg has received $1 billion of the $9 billion that state, that single state, has been awarded of this of this $1.5 trillion piece of legislation, the most historic piece of legislation this country's ever seen. There are 1.8 million companies that are contracting their workers for projects that are now just beginning to get started, and they're looking for this type of affordable, clean economy accommodation to put them in. Here in Plano, perfect example. There is so much development going on around the community here that I'm in today, and that I'll be this evening with developers looking to build more of these and other brands from the medical profession, from the automotive profession, and a litany of projects that haven't yet begun that are going to begin soon. And companies are out contracting right now for lodging accommodations like this. It really is. It's an amazing. I've been in this industry for 30 years. I've never seen anything quite like it.
It's really fascinating. I'm just going to go back to what you kind of kicked off with. So you're talking about the spending bills and the legislation that's come out of the U.S. Congress, and that is really shaping kind of where you develop.
Exactly. I mean, our teams have identified about 4,000 of the 40,000 projects that will be funded by the $1.5 trillion bill and the $250 billion CHIPS Act bill. Those CHIP Acts, that bill has begun funding projects in here in Texas as well. We have this is our 691st hotel that we've opened as a company yesterday. But in Taylor, Texas, Samsung is building a plant where they will a chip plant where they will spend $17 billion over the next 10 years. And they have thousands of workers right now who are looking for long-term lodging accommodation. They're checking in for 5, 6, 7 months. Some are checking in for over a year. Many are from other parts of Texas and driving home on the weekends, but they want a place that they can that they could cook, as you see behind me, the two stove tops, put their dishes in a full-size dishwasher, have a full-size refrigerator and a great microwave. They want a place that feels like home, and that's what's fueling Carol the demand.
You know what? Does it feel like Waterville, Maine, Jeff? Which is, I'm just now learning, where you and I both went to college, a small school called Colby, where we found ourselves freezing pretty much November through April every year, holed up in our dorm rooms playing beer pong because it was so cold in Maine.
It's Maine.
I know.
They have, what, 1 month of summer?
Tim, I don't know if you've been back to Waterville lately, but it has been transformed. The development that's going on in downtown Waterville is really impressive to see. And I was thinking to myself, that's why I'm smiling so widely, that Waterville needs an Echo Suites extended stay by Wyndham, because we would kill it in that market, as you know, with parents who did not have the lodging accommodations when we were there that are available today on the new construction route.
Yeah, just so everybody knows, it's an old mill town that, like many mill towns in New England, had fallen on hard times years ago. The college and the hospital, at least when I was there in Waterville, Maine, were the biggest employers. And you can see it, but since I've been there, I graduated close to 20 years ago. And there has been incredible development in the area, really a revitalization of downtown.
Which makes sense, too,
Yeah,
what
it
you're
really
saying.
does.
You're laughing. Wait, how many years ago did you graduate? Or can I not even ask that? I won't
I
ask.
think I'm older than Tim.
We weren't pumping the kegs together.
We were not. No, I've got a few on them.
All right, so I'm curious, though. So exciting growth development, but what happens, I don't know, when the money kind of runs out in terms of the development from like legislation? Do you worry about that you won't have the people who will be demanding these kind of rooms in Plano, Texas, or elsewhere throughout the state?
Carol, that is a long time away. I mean, we are in the very early innings. Less than 20%. I think the figure from the COB is less than 17% of the 1.5 trillion has been allocated. And even a smaller percentage of that has been spent in terms of shovels on the ground. The projects that you and Tim are probably hearing about and reading about, I mean, you think about big projects in the New York area, like the Hudson Tunnel. Those projects are so far out there. This is certainly helping us from a demand standpoint, demand generation standpoint. I mentioned that we've identified 40,000 projects so far, and there'll be thousands more that will be funded. But that is a long, long way away. I'm not thinking that far out. It's at least 10 years, and who knows in 10 years what's to come in terms of new projects that could be funded. There is, again, just such a lack of demand for this type of extended stay lodging product, and that's what has our 270 developers who have signed contracts and been awarded territories to build this type of lodging so excited.
So you don't ever say the word right now, recession, based on what you're seeing. Is that fair?
Well, look, I mean, our brands have always outperformed any economic downturn. They did after 9/11. They certainly did during the 08 and 09 great financial crisis. And there was no better outperformance in the industry than the economy and mid-scale lodging brands of Wyndham Hotels and Resorts throughout COVID. Our brands were the very first to recover. Our brands are known as Days Inn by Wyndham, Super 8 by Wyndham, La Quinta by Wyndham, very large systems of thousands of units in this country that have great brand recognition, where franchisees never had to close their hotels because they were able to break even at 30% occupancy. While we're a leisure-based company, and 70% of our business is reliant on the leisure travel demand, which is still buoyant and still out there. That 30% that is non-leisure is that essential everyday worker whose office is not a downtown office building that's been closed as it was throughout COVID. but whose office is
Connection
the front
lost.
seat of their construction or utility vehicle, or is one of my traveling nurse daughters who
Connection
have to
lost.
go to work that are traveling and need accommodation during the week. So
yeah,
again, our brands have always outperformed in economic downturns. We're not seeing a recession, to your point, right now, and we're feeling very confident about the year ahead.
I think room service is knocking on the door. I'm only kidding. We're going to take a break, do some news, and we're going to come back and continue the conversation. We're going to come back with President and CEO of Wyndham Hotels and Resorts, Jeff Bellotti. We're talking with him. He is in Plano, Texas, which, as we just talked about, just opening up another Echo Suites extended stay. They did that, I believe, yesterday. So we'll continue, because I want to get a little bit more, too, on curious about the leisure business a little bit and what it says about the consumer, and just talk a little bit more about their model.
Yeah, and also remember there are those other brands, Hawthorne, the mid-scale
so
brand,
many.
Waterwalk, the upscale brand. So, there's a lot of segmentation happening.
Yeah, which is really fascinating. All right, back to world and national news, everybody, we go, and back to D.C. and Amy Morris. Amy, all yours.
All right, thank you, Carol. Democrats may be energized at their convention this week, but the Harris campaign is urging supporters to not become complacent. Barack and Michelle Obama delivering that message last night, as we hear from Bloomberg's David Gura.
It's urging not just to get on the bandwagon and support the vice president in her campaign, but also to do the work that's going to be necessary to make sure that she wins in November. So this has been a through line over the course of this convention. I suspect we're going to hear more of it tonight when we hear from Vice President Harris's running mate and from former President Clinton as well.
David Gura hosts the Bloomberg Big Take podcast. Tim Walz is set to give his vice
Connection
presidential
lost.
acceptance speech tonight. You can hear his remarks live on Bloomberg Radio starting at 10:45 this evening, Wall Street time. Former President Donald
Connection
Trump is holding
lost.
his first outdoor rally since his assassination attempt. Taking to the stage in Asheboro, North Carolina, he with bulletproof glass in front and behind him, he told the crowd that Democrats making this election personal.
Sure. Please stick to policy. Don't get personal. And yet they're getting personal all night long, these people. Do I still have to
Connection
stick to policy?
Donald Trump's running mate, J.D. Vance, spoke to the crowd earlier. Robert F. Kennedy has an announcement set for Friday. ABC is reporting he's planning to drop out of the presidential race by the end of the week. And while his decision about whom to endorse is technically finalized, ABC reports he's leaning toward throwing his support behind Donald Trump. RFK Jr.'s formal announcement is set for Friday. And longtime New Jersey Congressman Bill Pascrell has died. The 87-year-old was currently serving in Congress. The Democrats' family made the announcement on his X page, saying Pascrell passed away yesterday morning, adding that he fought till his last breath to return to the job he cherished and people he loved. Global news 24 hours a day, and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy
Connection
Morris,
lost.
and this is Bloomberg.
Connection lost. 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 Connection lost.
It's 4:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Among the names reporting after the close of trading, we heard from Snowflake. It's out with a sales outlook that failed to ease investor fears that the company is falling behind in the market for artificial intelligence software tools. After hours, we got Snowflake lower now by about 6.5%. Zoom Video Communications out with a sales forecast for the current quarter that did beat analyst estimates as the company expands its suite of products. After hours, we got Zoom up now by about 2.1%. Turned out to be an update for the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ after dovish Federal Reserve minutes and a big downward revision of payrolls reinforced bets that policymakers will cut rates in September. Almost every major group in the S&P 500 advanced, and right now the S&P is very close to a 5-week high. Up 23 points today, a gain of 0.4%. The Dow up 55, up 0.1%. NASDAQ today up by 0.6%. 10-year at 3.79% with a 2-year that's yielding 3.93%. Gold down 0.1%, 25.10 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude lower by 1.7%, 71.95 a barrel. Today we heard from Target, Macy's, and TJX, among other retailers. So how is the consumer holding up? That question for Abby Roach, portfolio manager at Allspring Global Investments, who's interviewed right here on Bloomberg Business Week.
We've been seeing some good prints recently from companies and good updates, starting with Walmart last week, getting some encouraging data out. And then again today in terms of both the Target update as well as TJX. So keeping a close watch on the consumer, but thus far we're hearing that The lower income consumer continues to be a bit challenged, but outside of that, the rest of the consumers seem to be holding up relatively well.
Abby Roach interviewed here on Bloomberg Business Week. She mentioned TJX up 6.1%. She mentioned Target up 11.2%. Macy's down 12.9%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks for that update, Charlie. Really, really do appreciate it. I want to get right back to Jeff Bellotti, the president and CEO of Wyndham Hotels and Resorts. He joins us from Plano, Texas. Jeff, just remind everyone of Wyndham Hotels and Resorts business model. Are you 100% franchise owned and operated, i.e. you guys actually don't own and operate any of the Wyndham resorts and hotels that people see?
Connection lost.
Exactly, Tim, and that's what investors wanted to see. When we went public 5-6 years ago, they wanted to see a company that got out of the ownership game. We had owned hotels at that point in time, out of the management game, which we have. We are a 100% franchise company. We're the world's largest hotel franchise company. We franchise about 6,000 hotels here in the United States and another 3,295 countries around the world.
So it's less risky, right?
Oh, completely. You know, our business model is extremely resilient. As we were talking about in periods of downturns, we've actually been able to, even in periods where revenue per available room might dip, generate more earnings for investors. We have many levers to pull.
So one thing I'm curious about, and the levers, like you have lots of different brands and you hit at different, economic individuals or families or consumers. So I am curious about, I was looking at some of the BI research our team does, and it talked about your U.S. room base, including a larger percentage of lower price economy hotels than other lodging companies. You did, though, buy American Inn and La Quinta, excuse me, and that La Quinta. Sorry, you're right. That really helped boost your mid-scale and upper mid-scale presence and fee exposure. But I do wonder that you do have some exposure if there's a downturn, an economic downturn. So you sound upbeat. We talked about that before, but there is some exposure, right? Especially the lower income consumer who continues to be squeezed, and we talk about that a lot here at Bloomberg.
And your previous guest, Amy, talking about the great transfer, three great companies. I think one of the biggest misnomers is that our guest is low income. It is squarely middle class when you look at the demographics of our guests. And those middle class income Americans who are staying at American or La Quinta or Days Inn or Super 8 are feeling better about life today than they were certainly in the middle of COVID or pre-COVID levels. And the consumer sentiment that we're seeing continues to improve. We look at many leading indicators in terms of how we believe the consumer is feeling. Booking windows continue to increase. People have reprioritized their vacations as to the very top of the list. They want to spend their disposable income on vacations more than on any other consumer spend. We're seeing longer lengths of stay, and certainly the ability for so many of our consumers to work remotely on a Monday and Friday is helping drive that trend. And we're seeing demand continue to pick up after the normalization of that revenge travel that we all knew had to normalize. So we're seeing the start of we're heading towards obviously Labor Day. The Memorial Day was very strong. It was up 4% versus last Memorial Day here in the United States. July 4th, AAA report was up 8% versus where it was versus last July 4th. And we're expecting the same for Labor Day. So these middle-income Americans want to travel. The number one preference for vacations in the United States of America is drive to, and 90% of our business is drive to. And these middle-income travelers are, with unemployment where it is, as we all know, more employed than they were. And most have more savings in their bank accounts than they did pre-COVID.
So Jeff, help us understand the segmentation, because Echo is for the economy traveler. That's where you are right now.
Well, and the economy business travel.
Economy business travel. Okay.
Squarely blue collar.
Waterwalk is upscale. more upscale. And then you have Hawthorne and mid-scale. Give us sort of the price point for Echo versus Waterwalk.
Yeah, I mean, price points, look, obviously are determined by the markets and the location they're in. But the guest room I'm in tonight, we'll be checking guests in at an $80
Connection
price
lost.
point. That Waterwalk average daily rate could be, depending on the market, double that. And sure, we have lots of aspirational Wyndhams, Wyndham Grands, Dolce. We have a new luxury brand, the Registry Collection, which might have a $300 or $400 handle to its average daily rate. But for that blue collar traveler who's staying at an Echo Suites, it is by and large often being paid for by their employer, and also the demand for this type of product is being driven by how much transient motion there is out there in our country for people looking for short-term and medium-term and long-term accommodations on the relocation front, given the lack of housing in this country.
Hey, one thing I want to do, what's cool is you guys are global. Your second quarter RevPAR, so we're talking about revenue per available room, so key when we're talking about anybody in the hospitality industry. Second quarter RevPAR was flat for the U.S., down 2% for economy hotels, up 7% internationally, and you had a 37% gain in Latin America and 15% in Europe and Middle East, Africa. What can you tell us about kind of the global economy based on what you guys are seeing?
The biggest trend for all of the lodging companies out there for the next quarter, the quarter ahead, and the year ahead is still there is a lot of occupancy still left to recover. The occupancy tailwind really around the world, with very few exceptions, country by country, still has room to grow. And so yes, international was a big bright spot for us. Our international RevPAR, revenue per available room, was up 7% in the quarter versus same time last year. And here, where things normalized, economy, as you pointed out, was down, but it was improving from where it was last year as things normalized, and it was up in some of the other segments.
Connection lost.
There's great pricing power out there, Carol. I always remind investors that pricing still hasn't caught up in the lodging industry to inflation. I think inflation's up something like 23-24% pre-COVID days, and our average daily rate is up over only 17%.
Connection lost.
Our hotels are operated by small mom and pop business owners who feel very confident about holding on to that average rate that they gained during COVID and continuing to improve it. But at the same time, building the business, the base of
Connection lost.
With a business transient that allows them in periods of demand to price up.
Jeff, great to check in with you. Really appreciate it. Jeff Bellotti, he's the president and CEO of Wyndham Hotels and Resorts, joining us from Plano, Texas. Jeff, be well. You're listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week.
Connection lost. Connection lost. Connection lost. Connection lost. Connection lost. Connection lost. Connection lost.
Now, your company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Apple's head of the App Store is leaving as part of a reorganization of the lucrative division, which has drawn regulatory scrutiny over concerns it wields too much power in the mobile software market. Now, sources tell Bloomberg Matt Fisher, a vice president who has run the App Store business since 2010, is leaving the iPhone maker in October. Apple today declined. We had Apple shares down 11 cents, down less than 0.1%. A tale of two retailers targeted and ended 4 straight quarters of declining sales in its latest earnings, while Macy's cut its outlook for the rest of the year as its competitors cut prices. Jennifer Batashis covers retail for Bloomberg Intelligence.
There is real pressure that limits the overall pool of spending. People are still a little bit conservative. Wage growth isn't as strong as it had been in the last few years. The savings rate for people is slowing. They've burned through some of their savings. So people are spending, but they're being thoughtful in how they're spending.
Jen Bertashas with Bloomberg Intelligence. Target shares advanced 11.2% today. Macy's plunged 12.9%. TJX after earnings up today by 6.1%. Macy's slightly missed analyst estimates for its quarterly revenue. It also lowered its outlook for sales during the rest of the year, citing increased discounting by competitors and a more cautious consumers. Sources tell Bloomberg Oaktree Capital is in exclusive talks to acquire a majority stake in 2 businesses owned by B. Riley Financial. B. Riley Financial shares surged today by 45.7%. And those are our top company stories at this hour. I'm Charlie Pellet, and this is Bloomberg.
Connection lost.
You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Messer and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
It is Bloomberg Business Week, and attention everybody in New England who's listening or watching us right now. Bloomberg 106.1 and 1330 are moving to 92.9 FM. That's starting September 3rd. Listen to Bloomberg Radio in and around Boston on 92.9 FM. It's your news source for business news from the financial center of New England to Bloomberg Radio, moving to 92.9 FM the day after Labor Day.
Yep, love our folks up in Boston and all of our listeners over there. Having said that, they might be interested in this story. It's not on the East Coast, it's a West Coast story.
Pretty much as far away from Boston in the U.S. as you can get.
But I bet they love their Disney characters. Walt Disney naming James Gorman, former chief executive officer of Morgan Stanley, to lead the committee searching for a successor to Bob Iger. So let's get to it. Bloomberg News Entertainment editor Chris Palmieri talk here to join us to talk about it. Sorry, you know, the things get put on the computer and then they bop up, so you like lose them. Chris, more importantly, good to have you here. This feels kind of official and formal and like a clock is now ticking, but what's your read? You understand this company?
I think that's a pretty good way to read it.
Yeah.
You know, this process has been going on a while. Definitely when Iger came back, they decided Bob Iger was the CEO. Picked Bob Chapek to replace him, didn't work out, had to come back. And they've really taken a more formal process about this with this committee and now in this case a person chairing the committee, and they specifically recruited Gorman to the board earlier this year because he had experience in CEO succession at Morgan Stanley. He handled his own transition, people thought very well. And so it's widely expected that they're going to name a COO or president next year.
Connection lost.
Right now, they say they're looking at both internal and external candidates, but we know that internal candidates, some of the big, the people that had their biggest divisions, they're being coached, in broader roles, things they'll need to know if they took over a CEO spot as opposed to, say, running the theme parks.
Connection
so
lost.
yeah, this is definitely a sort of a sign that things are heating up.
Okay, so you mentioned some internal candidates. Last time this happened with Bob Chapek, it didn't work out so well for the company. How is the approach different right now?
I think it's definitely being handled more by people outside of Bob Iger. Obviously, he has a role here, but he's no longer the chairman of Disney. If you remember, he used to be chairman and CEO. Mark Parker of Nike is chairman. The people on this committee, it doesn't include Iger. There is a sense that, in a way, that this needs kind of a more professional, if I can use that term, approach. And part of the issue the last time around is the succession process was so long. Iger kept extending his contract that people left who were pretty good candidates, and the company was really kind of left with Chapek. You can get into all the drama of the decision making there, but I would say that it's fair to say this is kind of a more formal process.
Having said that, I mean, was this always the plan? Do you think when Bob Iger came back, or is it that it's not going as well? And so, like, I just wonder, when he came back, was it a limited tenure to begin with?
It was, and he already even extended. It was initially 2 years, and now it's 4. Nobody thinks he's going to keep going after this, but you just never know. But yeah, they brought in an outside search firm. It was definitely positioned as a sort of a different process this time around.
Well, always fascinating. So kind of the succession planning of this company and just kind of what's next. Hey, Chris, thanks for jumping in and jumping on camera.
I wonder if it'll be another Bob.
Connection lost. Hi, you're perfect for the job, but your name isn't Bob. Sorry.
I mean, they went with another Bob last time, so I don't know.
Oh, my God. All right, Chris Palmieri, take care. Have a great evening. Chris Palmieri, of course, Bloomberg News Entertainment editor, joining us from our L.A. bureau. Stock was a little changed, though, in the aftermarket, and it's just up about 0.5% this year.
Hey, I'm going to go to the airport right now.
You're leaving.
I'm leaving. I'm going to Atlanta for a Bloomberg Live event. We're talking about AI. Check it out on Bloomberg Live.
I can't wait to hear what you have to say about when you come back.
I'll be back on Friday.
Okay.
I'll be back actually late tomorrow night.
Drink lots of coffee that Friday morning.
Yes, I will.
Have a good evening. Have a safe trip. Balance of Power starts now.
Connection lost.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from the Democratic National Convention in Chicago.
Live from the Democratic National Convention in Chicago to our TV and radio audiences worldwide. Welcome to Balance of Power alongside Joe Matthew. I'm Kaylee Lyons.
It's night 3, headlined by the formal acceptance speech of the vice presidential nominee, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz.
He introduces himself to the nation on a night packed with other high-profile speakers, including former President Bill Clinton, Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, and House Speaker Emerita Nancy Pelosi.
The proceedings are set to kick off just over 1 hour from now, and we'll look ahead with former Massachusetts Governor Deval Patrick, Democratic Congressman Brendan Boyle from the swing state of Pennsylvania, and of course our signature political panel, Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, with us for the hour. Kaylee, as we get ready for the next stage in this convention, coming off the Obama's speeches last night. And some pretty big stuff. We're actually now getting to the nominees themselves.
Yeah, and it's going to be a tough act to follow for the governor and now vice presidential nominee Tim Walz, who many Americans may not be fully familiar with yet. And this is perhaps his biggest opportunity to speak to the widest audience he will get to before the election in November.
Yeah, well, he'll have a pretty easy crowd, I suspect. Yeah, I mean, that's not a bad opening act to have Michelle and Barack Obama. The delegates who we've talked to, the Democrats who made their way here to Chicago, are amped up. It's a rally feel around the United Center, and I suspect that's just going to grow even more tonight.
Yeah, so let's check on the energy as things get underway here in Chicago with a live look from the convention floor. Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall is there now. Tyler, what are the vibes
Connection lost.
Yeah, hey Kaylee, I'm here on the floor for the third night of the Democratic National Convention. We're going to show you around here so you can see the energy in the room. People starting to stream in, delegates, media. It is far the busiest night that we have seen so far. But directly behind me is actually Minnesota. We have planted ourselves in the Minnesota delegation because, as you mentioned, tonight the headliner speech will be Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. He will be introducing himself to voters as well as formally accepting his party's Democratic nomination for vice president. Now, voters might know him as Minnesota's true-term governor, but before that, he served in the House of Representatives for 6 terms. In 2006, he actually flipped a Republican-held seat. So as voters start to get to know him, the campaign has been putting out people to talk about that. Give us some of that preview. That includes Agriculture Secretary Tim Vilsack. He joined Bloomberg Television earlier today in his personal capacity and previewed what we could expect.
Governor Walz is someone that you could put into any room in any community in any part of the country, and he would be able to relate to the people in that room, which means that he can be a very powerful spokesperson for rural America, for the small towns and rural places in the country that oftentimes don't get the level of attention that they deserve. He understands that. I think that's why he's been successful.
Connection lost.
Now, you heard him there reference rural America. Of course, Tim Walz's pick has been a nod to trying to get Democrats energized in some of these more industrial Midwest battleground states such as Michigan and Wisconsin. So we'll see how he appeals to those voters tonight. Also on the stage, Joe and Kaylee, we are expecting to hear from former President Bill Clinton as well as former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, and also 2 names that could have been on there tonight as the headline speaker, potential VP names that were floated during the process, Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg, as well as Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro.
All right, Tyler, thank you. Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall in the Minnesota appropriately delegation on the floor. We thank you. We'll check back with Tyler a little bit later on. This coming after last evening, Michelle Obama had this to say about the idea of falling forward in relation to former President Trump. Take a listen.
She understands that most of us will never be afforded the grace of failing forward. We will never benefit from the affirmative action of generational wealth. We don't get to change the rules, so we always win. If we see a mountain in front of us, we don't expect there to be an escalator waiting to take us to the top.
Joining us here live in Chicago, Democratic Congressman Brendan Boyle from the state they tell us may decide this election, Pennsylvania. Congressman, it's great to see you.
Great to be with you.
Some real poetry in the room last night, failing forward, generational wealth. What will happen here in Chicago? Whether it's the speechifying or the money raised that will actually change minds, that will move independents in your state to vote for Democrats in November?
Well, first, I would say Pennsylvania is the biggest and the most important of the battleground states. It's hard to come up with a plausible math for either side to get to 270 that wouldn't include Pennsylvania's 19. Now, on my side, which I'm working very hard to ensure wins my state and is elected this November, really tonight and tomorrow night are 2 of the best opportunities to introduce first tonight Tim Walz and ultimately tomorrow night at the conclusion of the convention Kamala Harris to the American people. In this, I don't have to tell you guys, in this incredibly diverse media environment, unlike 3-4 decades ago, there are few opportunities that get very large TV audiences. This is one of them, the debates being the only other. There will be tens of millions of people watching tonight and tomorrow night, many of whom are just simply not as familiar with either Kamala Harris or Tim Walz because they have not yet had that opportunity. So I'm very much looking forward to it. So far in the campaign, things have been going incredibly well. If you had told me 30 days ago that things would be going as well as they are, I'm not sure I would have believed it. Really, this has been so far the best case scenario.
Well, and of course, it's not just them that are campaigning. There are down-ballot races to win for the Democrats as well.
My own included.
Including yours. There are seats in the House that they are trying to gain. There are seats in the Senate they are trying to hold. We spoke with one of your Democratic colleagues, Congresswoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz, earlier today about how Harris at the top of the ticket changes the calculus in the House itself. And she essentially said that if you just look at the fundraising, it suggests that Democrats have the ability to pick up more seats potentially, that there is momentum. How do you feel? How can you characterize the feeling of the rest of your colleagues about what Harris is going to do for you guys specifically?
Yeah, well, first, just to remind everybody, the margin in the House of Representatives is literally only 4 seats. We need just a flip of 4 Republican-held seats. There are more than a dozen, in fact, I believe 18 currently Republican-held seats that are in districts that Joe Biden won in 2020. Some of those districts Joe Biden won by double digits. My own vested interest is that if we do win the majority in November, I will be chair of the Budget Committee in a year that will be incredibly important in 2025 in terms of setting the tax policy for the next decade. And I have to say, I feel incredibly, while I don't want to jinx anything, I feel incredibly good about where things stand in terms of our ability to win the majority this November. I think if the election were held today, actually we would take it, but we still have about 75 days to go.
Considering your committee assignment, what we just heard from Michelle Obama, she talked about the affirmative action of generational wealth. Pretty powerful words that you can interpret maybe in a couple of different ways. There's a conversation, a debate now in Washington that you're going to play a big role in on whether to extend or make permanent the Trump-era tax cuts from 2017. Don't tax cuts promote generational wealth?
Yeah, well, first, I have to say I love that line. I'm the first in my family to go to college. I am originally from one of those typical blue-collar neighborhoods in Philadelphia. So I don't exactly enjoy being lectured to by people like Donald Trump who pulled themselves up by their daddy's bootstraps. So I very much appreciated Michelle Obama's line last night. I think one of the real fault lines in the campaign this November will be a Democratic ticket that actually comes from middle-class America versus, you know, the Prince of Mar-a-Lago. In terms of setting tax policy for next year, I will be focused on those policies that grow the middle class. I genuinely do not believe giving mega tax cuts to the top 1/10 of 1%, which is what Trump's TCJA did in 2017. I don't believe that's the best way to create jobs in this country, and I have reams of data from the CBO that prove that.
Well, and certainly a critique of that plan we get a lot here on Bloomberg from economists and otherwise is that it could expand the deficit significantly, potentially be inflationary as well. Everyone's quite worried about that. We've heard similar criticisms about some of the policies Harris has put forward, that she too could add to the deficit. Even if she's cutting taxes for different people, you still could end up in some ways with the same end result. How do you respond to that criticism?
Yeah, and actually, I'm glad you brought up the word deficit because this is actually an area where I want to talk some truth to both sides. The reality is we probably have not talked enough about the deficit over the last 10 years. Well, I think if we go back 15 years ago, in 2011 and 2012, clearly we know one of the things that slowed that economic recovery was a shift to deficit reduction too soon. At the same time, though, I don't want to make the mistake on the other extreme. As we look to the 2030s and beyond, some of these deficit and debt projections become very concerning. Sooner rather than later, it will actually take both sides in Washington to have a serious, grown-up conversation about tackling our deficit and debt. I have to say, I have not seen much of that in my decade in Washington so far.
Well, it's interesting. A lot of folks find religion on debts and deficits when it's not an election year, I suppose. Maybe that'll change the conversation next year. But, you know, we just got through this very quick selection of a running mate here, and that's what brings us here tonight on day 3. Tim Walz is going to be speaking to some very excited delegates, a lot of whom, though, wanted your governor, Josh Shapiro, to be the running mate. Some said it would be a lock to win Pennsylvania. It's the smart move politically. Are you disappointed your governor isn't on the stage tonight?
Well, first, just to be clear, and I say this as a believing Christian, I'm not sure the Lord Jesus would have made Pennsylvania a lock on either ticket. Father, forgive me for saying that as a good Catholic boy. But look, the nature of Pennsylvania is such that I'll just say at least no human being would have made it a lock. I've served with Josh in the State House, and I served for 4 years with Tim Walz in the U.S. House. I am incredibly excited about Tim's speech tonight. You've seen him already on the campaign trail present himself in an enormously authentic and genuine way that is connected with the American people. Poll after poll, I've now counted up 11 polls that have looked at Tim Walz. In every single one of them, his favorable rating is higher than his unfavorable rating, most of those polls by double digits. which is very rare in the political climate in which we're living today. So far, so good in terms of people having a positive view of Coach Walz, and I think that will continue over the next 76, 77 days.
We've been warned that we're likely not going to get much policy in his speech or in Harris's speech tomorrow night, for that matter, that this isn't necessarily what this is about, getting into the specifics of policy and different issues. But she has come under some criticism for flip-flopping on policy issues like fracking. Donald Trump has suggested her previous comments on fracking means she can't win Pennsylvania. She's singing a different tune now, but do you worry that could harm her chances in your state?
So first, I will say, and I say this as someone who's a member of Congress from Philadelphia, where the fracking isn't taking place. That's largely in western Pennsylvania, 300 miles away. That said, when I was a state legislator, I was always a supporter of encouraging the development of our natural gas, which obviously involves fracking. One man's flip-flop is another man's evolution, and I welcome her evolving on this issue. You know, it's just natural that as you age and as you grow and as you gain a different perspective, in her case, going from a senator representing California, which had no sort of exposure to fracking whatsoever, to then being a vice president for the last 3.5 years for the nation, I would expect and certainly hope for an evolution on certain issues. I think it's appropriate. And in the end of the day, I think she arrived at the right place, both in terms of policy and politics.
Congressman, great to see you here in Chicago. Good to see you as well. Thank you so much for your time. That is Democratic Congressman Brendan Boyle of the swing state of Pennsylvania. And coming up, we'll be joined by Deval Patrick, the former governor of Massachusetts. He'll be here live with us as we broadcast from the Democratic National Convention. Next on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and Radio.
Connection lost. 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 Connection lost.
Who's going to tell him that the job he's currently seeking might just be one of those black jobs?
Former First Lady Michelle Obama jabbing former President Donald Trump for his use of the phrase black jobs during a debate with President Biden back in June, something he then doubled down on later. Welcome back to our live broadcast from Chicago and the Democratic National Convention as we get prepared for night 3, when we will hear from the headliner, the vice presidential nominee, Tim Walz, later this evening. And as we look ahead, we're joined now by former Massachusetts Governor Deval Patrick, who is here with us in studio. Governor, great to see you. Thank you so much
for having me.
Coming in. It's hard to acknowledge the week that is being had here in Chicago without
Has it been just a week?
Well, I guess it's been 2 days, but you know, these are stacked days,
I was
sir.
gonna say, it feels like double years.
Yeah, the last 4 weeks I think has probably felt like a year to many, but it is historic in nature. We are about to see not just a woman, but a woman of color for the first time accept the Democratic nomination for president.
Connection lost.
And there is obviously very charged language on the other side of this campaign. How should we be thinking about the politics of race in this election cycle, especially given the candidacy of Kamala Harris?
Well, I think, first of all, there's probably more race in our politics than I'd like, and I think probably most people would like, but I love firsts as one. And I think I feel incredibly blessed at a time like this to live in a country where you can be a Kamala Harris and come from what she's come from and become the nominee of the Democratic Party for President of the United States. And I think she will win, and I think she'll do a great job. I feel the same kind of elation about Tim Walz, who grew up on a farm, I think in Nebraska, and has lifted himself and been in service, like Kamala Harris, of lifting others, and has the opportunity now to be the Democratic nominee for vice president.
Connection lost.
That is an American story, and it is, in the instance of Kamala Harris, associated with race, but it is a story that once was told more often in this country than any other country on earth. And I'm a Democrat for some of the reasons that, frankly, they've been talking about, that we've got to create, in the collaboration between government and the private sector, circumstances that permit people not just to imagine a different place for themselves, but actually practically to reach for it.
People should know you were only the second black man elected governor in the United States of America. I had the pleasure of covering you for some time as the governor of Massachusetts.
Thank you, Joe.
I also remember what happened when Danielle Allen tried to run for governor. She dropped out of the race because she said there was no path. What about the challenges specifically facing women of color, black women, trying to reach higher office?
Well, first of all, of Danielle, who is immensely talented. I hope she'll come back into politics. I don't know that the only factor in her decision to drop out was being a woman of color. I think probably I stayed in because I didn't know any better. It was my first time running for anything. You remember, Joe?
Sure.
And our dynamic at home in Massachusetts, I would say, is less Democrat-Republican than it is insider outsider. By the way, I think that's the dynamic increasingly all over the country.
How about that?
And so I think, now having said that, I think there are special challenges and maybe opportunities for the Harris-Walz candidacy because it's such a short period of time. And they will have to do some things that aren't always done in our kind of unlimited, political campaigning, and a lot more direct to voters, a lot more direct, a lot more volunteer organizing that's outside the campaign, which I think has been one of the most inspiring parts of this experience. She's finding her voice. We did the first event 6 days, I think, after the torch was passed in Western Massachusetts, and she showed up. It was absolutely electric. I see her now at podium, and she seems a lot more relaxed. She's paying less attention to the teleprompter and so on. So there are those challenges, and converting all this energy and excitement to actual organization and turnout. That's not a small thing. But as I say, I think a lot of other folks are taking that on themselves outside the campaign, and I think they will have to rely on some of us just doing it on our own.
You, of course, have had a storied career in politics, but you now also work in business and come on Bloomberg for that reason and others. How do you consider what a Kamala Harris presidency would look like and what kind of investment opportunities or the way in which it may change the business climate, knowing specifically there's been a focus on democratic values for you, Vistara, specifically. How do you see her reflected in the business world?
Well, so to the notion of democratic values, and I use that term in a nonpartisan way. The notion that that communities, that people, that place all matter. They all count. One of the things we do at the Vistria Group, and that I did at the fund that I founded at Bain Capital, so-called Impact Investing Fund, was invest in ways that demonstrated you didn't have to exchange superior financial return for stakeholder engagement and positive stakeholder impact. And I think that is important to long-term value. It's also important to the long-term success of businesses. What I want to see going forward is a lot more conspicuous collaboration with the business and the not-for-profit community. I'm not just talking about how to regulate or the importance of regulating, as we used to say in Massachusetts, at the speed of business. So it's not a barrier, it's an enabler. But I mean just really trying to identify what the opportunities are, how, for example, you leverage these enormous new tools in the infrastructure bill, in the CHIPS and Science Act, and in the rescue plan, alongside private sector assets and investment to create lasting economic growth. Because that is a part of that story of opportunity in this country too, right? We have to have an economy that grows, as the president says, and I have said, it has to grow out to the middle and the marginalized, and not just up to the well-connected.
Well, it's nice to see you here in Chicago. People might not realize your hometown, isn't it?
It is.
Here we are.
It is.
Nice to see you in Chicago.
It's good to be here. Thank you. Thanks for having me on.
Here at the table, Deval Patrick, the former governor of Massachusetts, at the DNC here in Chicago. Coming up, highlights of our conversation with the mayor of New York. Eric Adams spent some time with us at the table today as well. It's up next on Balance of Power, Bloomberg TV and Radio.
Connection lost. 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 Connection lost.
Cast its votes for Kamala Harris. Get it out! Indiana delivered this 86 delegates.
Minnesota, we cast 10 votes.
Connection lost.
And we deliver 81 votes for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz.
California, we proudly cast our 482 votes for the next president, Kamala Harris. Yeah!
Connection lost. Connection lost.
It was a big show. A little taster of the in-person roll call last night at the United Center. Joining us live in Chicago here. Thanks for being with us. Night 3 of the Democratic National Convention. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons here in Chicago with more on what to expect tonight. Bloomberg's Angela Greiling and Brad Stone. Great to see you both here at the table. Before we talk about tonight, Angela, that's a tough act to follow. What the heck are we in for this evening?
It really is. We've got Governor Tim Walz keynoting tonight. He'll be introduced by Senator Amy Klobuchar from his home state of Minnesota. Nancy Pelosi will be before him. President Bill Clinton. But Tim Walz is our keynoter tonight. He will be introducing himself to a nation that really doesn't know him very well yet. So this is really his big moment.
Well, and of course, the nation is only just starting to get to know him, and some may be familiar with him only by the way in which he's gone a little bit viral on social media for phrases like weird when describing Donald Trump and J.D. Vance. How much of his speech tonight is going to be trying to make those even just little small moments that are going to resonate and circulate and make his face better known?
I mean, I think he has to introduce himself, right? Did people know who he was a month ago? So I think we're going to get a lot of his folksy charm, his blue state appeal, his red state appeal for that matter, and hopefully maybe color in some of the ambiguities and what he stands for, what he cares about, and what his portfolio would be if the ticket wins.
You know, Bill Clinton's going to be speaking tonight as well, to your point. Our Democratic analyst, Jeannie Shanzano, said earlier that he is the voice when it comes to the economy, making the pitch to Democrats, delegates here, but also people at home. What are we going to hear from Bill Clinton tonight about it's the economy stupid?
You know, I don't know, but I will say, you know, this is my first DNC, but I'm old enough to remember 2016 when Bernie Sanders and his followers left the convention. That's right. 2004, where the crowd is daubed with Howard Dean signs and Dennis Kucinich signs. This convention has been a triumph of tactics over ideology. It is unified, and the unifier, ironically, is Donald Trump. So I expect Bill Clinton to kind of, you know, emphasize that, aim the party and the voters against the opposition.
Well, as we talk about this idea of democratic unity, we are seeing some areas in which there is still division on display, perhaps in a smaller form than we all thought we might coming into Chicago, where there was warning of tens of thousands of protesters, perhaps. But we have seen protests, and we've seen the arrest of, just yesterday, some 50 people by police forces here. I wonder how you view the hype around the kind of discord we might see around this convention and the way in which it has only materialized on the margins.
Right. There really has not been the disruption that the specter of 1968 in Chicago, of course, brought as we went into this week. It's also something, I don't know if we'll hear Governor Walz address it tonight, but it's absolutely something that follows him because he, of course, was governor of Minnesota when George Floyd was murdered, when the national unrest began literally down the street from where he lives and works. So it is something that he may mention. It's something he can probably use as a strength. The way he handled that, he allowed peaceful protests at first and then eventually brought order back to his state. But it's clearly something that he knows is also a liability that Republicans are hammering him on as well.
The Trump campaign has been counter-programming this convention with a different event or series of events each day. North Carolina, Asheboro at the rally today, Donald Trump, J.D. Vance. We heard from Donald Trump's running mate, Senator Vance, who is still taking shots at Governor Walz and his military record. This is what he said today.
Now,
you know what I think would appeal to rural voters and veterans, Kamala? Not having a running mate who lies about his service record. Why don't we try that?
The accusations of stolen valor are landing pretty heavily in this campaign. Will the governor talk about his service record tonight?
Oh, he absolutely will. I mean, he served 24 years. I don't think it's anything that, you know, he has to be ashamed of. I expect him to talk about it a lot and maybe provide something of a retort to the line that we saw in 2004 was incredibly damaging to John Kerry. So, yeah, I think we will hear from him.
Well, and it may be something that he can't avoid talking about if we're going to continually see the Republican ticket, bringing it up time and again as one of their primary criticisms. The other, Angela, is that he is dangerously liberal or radically progressive, adjectives attached to more left-leaning notions. And certainly he has been more progressive as the governor of Minnesota, maybe less so during his time in the House. How do you expect he straddles the line if he's going to try to paint himself as a moderate or as a moderate progressive? Or
He really wants to paint himself at both. This ticket needs every vote it can get if they're going to win in November. And tonight in the auditorium, he'll be speaking to his base. This is, for the most part, the liberal part of the Democratic Party. That's who shows up and is delegates to the convention. But it's a national speech. The DNC has been bragging about their television viewership so far this week. Obviously, each night the speakers get bigger, so they're going to expect more viewers tonight than the first two nights. So this is his chance to talk to those voters all over the country, including the more moderate ones, the people that might be deciding which ticket to vote for when they cast their ballot. So he really does need to talk about his record as a House member when he was more moderate, in addition to his more liberal gubernatorial record.
Assuming they get him on in time for prime time.
Well, that's the other
a little bit of a problem this week. You know, can we get the man on before 11 p.m. Washington time? I guess we'll find out tonight, because it's not just the delegates in the room, is it? He's got to get people in their living rooms.
But this is my point about tactics over ideology. And I think it has been a remarkable lack of specificity of policy details over the last 2 days, and it is by design. I mean, this is a big tent party that likes nothing more than a circular firing squad, right? But it just hasn't happened, and it hasn't happened because the party is united in trying to defy Donald Trump a second term. And so I don't think they want to do anything in terms of policy specifics that risks the coalition that, through circumstance, Harris and Walz have been able to build.
Obviously, the convention is an opportunity for free media. All the networks are here. We are covering it. We are airing the speeches this evening. But we know that after this wraps up, there is going to be a ton of money poured into ad buys, some $200 million just in the weeks between now and Labor Day. The Harris campaign has made another $370 million of purchases through November. How should we think about the war that is about to take place over the airwaves there?
I mean, I don't think we're going to be able to avoid it, but behind that war is a fundraising war. And that's another reason why, you know, this ticket does not want to do anything to alienate business, and particularly tech and even crypto. You know, the Biden administration enormously hostile to crypto interests. I went to a party last night thrown by a crypto billionaire. Great party. The Killers performed. But, you know, there's clearly hope of a reset. And I think the administration, the Democratic ticket is probably telling a lot of different interests what they want to hear right now to get folks into the tent.
Okay, obviously we need to be hanging out with Brad at night in Chicago while Brad's partying with crypto. Is there going to be a presence or a mention of regulation of high tech in this convention, or is that for somewhere later?
I'm going to bet on no on that, because as Brad was saying, there's really nothing to gain for the speakers here this week to talk specifics of policy. They certainly do not want to alienate business in general, but specifically donors. And while the tech industry has certainly moved more to the right in recent years in terms of their political giving, there's still lots of Democratic money from the tech industry, and money since the Democratic ticket changed has been pouring in, and they absolutely want to keep that spigot open. So, no, I don't think we're going to hear hardcore policy priorities of any sort, and certainly not cracking down on an industry they need to be friends with.
And by the way, just to add to what Angela said, you know, we got one indication from a big donor, Reid Hoffman, a venture capitalist, that Harris should consider replacing Lena Khan at the FTC, and the progressive wing of the party, you know, rebelled. She's a folk hero, and so it's the kind of example of how fragile this coalition is and why they probably don't want to address some of these issues.
Well, and I find that so striking because J.D. Vance loves Lena Khan, or at least he's had high praise for her, and it's one of the ways, Joe, in which we are seeing an interesting overlap between these two
More
tickets.
than once.
Yeah.
Maybe Lena Khan will be hired no matter who wins the election, though I tend to doubt Donald Trump agrees with him on that.
Well, I guess that's very true. We have a whole other conversation once we leave here in Chicago about the way in which a cabinet, for example, or the regulatory agencies may take shape under these different presidencies, potential presidencies, that is. Finally, Angela, we are having a slate of speakers tonight that any one of them you might be able to suggest would be someone who could introduce Kamala Harris. Her husband spoke last night. The Obama spoke last night. Clinton, Pelosi, Jeffries. Who am I forgetting? Buttigieg, Shapiro, Wes Moore. They're all tonight. Who's going to be left to speak tomorrow? Who's going to introduce her?
Well, the rumor is that Beyonce performs tomorrow night.
There we go.
I don't know about introducing, but that's what we're all waiting to see. Really, this convention speaker lineup is an audition of people who are looking for cabinet spots, who are looking to raise their own profiles. They're not running this year. Some of them obviously were considered to be vice president and weren't picked. But tomorrow night's lineup, boy, it'll be star power.
All right. Well, of course, we'll have it covered for you here on Bloomberg, as will our team. Bloomberg's Angela Greiling and Brad Stone, thank you so much for joining us. Now, earlier today, we sat down with New York Mayor Eric Adams, who told us that Democrats should shake off the soft on crime image, saying that New York should serve as a model for other major cities. He spoke with us earlier here on Bloomberg TV and radio.
Well, you know, you have a real focus, and I think this campaign is doing something that's extremely smart. We feel strong in New York. We have very few other areas that we need to focus on. And the goal is not to get Eric Adams on the stage. The goal is to get VP Harris and the team elected. And they're putting together the right speakers, and we're just going to find out what is our role, and we're going to carry the ball based on that.
So you may not be a messenger on the stage at this convention, but that doesn't mean necessarily that there might not be a message you would advocate for, not just given your role as mayor of New York City at a time when Republicans are criticizing cities, including where we are now, Chicago, on issues like crime. But you're a mayor and a former cop. What is the winning message on crime for a former prosecutor as she campaigns for president of the United States?
And I think that's an amazing question, because this is what I've been talking about for so long. We have a great product in the Democratic Party. We're leading the voice around getting rid of assault rifles, about being proactive and not placing people on pathway of criminality. And we need to sell that. And unfortunately, we've allowed the belief that Democrats are soft on crime, and we're not. Crime is dropping in New York City and many of the cities where our mayors are located. I was speaking with the Atlanta mayor a few days ago. We're seeing a real focus on public safety. I say it all the time. It's the prerequisite to prosperity. And that's the leading message coming out. Affordability, public safety is crucial to this election.
We spoke earlier with the mayor of San Francisco, which has been held up as the poster child for crime in this country by Republicans criticizing progressive policies when it comes to crime and safety. Chicago, where we are now, he compares to Afghanistan. Donald Trump refers to New York City as a war zone. You're talking about crime statistics. Do you start putting up billboards? How do you get the facts delivered?
Oh, it's so important. And, you know, one thing is when someone used an analogy of saying things are out of control in New York City, our subway system with 4.1 million riders, we have an average of 5 felonies a day. We want to get rid of them. But let's put it in perspective. Our robberies are at the lowest record in recorded history. And when you look at all the major crime categories are decreasing, our economy has come back. New York City is a real model of how a Democrat can turn around the city and move it in the right direction.
Well, of course, we don't just pay attention for New York City and the way in which crime is being handled, but migration also, considering you have had an influx of migrants that the city have had to deal with. You've actually been somewhat critical of this administration in that regard. Kamala Harris is part of this administration. She was charged in the early days with taking care of the issue of the border. This is something Republicans are placing a lot of blame specifically on her for. Does she deserve some of that blame? Has she not played a role in what has happened in New York City?
Well, first of all, we received over 212,000 migrants and asylum seekers, and I'm proud that not one child or family is sleeping on the streets of the city of New York as we manage that. And I've been extremely clear about securing our borders. And I think that when we look at blame to be placed, it's the lack of real, true immigration reform. This is a country where immigrants have always participated in the American dream, and we need to ensure that we have a pathway in doing so. And I'm looking forward to sharing my ideas with the administration on some of the things we witnessed in New York, and as national immigrant leaders have looked at what we have done and a level of humanity that we've shown. The key here is employment. You put people to work, they can pursue the American dream. If you don't, you take away that dignity.
Mr. Mayor, federal prosecutors in New York served another round of grand jury subpoenas, this time directly to you in a corruption investigation that's been going on for the better part of a year now. You've made it clear that you're done talking about this, that you want the process to play out. Don't the people of New York deserve a little bit more of an explanation than that?
What the people of New York deserve is a very thorough review, and I feel confident when that review is done, they're going to see that I did nothing wrong. Former law enforcement officer, I know what it is to ensure that laws are enforced. You don't break them. And then it's important that the people of New York have been made as disciplined and focused. My job is to fight on behalf of New Yorkers. bringing back the
Connection
economy
lost.
like we have, making sure our streets are safe like we have, build affordable housing like we are doing. That is my focus, and not to be distracted. Let the reviewers do their job. I'm going to do the job that the people elected me for, and that's to recover our city.
Well, Mr. Mayor, when Donald Trump was getting hit with all of these different indictments, some of
Connection
the way in which
lost.
Democrats were prosecuting the campaign against him was that he's too mired down in legal battles and he is distracted. And that's a lot to deal with even personally, let alone trying to be a leader. How are you navigating that personally? Why should New Yorkers not have doubt about your
Connection
ability to do all
lost.
these things at once?
Well, I think that, as you indicated, this was going on for several months, and look where our city is. You have a mayor that managed 212,000 migrants and asylum seekers. The economy has been revitalized, more jobs in the city history. Our subway systems are safe, 17,000 illegal guns removed off our streets. Our children are outpacing the state in reading and math.
Connection
When
lost.
you do an analysis of what I've done from tourism to safety to productivity to housing, you have to say to yourself, darn, that guy don't get distracted. He knows how to run a city, just as I was a
Connection
person that
lost.
knew how to keep the city safe as a police officer.
That was the mayor of New York here in Chicago with us, Eric Adams, talking earlier today
Connection
on
lost.
Bloomberg TV and radio. Coming up, we'll look ahead to what Governor Tim Walz plans to do tonight with our signature political panel. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano on the way next on Balance of Power, Bloomberg TV and radio.
Connection lost. 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 Connection lost.
Tim is the kind of person who should be in politics. Born in a small town, served his country, taught kids, coached football, took care of his
Connection
neighbors.
lost.
He knows who he is, and he knows what's important. You can tell those flannel shirts he wears don't come from some
Connection
political
lost.
consultant. They come from his closet, and they have been through some stuff.
President Obama speaking last night at the DNC ahead of Minnesota Governor Tim Walz's scheduled appearance later this evening. He, of course, is the headliner on this night 3 of the Democratic National Convention. He
Connection
will
lost.
formally accept the vice presidential nomination tonight. So as we look ahead to his big address and the others we will get this evening, we're joined by our signature political panel, Rick Davis, Stone Court Capital partner, and Jeannie Shanzano, political science professor at Iona University and senior democracy fellow at the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress. Welcome to you both. It's been a busy few days here in Chicago. It's been a busy few days, certainly, for the ticket. Tim Walz was in Wisconsin yesterday for a period of time with Kamala Harris. Today, I imagine, Rick, has gone very differently for him. You've, of course, been here before, where the candidate is getting ready to make their case, introduce themselves to the American people. Just walk us through what Tim Walz is likely to go through this evening before he walks out to that podium on stage.
Well, we saw earlier today, he did his walkthrough, which is the perfunctory thing, but you go out, you're surrounded by the convention staff, and they point to your teleprompters, and there's the center one, and this is what you're going to see when you're out there. Give him all kinds of hints as to how to make his presentation, and physically just get used to being on that stage, because it's a daunting thing to walk out there, or as Chuck Schumer did, dance out. I don't think we're going to expect that out of but then now what he's doing is, you know, probably because he hasn't got a lot of experience on a teleprompter, maybe even none in a public forum, he's probably in a room right now with a teleprompter going through it. Because the other thing that has to happen is the teleprompter guy who's running it has to get his tempo, right? There's actually a dial that makes it go.
We know a little bit about that.
Yeah, you guys know something about
The control room is nodding along with you. Rick.
Exactly. So these are like, it's a partnership out there. And if that thing goes too fast for him, it's not going to be good.
Boy, all right. So does it behoove speakers tonight to go short? How about a 20-minute speech and a mic drop moment after Donald Trump kept us up for almost 2 hours that night?
Yeah, it would be nice, but again, we're talking Bill Clinton,
So
Nancy
just not gonna
Pelosi.
happen.
Yeah, there's a lot, and there's a whole young contingent from Pete Buttigieg. So, you know, they have a lot of people out there. But I do think I love the flannel shirts. I'm wondering if he wears the camo hat, because that's been a big thing. And he's being introduced, I understand, by Prince and Sheila E. by John Legend and Sheila E. who's going to play Prince.
Not bad.
And yeah, it would have been very odd if it was Prince. But
AI does interesting things.
But so he may waltz out, he may dance out like Chuck Schumer, but it's going to be another big night at the DNC. Hopefully, just not
They're really
starting at
leveraging
midnight.
celebrity
Yes.
and entertainment in a serious way at this convention.
Certainly, except for James Taylor, who, of course, was nixed during the scheduling issues of the first night. Presentation, though, is one thing. And obviously, there is a lot of presentation factors at play here, Jeannie, but message is another. What does Tim Walz need to get on that stage and say to not just the people gathered in the convention hall, but the people watching at home tonight?
He needs to introduce himself. Unknown beyond his home state 3 weeks ago, he's been thrust to the center of American politics, and he needs to introduce himself. He needs to also talk about Kamala Harris and what kind of relationship they have, friendship they have, and what kind of team they will be. He also needs to address those folks on the other side. He's been being hit in the last 24 hours by his opponent, J.D. Vance, on fibbing about IVF. So there is a lot there that I think he needs to do. But most importantly, I think the job for him tonight is to talk about how he is the Midwestern dad, coach, hunter, military vet, and the people that the Democrats need to win are people that he knows, grew up with, and he has their back. I suspect we're going to hear from some of his students as well as football players who talked about his impact on his impact on their lives.
Who does Bill Clinton resonate with in this Democratic Party?
Those same group that Tim Walz needs to resonate with. Bill Clinton is very good about explaining the economics of, you know, appealing to the middle of the country. It's very important. And also speaking to a huge group that may not feel as particularly invited to the DNC party this week, which is men, particularly young men in the center of the country. So he's going to do some of that. Who knows how long he will go, but he will do some of that tonight.
Yeah, I don't think any of us are making time predictions here, Rick. Obviously, he was a candidate that was welcomed by union membership. Young people seem to have really attached themselves to him. But what is the vice president's role in reaching out to, as Jeannie points out, others that they're still trying to bring into the fold, not the people in the convention hall who are obviously going to be big fans and cheering loudly for him?
Yeah, he's going to be welcomed by a very adoring crowd tonight, but you're right. The real projection is out there in these targeted states to certain demographics. And I do think we haven't talked enough about the fact that he's got a message he needs to send on substance, right? It's not just his bio.
Lost.
What kind of leader is he going to be? What is his position on the economy? How does he feel about the inflation that's been, breaking the backs of a lot of, American voters? Where is he going on some of these critical issues like immigration?
Connection lost.
Is he going to talk about abortion, which has been a mainstay of this convention so far as one of the issues that the Democrats have focused on? I mean, I think he cannot escape the opportunity to define who he is, because the pollsters want to then go in there and say, do people feel like he's one of them? Does he feel like he can be supported because he respects his values, his views on these issues? It's not a night that's just about personality. This has been a policy-free convention so far, and if they don't start tonight, tomorrow night will be too late.
Rick Davis, Jeannie Shanzano, we thank you. Of course, we'll have a lot more straight ahead on Balance of Power, Bloomberg TV and radio.
Connection lost. Connection lost. Connection lost. Connection lost. Connection lost. Connection lost. Connection lost.
This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons, live in Chicago as we prepare for the festivities tonight. Night 3 here, of course, of the Democratic National Convention. We've spent the day bringing you voices from around the political sphere, largely Democrats, of course. That's why we are here, but also keeping tabs on the other campaign with counter-programming from Donald Trump and J.D. Vance. Tonight, though, Kaylee, this is the first of the 2 big nights, the headliners, starting with Governor Tim Walz.
Yeah, his big moment to introduce himself to the country. This will be the probably biggest chance he has to do so, because he's not just speaking to tens of thousands that are gathered in the United Center just blocks away from where we are, but of course everyone watching at home, assuming they can get this thing in prime time. And of course, you're about to head over there, Joe, because you will be on the floor for this tonight and feeling the energy that has been quite robust in Chicago.
Those of you on Bloomberg TV getting a view of the room there, and we will bring you inside the United Center a bit later on for the speeches this evening. He'll be following, of course, Bill Clinton, the former president. Tim Walz will have live for you on Bloomberg TV and radio.
Indeed, so stick with us for full coverage. And we have to say before we go here from Chicago on Bloomberg TV and radio, a very big happy birthday to Joe Matthew.
It's a big number, all right.
It's Bloomberg.
Connection lost.